situation where you've been very fortunate, as I have, you also have to take that as a responsibility, and you have to basically work both to educate others and give them that opportunity, but also use that wealth to advance human society. In my case, I'm particular.
So you mentioned in 1975 in high school you created one of your first AI programs that played chess. Were you ever able to build
this? The search tree is enormous, bigger than the number of atoms in the universe, and the way programs succeed and the way humans succeed is by only looking at a small fraction of the search tree. And if you look at the right fraction, you play really well. If you look at the wrong fraction, if you waste your time thinking about things that are never going to happen, moves that no one's ever going to make, then you're going to lose because you won't be able to figure out the right decision. So that question of how machines can manage their own computation, how they decide what to think about, is the better reasoning question. We developed some method for doing that, and very simply, the machine should think about whatever thoughts are going to improve resulting situations.
When they see a board, I mean, they've seen those patterns. Human beings have seen those patterns before at the grandmaster level. It seems that
there's something here in this position that might yield a win.
Down the site,
and then you follow that, right? And in some sense, when a chess player is following a line in his or her mind, they're mentally simulating what the other person is going to do, what the opponent is going to do, and they can do that as long as they just feel that it has gotten a lot smarter. And all of a sudden you really felt you sort of pressed against the wall because it was much more aggressive and was totally unforgiving of any minor mistake that you might make. And actually, he said he suddenly felt that there was a new kind of intelligence across the board.
Do you think that's a scary or an exciting possibility for Kasparov and for yourself? In the context of chess, purely sort of in this, like, that feeling, whatever that is.
I think it's definitely an exciting feeling. This is what made me work on AI in the first place, was as soon as I really understood what a computer was, I wanted to make it smart. I started out with the first program I wrote was for the Sinclair programmable calculator. And I think you could write a 21-step algorithm. That was the biggest program you could write, something like that, and do little arithmetic calculations. So I think I implemented Newton's method for square roots and a few other things like that. But then, I thought, okay, if I just had more space, I could make this thing intelligent. And so I started thinking about AI. And I think the thing that's scary is not the chess program, because chess programs are not in the taking over the world business. But if you extrapolate, there are things about chess that don't resemble the real world, right? We know the rules of chess. The chessboard is completely visible to the program, whereas of course the real world is not. Most of the real world is not visible wherever you're sitting, so to speak. And to overcome those kinds of problems, you need qualitatively different algorithms. Another thing about the real world is that we regularly plan ahead on the timescales involving billions or trillions of steps. Now, we don't plan those in detail, but when you choose to do a PhD at Berkeley, that's a 5-year commitment, and that amounts to about 1 trillion motor control steps that you will eventually be committed to.
Including going up the stairs, opening doors, drinking water.
typing every character of every paper the uses and everything. So you're not committing in advance to the specific motor control steps, but you're still reasoning on a time scale that will eventually reduce to trillions of motor control actions. And so for all of these reasons, AlphaGo and Deep Blue and so on don't represent any kind of threat to humanity, but they are a step towards it. And progress in AI occurs by essentially removing one by one these assumptions that make problems easy, like the assumption of complete observability of the situation. Right? If we remove that assumption, you need a much more complicated kind of computing design, and you need something that actually keeps track of all the things you can't see and tries to estimate what's going on, and there's inevitable uncertainty in that. So it becomes a much more complicated problem. But we are removing those assumptions. We are starting to have algorithms that can cope with much longer timescales, that can cope with uncertainty, that can cope with partial observability. And so each of those steps sort of magnifies by 1,000 the range of things that we can do with AI systems.
So the way I started in AI, I wanted to be a psychiatrist. A long time ago, I had a mind in high school, and of course programming and so on. And I showed up at University of Illinois to an AI lab, and they said, "Okay, I don't have time for you, but here's a book, AI Modern Approach." I think it was the first edition at the time. Here, go learn this. And I remember the lay of the land was, well, it's incredible that we solved chess, but we'll never solve Go. I mean, it was pretty certain that Go, in the way we thought about systems that reason, was impossible to solve, and now we solved it. So it's a very...
Well, I think I would have said that it's unlikely we could take the kind of algorithm that was used for chess and just get it to scale up and work well for Go. And at the time, what we thought was that in order to solve Go, we would have to do something similar to the way humans manage the complexity of Go, which is to break it down into kind of subgames. So when a human thinks about a Go board, they think about different parts of the board as sort of weakly connected to each other. And they think about, okay, within this part of the board, here's how things could go. In that part of the board, here's how things could go. And then you try to sort of couple those two analyses together and deal with the interactions and maybe revise your views of how things are going to go in each part, given you've got maybe 5, 6, 7, 10 parts of the board. And that actually resembles the real world much more than chess does. Because in the real world, we have work, we have home life, we have sport, whatever, different kinds of activities, shopping. These all are connected to each other, but they're weakly connected. So when I'm typing a paper, I don't simultaneously have to decide which order I'm going to get the milk and the butter. That doesn't affect the typing. But I do need to realize, okay, I better finish this before the shops close because I don't have any food at home. Right. So there's some reconnection, but not in the way that chess works, where everything is tied into a single stream of thought. So the thought was that to solve Go, we'd have to make progress on stuff that was useful for the real world. In a way, AlphaGo is a little bit disappointing, right? Because the program design for AlphaGo is actually not that different from Deep Blue or even from Arthur Samuel's checker playing program from the 1950s. And in fact, the two things that make AlphaGo work, one is this amazing ability to evaluate the positions, and the other is the meta reasoning capability, which allows it to explore some paths in the tree very deeply and to abandon other paths very quickly.
So this word meta reasoning, while technically correct, inspires perhaps the wrong degree of power that AlphaGo has. For example, the word reasoning is a powerful word. Let me ask you, so you were part of the symbolic AI world for a while, like where AI was, there's a lot of excellent, interesting ideas there.
it's not quite as simple as that. So the AI winter, the first winter that was actually named as such was the one in the late 80s. And that came about because in the mid 80s there was really a concerted attempt to push AI out into the real world using what's called expert system technology. And for the most part, that technology was just not ready for prime time. They were trying, in many cases, to do a form of uncertain reasoning, judgment, combinations of evidence, diagnosis, those kinds of things, which was simply invalid. And when you try to apply invalid reasoning methods to real problems, you can budget for small versions of the problem, but when it starts to get larger, the thing just falls apart. So many companies found that the stuff just didn't work, and they were spending tons of money on consultants to try to make it work, and there were other practical reasons, like they were asking the companies to buy incredibly expensive Lisp machine workstations, which were literally between $50,000 and $100,000 in 1980s money, which would be like between $150,000 and $300,000 per workstation in current prices. So
and the bottom line, they weren't seeing a profit from it.
Yeah, in many cases, I think there were some successes. There's no doubt about that. But people, I would say, overinvested. Every major company was starting an AI department, just like now. And I worry a bit that we might see a similar disappointment. Not because the current technology is invalid, but it's limited in its scope. And it's almost the dual of the scope problems that expert systems had. So
what have you learned from that hype cycle, and what can we do to prevent another winter, for example?
So when I'm giving talks these days, that's one of the warnings that I give. So there's a two-part warning slide. One is that rather than data being the new oil, data is the new snake oil.
That's a good line.
And then the other is that we might see a kind of very visible failure in some of the major application areas, and I think self-driving cars would be the flagship. And I think when you look at the history, so the first self-driving car was on the freeway, driving itself, changing lanes, overtaking, in 1987. And so it's more than 30 years. And it kind of looks like where we are today, right? Prototypes on the freeway, changing lanes and overtaking. Now, I think significant progress has been made, particularly on the perception side. So we worked a lot on autonomous vehicles in the early mid-90s at Berkeley. We had our own big demonstrations. We put congressmen into self-driving cars and had them zooming along the freeway. And the problem was clearly perception.
At the time, the problem was perception.
Yeah, so in simulation, with perfect perception, you could actually show that you could drive safely for a long time, even if the other car was misbehaving and so on. But simultaneously, we worked on machine vision for detecting cars and tracking pedestrians and so on, and we couldn't get the reliability of detection and tracking up to a high enough level, particularly in bad weather conditions, nighttime rain, fog.
Good enough for demos, but perhaps not good enough to cover the general
Yeah, so the thing about driving is, so suppose you're a taxi driver, you drive every day, 8 hours a day for 10 years. That's 100 million seconds of driving. And any one of those seconds, you can make a fatal mistake. So you're talking about 8 nines of reliability. Right? Now, if your vision system only detects 98.3% of the vehicles, right, then that's sort of, 1 and a bit 9 reliability. So you have another 7 orders of magnitude to go. And this is what people don't understand. They think, oh, because I had a successful demo, I'm pretty much done. But you're not even within 7 orders of magnitude of being done. And that's the difficulty. It's not the can I follow a white line. That's not the problem. I'll follow a white line all the way across the country. But it's the weird stuff that happens.
So the edge cases, yeah.
The edge cases, other drivers doing weird things. So if you talk to Google, right? So they had actually very classical architecture where you had machine vision, which would detect all the other cars and pedestrians and the white lines and the road signs, and then basically that was fed into a logical database. And then you had a classical 1970s rule-based expert system telling you, okay, if you're in the middle lane and there's a bicyclist in the right lane, who is signaling this, then do that, right? And what they found was that every day they'd go out and there'd be another situation that the rules didn't cover. So they'd come to a traffic circle and then a little girl riding a bicycle the wrong way around the traffic circle. What do? We don't have a rule. Oh my God. Okay, stop. And then they'd come back and add more rules, and they just found that this was not really converging. And if you think about it, right, how do you deal with an unexpected situation, meaning one that you've never previously encountered, and the sort of the reasoning required to figure out the solution for that situation has never been done. It doesn't match any previous situation in terms of the kind of reasoning you have to do. Well, chess programs, this happens all the time. You're constantly coming up with situations you haven't seen before. And you have to reason about them. And you have to think about, here are the possible things I could do. Here are the outcomes. Here's how desirable the outcomes are, and then pick the right one. In the 90s, we were saying, hey, this is how you're going to have to do automated vehicles. They're going to have look-ahead capability. But the look-ahead for driving is more difficult than it is for chess. Because there's humans, and they're less predictable than chess pieces. Then you have an opponent in chess who's also somewhat unpredictable. But, for example, in chess, you always know the opponent's intention. They're trying to beat you, right? Whereas in driving, you don't know, is this guy trying to turn left, or has he just forgotten to turn off his turn signal, or is he drunk, or is he, changing the channel on his radio, or whatever it might be. You've got to try and figure out the mental state, the intent of the other drivers to forecast the possible evolutions of their trajectories. And then you've got to figure out, okay, which is the trajectory for me that's going to be safest. And those all interact with each other because the other drivers are going to react to your trajectory, and so on. So, you've got the classic merging onto the freeway problem where kind of racing a vehicle that's already on the freeway, and you're going to pull ahead of them, or you're going to let them go first and fall behind, and you get this sort of uncertainty about who's going first. So all those kinds of things mean that you need decision-making architecture that's very different from either a rule-based system or, it seems to me, a kind of an end-to-end neural network system. So just as AlphaGo is pretty good when it doesn't do any look ahead, but it's way, 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 way better when it does, I think the same is going to be true for driving. You can have a driving system that's pretty good when it doesn't do any look ahead, but that's not good enough. We've already seen multiple deaths caused by poorly designed machine learning algorithms that don't really understand what they're doing.
Yeah, on several levels. I think on the perception side, there's mistakes being made by those algorithms where the perception is very shallow. On the planning side, the look ahead, like you said. And the thing that we come up against that's really interesting when you try to deploy systems in the real world is you can't think of an artificial intelligence system as a thing that responds to the world always. You have to realize that it's an agent that others will respond to as well. So in drive successfully, you can't just try to do obstacle avoidance.
Right. You can't pretend that you're invisible. Right. You're the invisible car.
Right. So, I mean, but you have to assert. Yet others have to be scared of you. There's this tension. There's this game. So we study a lot of work with pedestrians.
Mm-hmm.
If you approach pedestrians as purely an obstacle avoidance, so you're doing look ahead as in modeling the intent, they're not going to take advantage of you. They're not going to respect you at all. There has to be a tension, a fear, some amount of uncertainty. That's how we have created.
Yeah, or at least just some kind of a resoluteness.
Right.
Let's
Yes.
put it that way. You have to display a certain amount of resoluteness. You can't be too tentative.
Yeah.
And yeah, so the right the solutions then become pretty complicated. Right, you get into game theoretic analyses, and so we at Berkeley now we're working a lot on this kind of interaction between machines and humans.
And that's exciting. Yeah.
And so my colleague Dragan actually, if you formulate the problem game theoretically, you just let the system figure out the solution. It does interesting, unexpected things. Like sometimes at a stop sign, if no one is going first, right, the car will actually back up a little, right, just to indicate to the other cars that they should go. And that's something it invented entirely by itself.
That's interesting.
Right? It didn't say this is the language of communication at stop signs. It figured it out.
That's really interesting. So let me just step back for a second. Just this beautiful philosophical notion. So Pamela McCordick in 1979 wrote, AI began with the ancient wish to forge the gods. So when you think about the history of our civilization, do you think that there's an inherent desire to create, let's not say gods, but to create superintelligence? Is it inherent to us? Is it in our genes that the natural arc of human civilization is to create things that are of greater and greater power and perhaps echoes of ourselves? So to create the gods, as Pamela said.
Maybe. I mean, we're all individuals, but certainly we see over and over again in history individuals who thought about this possibility.
Hopefully, I'm not being too philosophical here, but if you look at the arc of this, where this is going, and we'll talk about AI safety, we'll talk about greater and greater intelligence. Do you see that when you created the Othello program and you felt this excitement, what was that excitement? Was it an excitement of a tinkerer who created something cool, like a clock? Or was there a magic, or was it more like a child being born?
Yeah, so I mean, I certainly understand that viewpoint, and if you look at the Lighthill report, which was so in the 70s, there was a lot of controversy in the UK about AI and whether it was for real and how much money the government should invest. And there was a long story, but the government commissioned a report by Lighthill, who was a physicist, and he wrote a very damning report about AI, which I think was the point. And he said that these are frustrated men who, unable to have children, would like to create and create life, as a kind of replacement, which I think is really pretty unfair. But there is, I mean, there is a kind of magic, I would say, when you build something, and what you're building in is really just you're building in some understanding of the principles of learning and decision making, and to see those principles actually then turn into intelligent behavior in specific situations.
magical, optimistic views of where it ends. Whatever your view of optimism is, whatever your view of utopia is, it's probably different for everybody.
Yeah.
But you've often talked about concerns you have of how things may go wrong. So I've talked to Max Tegmark. There's a lot of interesting ways to think about AI safety. You're one of the seminal people thinking about this problem, amongst sort of being in the weeds of actually solving specific AI problems. You're also thinking about the big picture of where are we going. So can you talk about several elements of it? Let's just talk about maybe the control problem. So this idea of losing ability to control the behavior in our AI system. So how do you see that? How do you see that coming about? What do you think we can do to manage it?
Well, so it doesn't take a genius to realize that if you make something that's smarter than you might have a problem. And Turing, Alan Turing, wrote about this and gave lectures about this. In 1951, he did a lecture on the radio, and he basically says, once the machine thinking method starts, very quickly they'll outstrip humanity. And if we're lucky, we may be able to turn off the power in strategic moments, but even so, our species will be humbled.
Yeah,
and actually, if he was wrong about that, right? If it's a sufficiently intelligent machine, it's not going to let you switch it off. So it's actually in competition with you.
So what do you think is meant, just for a quick tangent, if we shut off this super intelligent machine, that our species would be humbled?
I think he means that we would realize that we are inferior, right? That we only survive by the skin of our teeth because we happen to get to the off switch.
Just
in time. And if we hadn't, then we would have lost control over the Earth.
So are you more worried when you think about this stuff about super intelligent AI, or are you more worried about super powerful AI that's not aligned with our values? So the paperclip scenarios kind of.
I think so. The main problem I'm working on is the control problem, the problem of machines pursuing objectives that are not aligned with human objectives, and this has been the way we've thought about AI since the beginning. You build a machine for optimizing, and then you put in some objective, and it optimizes, right? And we can think of this as the King Midas problem. So King Midas put in this objective, right? Everything I touch you turn to gold, and the gods, it's like the machine. They said, okay, done. You now have this power, and of course his food and his drink and his family all turn to gold, and he dies in misery and starvation. And this is, it's a warning. It's a failure mode that pretty much every culture in history has had some story along the same lines. It's the genie that gives you 3 wishes, and the third wish is always, please undo the first 2 wishes because I messed up. And when Arthur Samuel wrote his checker playing program, which learned to play checkers because it was better than Arthur Samuel could play, and actually reached a pretty decent standard. Norbert Wiener, who was one of the major mathematicians in the 20th century, sort of the father of modern automation control systems, he saw this, and he basically extrapolated, as Turing did, and said, okay, this is how we could lose control. And specifically that we have to be certain that the purpose we put into the machine is the purpose which we really desire. And the problem is, we can't do that.
You mean we're not? It's very difficult to encode, to put our values on paper is really difficult, or you're just saying it's impossible? The line is gray between the two.
So theoretically, it's possible, but in practice, it's extremely unlikely that we could specify correctly in advance the full range of concerns of humanity.
You talked about cultural transmission of values, I think, is how humans to human transmission of values happens, right?
Well, we learn, yeah, I mean, as we grow up, we learn about the values that matter, how things should go, what is reasonable to pursue and what isn't reasonable to pursue.
I think machines can learn in the same kind of way.
Yeah, so I think that what we need to do is to get away from this idea that you build an optimizing machine and then you put the objective into it. Because if it's possible that you might put in a wrong objective, and we already know this is possible because it's happened lots of times, right? That means that the machine should never take an objective that's given as gospel truth. Because once it takes the objective as gospel truth, right, then it believes that whatever actions it's taking in pursuit of that objective are the correct things to do. So you could be jumping up and down and saying, no, you're going to destroy the world, but the machine knows what the true objective is and is pursuing it, and tough luck to you. And this is not restricted to AI, right? This is, I think, many of the 20th century technologies, right? So in statistics, you minimize a loss function. The loss function is exogenously specified. In control theory, you minimize a cost function. In operations research, you maximize a reward function, and so on. So in all these disciplines, this is how we conceive of the problem. And it's the wrong problem, because we cannot specify with certainty the correct objective. Right? We need uncertainty. We need the machine to be uncertain about what it is that is supposed to
maximize. My favorite idea of yours, I've heard you say somewhere, well, I shouldn't pick favorites, but it just sounds beautiful, about we need to teach machines humility.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a beautiful way to put it. I love it.
That they're humble, in that they know that they don't know what it is they're supposed to be doing, and that those objectives, I mean, they exist. They're within us, but we may not be able to explicate them. We may not even know how we want our future to go.
So exactly.
And the machine, a machine that's uncertain is going to be deferential to us. So if we say don't do that, well, now the machine's learned something a bit more about our true objectives, because something that it thought was reasonable in pursuit of our objectives turns out not to be. So now it's learned something. So it's going to defer because it wants to be doing what we really want. And that point, I think, is absolutely central to solving the control problem. And it's a different kind of AI when you take away this idea that the objective is known. Then, in fact, a lot of the theoretical frameworks that we're so familiar with, Markov decision processes, goal-based planning, standard game tree search, all of these techniques actually become inapplicable. And you get a more complicated problem because now the interaction with the human becomes part of the problem. Because the human, by making choices, is giving you more information about your true objective, and that information helps you achieve the objective better. And so that really means that you're mostly dealing with game theoretic problems where you've got a machine and a human and they're coupled together, rather than a machine going off by itself with a fixed objective.
Which is fascinating on the machine and the human level, that when you don't have an objective, means you're together coming up with an objective. I mean, there's a lot of philosophy that, you could argue that life doesn't really have meaning. We together agree on what gives it meaning, and we kind of culturally create this earth anyway. We together as a society create that meaning, and you have to learn that objective. And one of the biggest, I thought that's where you were going to go for a second. One of the biggest troubles we run into outside of statistics and machine learning and AI and just human civilization is when you look at, I was born in the Soviet Union and the history of the 20th century, and we ran into the most trouble, us humans, when there was a certainty about the objective, and you do whatever it takes to achieve that objective, whether you're talking about Germany or communist Russia.
I would say with corporations. In fact, some people argue that we don't have to look forward to a time when AI systems take over the world. They already have, and they're called corporations, right? That corporations happen to be using people as components right now, but they are effectively algorithmic machines, and they're optimizing an objective, which is causing profit, that isn't aligned with overall well-being of the human race, and they are destroying the world. They are primarily responsible for our inability to tackle climate change. So I think that's one way of thinking about what's going on with corporations. But I think the point you're making is valid, that there are many systems in the real world where we've sort of prematurely fixed on the objective and then decoupled the machine from those that it's supposed to be serving. I think you see this with government. Right? Government is supposed to be a machine that serves people, but instead it tends to be taken over by people who have their own objective and use government to optimize that objective regardless of what people want.
Do you find appealing the idea of almost arguing machines, where you have multiple AI systems with a clear fixed objective? We have in government the red team and the blue team. They're very fixed on their objectives, and they argue, and they kind of maybe we disagree, but it kind of seems to make it work somewhat. That the duality of it.
Yeah.
A lot of okay, let's go 100 years back when there still was going on, or at the founding of this country, there was disagreements, and that disagreement is where so there's a balance between certainty and forced humility because the power was distributed.
Yeah, I think that the nature of debate and disagreement and argument takes as a premise the idea that you could be wrong, right? Which means that you're not necessarily absolutely convinced that your objective is the correct one, right? If you were absolutely convinced, there'd be no point in having any discussion or argument because you would never change your mind, and there wouldn't be any sort of synthesis or anything like that. So I think you can think of argumentation as an implementation of a form of uncertain reasoning, and I've been reading recently about utilitarianism and the history of efforts to define, in a sort of clear mathematical way, if you like, a formula for moral or political decision making. And it's really interesting that the parallels between the philosophical discussions going back 200 years and what you see now in discussions about existential risk, because it's almost exactly the same. So someone would say, okay, well, here's a formula for how we should make decisions, right? So utilitarianism is roughly, each person has a utility function, and then we make decisions to maximize the sum of everybody's utility. And then people point out, well, in that case, the best policy is one that leads to enormously vast populations, all of whom are living a life that's barely worth living, right? And this is called the repugnant conclusion. And another version is that we should maximize pleasure, and that's what we mean by utility. And then you'll get people effectively saying, well, in that case, we might as well just have everyone hooked up to a heroin drip. And they didn't use those words, but that debate was happening in the 19th century as it is now about AI, that if we get the formula wrong, we're going to have AI systems working towards an outcome that, in retrospect, would be exactly wrong.
Do you think there's, that's beautifully put, so the echoes are there, but do you think, if you look at Sam Harris, our imagination worries about the AI version of that because of the speed at which the things going wrong in the utilitarian context could happen.
Yeah.
Is that a worry for you?
Yeah, I think that in most cases, not in all, but if we have a wrong political idea, we see it starting to go wrong, and we're not completely stupid, and so we say, okay, maybe that was a mistake. Let's try something different. And also we're very slow and inefficient about implementing these things and so on. So you have to worry when you have corporations or political systems that are extremely efficient. But when we look at AI systems, or even just computers in general, right, they have this different characteristic from ordinary human activity in the past. So let's say you were a surgeon. You had some idea about how to do some operation. Right? Well, and let's say you were wrong. Right? That way of doing the operation would mostly kill the patient. Well, you'd find out pretty quickly, like after maybe three or four tries, right? But that isn't true for pharmaceutical companies, because they don't do 3 or 4 operations. They manufacture 3 or 4 billion pills, and they sell them, and then they find out maybe 6 months or a year later that, oh, people are dying of heart attacks or getting cancer from this drug. And so that's why we have the FDA, right? Because of the scalability of pharmaceutical production. And there have been some unbelievably bad episodes in the history of pharmaceuticals and adulteration of products and so on that have killed tens of thousands or paralyzed hundreds of thousands of people. Now, with computers, we have that same scalability problem, that you can sit there and type for I equals 1 to 5 billion, do, right? And all of a sudden, you're having an impact on a global scale. And yet we have no FDA, right? There's absolutely no control at all over what a bunch of undergraduates with too much caffeine can do to the world. And, we look at what happened with Facebook, social media in general, and click-through optimization. So you have a simple feedback algorithm that's trying to just optimize click-through. It sounds reasonable, right? Because you don't want to be feeding people ads that they don't care about or interested in. And you might even think of that process as simply adjusting the feeding of ads or news articles or whatever it might be to match people's preferences, right? Which sounds like a good idea. But in fact, that isn't how the algorithm works, right? You make more money, the algorithm makes more money if it can better predict what people are going to click on, because then it can feed them exactly that. Right? So the way to maximize click-through is actually to modify people, to make them more predictable. And one way to do that is to feed them information which will change their behavior and preferences towards extremes that make them predictable. So whatever is the nearest extreme or the nearest. And where was the oversight of this process? Where were the people saying, okay, you would like to apply this algorithm to 5 billion people on the face of the earth? Can you show me that it's safe? Can you show me that it won't have various kinds of negative effects? No, there was no one asking that question. There was no one placed between, the undergrads with too much caffeine and the heroes.
The invisible hand. So the capitalist system, it was the oversight. So if you're going to corrupt society with whatever decision you make as a company, then that's going to be reflected in people not using your product. So, sort of that's one model of oversight. So
we shall see, but in the meantime,
changing effect. So, do you think it's possible? I mean, have you seen government? So, do you think it's possible to create regulatory bodies oversight over AI algorithms, which are inherently such cutting edge set of ideas and technologies?
Yeah, but I think it takes time to figure out what kind of oversight, what kinds of controls. I mean, it took time to design the FDA regime. Some people still don't like it and they want to fix it. And I think there are clear ways that it could be improved. But the whole notion that you have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and here are the criteria for what you have to do to pass a stage 1 trial, right? We haven't even thought about what those would be for algorithms. So I think there are things we could do right now with regard to bias. For example, we have a pretty good technical handle on how to detect algorithms that are propagating bias that exists in data sets, how to debias those algorithms, and even what it's going to cost you to do that. So I think we could start having some standards on that. I think there are things to do with impersonation and falsification that we could work on. So I think,
yeah. Or
a very simple point. So impersonation is a machine acting as if it was a person. I can't see a real justification for why we shouldn't insist that machines self-identify as machines. Where is the social benefit in fooling people into thinking that this is really a person when it isn't? I don't mind if it uses a human-like voice that's easy to understand. That's fine, but it should just say, "I'm a machine" in some form.
And not many people are speaking to that. I would think relatively obvious fact. So I think most people.
Yeah, I mean, there is actually a law in California that bans impersonation, but only in certain restricted circumstances. So, for the purpose of engaging in a fraudulent transaction and for the purpose of modifying someone's voting behavior. So those are the circumstances where machines have to self-identify. But I think arguably it should be in all circumstances. And then when you talk about deepfakes, we're just at the beginning, but already it's possible to make a movie of anybody saying anything in ways that are pretty hard to detect.
Including yourself, because you're on camera now and your voice is coming through with high resolution.
Yeah, so you could take what I'm saying and replace it with pretty much anything else you wanted me to be saying.
Yeah.
And even it would change my lips and facial expressions to fit. And there's actually not much in the way of real legal protection against that. I think in the commercial area, you could say, yeah, you're using my brand and so on. There are rules about that. But in the political sphere, I think it's at the moment it's anything goes. That could be really, really damaging.
And let me just try to make not an argument, but try to look back at history and say something dark. In essence, is while regulation seems to be oversight seems to be exactly the right thing to do here. It seems that human beings, what they naturally do is they wait for something to go wrong. If you're talking about nuclear weapons, you can't talk about nuclear weapons being dangerous until somebody actually, like the United States, drops the bomb. Or Chernobyl melting. Do you think we will have to wait for things going wrong in a way that's obviously damaging to society? Not an existential risk, but obviously damaging. Or do you have faith that...
I hope not, but I mean, I think we do have to look at history. And so the two examples you gave, you nuclear weapons and nuclear power are very, very interesting because, nuclear weapons, we knew in the early years of the 20th century that atoms contained a huge amount of energy. When we had E equals mc squared, we knew the mass differences between the different atoms and their components, and we knew that you might be able to make an incredibly powerful explosive. So H.G. Wells wrote a science fiction book, I think in 1912. Frederick Soddy, who was the guy who discovered isotopes, he's a Nobel Prize winner, he gave a speech in 1915 saying that 1 pound of this new explosive would be the equivalent of 150 tons of dynamite, which turns out to be about right. And this was in World War I, right? So he was imagining how much worse the world war would be if we were using that kind of explosive. But the physics establishment simply refused to believe that these things could be made.
Including the people who were making it.
Well, so they were doing the nuclear physics.
I mean, eventually were the ones who made it. And you talk about Fermi or whoever.
Well, so up to the development was mostly theoretical. So it was people using sort of primitive kinds of particle acceleration and doing experiments at the level of single particles or collection of particles. They weren't yet thinking about how to actually make a bomb or anything like that. But they knew the energy was there, and they figured if they understood it better, it might be possible. But the physics establishment, their view, and I think because they did not want it to be true, their view was that it could not be true. That this could not provide a way to make a superweapon. And, there was this famous speech given by Rutherford, who was the sort of leader of nuclear physics, and it was on September 11th, 1933, and he said, anyone who talks about the possibility of obtaining energy from transformation of atoms is talking complete moonshine. And the next morning, Leo Szilard read about that speech and then invented the nuclear chain reaction. And so as soon as he had that idea that you could make a chain reaction with neutrons, because neutrons were not repelled by the nucleus, so they could enter the nucleus and continue the reaction. As soon as he had that idea, he instantly realized that the world was in deep doo-doo. Because this is 1933, right? And Hitler had recently come to power in Germany. Szilard was in London, and eventually became a refugee, and came to the U.S. And in the process of having the idea about the chain reaction, he figured out basically how to make a bomb and also how to make a reactor. And he patented the reactor in 1934, but because of the situation, the great power conflict situation that he could see happening, he kept that a secret. And so between then and the beginning of World War II, people were working, including the Germans, on how to actually create neutron sources, right? What specific fission reaction would produce neutrons of the right energy to continue the reaction. And that was demonstrated in Germany, I think, in 1938, if I remember correctly. The first nuclear weapon patent was 1939 by the French. So this was actually going on, well before World War II really got going. And then, the British probably had the most advanced capability in this area, but for safety reasons, among others, and plus just resources, they moved the program from Britain to the US, and then it became Manhattan Project. So the reason why we couldn't have any kind of oversight of nuclear weapons and nuclear technology was because we were basically already in an arms race and a war. And
describe the story? I mean, there's clearly echoes. Why do you think most AI researchers, folks who are really close to the metal, they really are not concerned about AI? They don't think about it, whether it's they don't want to think about it. But what are why do you think that is? What are the echoes of the nuclear situation to the current AI situation, and what can we do about it?
I think there is a kind of motivated cognition, which is a term in psychology means that you believe what you would like to be true, rather than what is true. And it's unsettling to think that what you're working on might be the end of the human race, obviously. So you would rather instantly deny it and come up with some reason why it couldn't be true. And I collected a long list of reasons that extremely intelligent, competent AI scientists have come up with for why we shouldn't worry about this. For example, calculators are superhuman at arithmetic, and they haven't taken over the world, so there's nothing to worry about. Okay, my 5-year-old, could have figured out why that was an unreasonable and quite weak argument. Another one was, while it's theoretically possible that you could have superhuman AI destroy the world, it's also theoretically possible that a black hole could materialize right next to the Earth and destroy humanity. Yes, it's theoretically possible, quantum theoretically extremely unlikely that it would just materialize right there. But that's a completely bogus analogy, because if the whole physics community on Earth was working to materialize a black hole in near Earth orbit, right, wouldn't you ask them, is that a good idea? Is that going to be safe? What if you succeed? Right? And that's the thing, right? The AI community has sort of refused to ask itself, what if you succeed? And initially I think that was because it was too hard, but Alan Turing asked himself that, and he said, we'd be toast. Right? If we were lucky, we might be able to switch off the power, but probably we'd be toast.
But there's also an aspect that because we're not exactly sure what the future holds, it's not clear exactly so technically what to worry about, sort of how things go wrong. And so there is something, it feels like, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's something paralyzing about worrying about something that logically is inevitable, but you don't really know what that will look like.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable point, and it's certainly, in terms of existential risks, it's different from asteroid collides with the Earth, right? Which again is quite possible. It's happened in the past. It'll probably happen again. We don't know right now. But if we did detect an asteroid that was going to hit the Earth in 75 years' time, we'd certainly be doing something about it.
Well, it's clear there's a big rock, and we'll probably have a meeting and see what do we do about the big rock. With AI,
right? With AI, I mean, there are very few people who think it's not going to happen within the next 75 years. Rob Brooks doesn't think it's going to happen. Maybe Andrew Ng doesn't think it's happening, but a lot of the people who work day to day, say at the rock face, they think it's going to happen. I think the median estimate from AI researchers is somewhere in 40 to 50 years from now. I think in Asia they think it's going to be even faster than that. I'm a little bit more conservative. I think it'll probably take longer than that. But I think, as happened with nuclear weapons,
it can happen overnight.
It can happen overnight that you have these breakthroughs. And we need more than one breakthrough, but it's on the order of half a dozen. This is a very rough scale, but sort of half a dozen breakthroughs of that nature, it would have to happen for us to reach superhuman AI. But the AI research community is vast now. Massive investments from governments, from corporations, tons of really, really smart people. You know, you just have to look at the rate of progress in different areas of AI to see that things are moving very fast. So to say, oh, it's just going to be thousands of years, I don't see any basis for that. You know, I see, you know, for example, the Stanford 100-year AI project, right, which is supposed to be sort of, you know, serious establishment view. Their most recent report actually said it's probably not even possible.
Oh wow.
Right? Which, if you want a perfect example of people in denial, that's it. Because, you know, for the whole history of AI, we've been saying to philosophers who said it wasn't possible, well, you have no idea what you're talking about. Of course it's possible, right? Give me an argument for why it couldn't happen, and there isn't one, right? And now, because people are worried that maybe AI might get a bad name, or I just don't want to think about this, they're saying, okay, well, of course it's not really possible. You know? I mean, imagine, right? Imagine if, you know, the leaders of the cancer biology community got up and said, well, you know, of course, curing cancer, it's not very possible. It'd be complete outrage and dismay, and, you know, I find this really a strange phenomenon. So, okay, so if you accept that it's possible, and if you accept that it's probably going to happen, the point that you're making that, you know, how does it go wrong? A valid question. Without that, without an answer to that question, then you're stuck with what I call the gorilla problem, which is, you know, the problem that the gorillas face, right? They made something more intelligent than them, namely us, a few million years ago, and now they're in deep doo.
Yeah.
So there's really nothing they can do. They've lost the control. They failed to solve the control problem of controlling humans, and so they've lost. So we don't want to be in that situation. And if the gorilla problem is the only formulation you have, there's not a lot you can do, right? Other than to say, okay, we should try to stop. You know, we should just not make the humans, or in this case, not make the AI. And I think that's really hard to do. I'm not actually proposing that that's a feasible course of action. I also think that, you know, if properly controlled, AI could be incredibly beneficial. So, but it seems to me that there's a consensus that one of the major failure modes is this loss of control, that we create AI systems that are pursuing incorrect objectives, and because the AI system believes it knows what the objective is, it has no incentive to listen to us anymore, so to speak, right? It's just carrying out the strategy that it has computed as being the optimal solution. And you know, it may be that in the process it needs to acquire more resources to increase the possibility of success, or prevent various failure modes by defending itself against interference. And so that collection of problems, I think, is something we can address. The other problems are, roughly speaking, you know, misuse. So even if we solve the control problem, we make perfectly safe, controllable AI systems, well, why does Dr. Evil really use those, right? He wants to just take over the world and he'll make unsafe AI systems and then get out of control. So that's one problem, which is sort of partly a policing problem, partly a sort of a cultural problem for the profession of how we teach people what kinds of AI systems are safe.
We talk about autonomous weapon system and how pretty much everybody agrees that there's too many ways that can go horribly wrong. And this great Slaughterbots movie that kind of illustrates that beautifully.
Well, I want to talk about that's another. There's another topic I'm happy to talk about. I just want to mention that what I see is the third major failure mode, which is overuse, not so much misuse, but overuse of AI. That we become overly dependent. So I call this the Wall-E problem. So if you've seen Wall-E, the movie, all right, all the humans are on the spaceship, and the machines so in effect, right, this would happen like the slow boiling frog, right? We gradually turn over more and more of the management of our civilization to machines, as we are, right? So we become guests on a cruise ship, which is fine for a week, but not for the rest of eternity. And it's almost irreversible, right? Once you lose the incentive to, for example, learn to be an engineer or a doctor, the infinitely many ways that we maintain and propagate our civilization. If you don't have the incentive to do any of that, you won't.
One of the technologies that third failure mode result in that. There's probably other technology in general detaches us from.
It does a bit, but the difference is that in terms of the knowledge to run our civilization, up to now we've had no alternative with putting it into Google. So I mean, we've always put knowledge on paper, but paper doesn't run our civilization. It only runs when it goes from the paper into people's heads again. Right? So we've always propagated civilization through human minds. But we've spent about 1 trillion person years doing that. Literally, right? You can work it out. Right? There's about just over 100 million people who've ever lived, and each of them has spent about 10 years learning stuff to keep their civilization going. And so that's 1 trillion person years we put into this effort.
Beautiful way to describe all of civilization.
And now we're in danger of throwing that away. So this is a problem that AI can't solve. It's not a technical problem. It's if we do our job right, the AI systems will say, the human race doesn't, in the long run, want to be passengers in a cruise ship. The human race wants autonomy. This is part of human preferences. So the AI systems are not going to do this stuff for you. You've got to do it for yourself. Right? I'm not going to carry you to the top of Everest in an autonomous helicopter. You have to climb it if you want to get the benefit, and so on. So, but I'm afraid that because we are short-sighted and lazy, we're going to override the AI systems. And there's an amazing short story that I recommend to everyone that I talk to about this called "The Machine Stops," written in 1909 by Ian Forster, who wrote novels about the British Empire and sort of things that became costume dramas on the BBC, but he wrote this one science fiction story, which is an amazing vision of the future. It has basically iPads, it has video conferencing, it has MOOCs, it has computer-induced obesity. I mean, literally, it's what people spend their time doing is giving online courses or listening to online courses and talking about ideas, but they never get out there in the real world. They don't really have a lot of face-to-face contact. Everything is done online. So all the things we're worrying about now were described in the story, and then the human race becomes more and more dependent on the machine, loses knowledge of how things really run, and then becomes vulnerable to collapse. And so it's a pretty unbelievably amazing story for someone writing in 1909 to imagine all this.
So there's very few people that represent artificial intelligence more than you, Stuart Russell.
Okay, that's very kind.
So
it's all my fault.
It's all your fault. Right. You're often brought up as the person, well, Stuart Russell, like the AI person, is worried about this. That's why you should be worried about it. Do you feel the burden of that? I don't know if you feel that at all, but when I talk to people, like you talk about people outside of computer science, when they think about this, Stuart Russell is worried about AI safety. You should be worried too. Do you feel the burden of that?
I mean, in a practical sense, yeah, because I get, a dozen, sometimes 25 invitations a day to talk about it, to give interviews, to write press articles, and so on. So, in that very practical sense, I'm seeing that people are concerned and really interested about this.
Are you worried that you could be wrong, as all good scientists are?
Of course, I worry about that all the time. I mean, that's always been the way that I've worked. It's like I have an argument in my head with myself, right? So I have some idea, and then I think, okay, how could that be wrong? Or did someone else already have that idea? So I'll go and search in as much literature as I can to see whether someone else already thought of that or even refuted it. So right now I'm reading a lot of philosophy because in the form of debates over utilitarianism and other kinds of moral formulas, shall we say, people have already thought through some of these issues. But one of the things I'm not seeing in a lot of these debates is this specific idea about the importance of uncertainty in the objective. That this is the way we should think about machines that are beneficial to humans. So this idea of provably beneficial machines based on explicit uncertainty in the objective. It seems to be, my gut feeling is this is the core of it. It's going to have to be elaborated in a lot of different directions, and there are a lot of
beneficial.
Yeah, but I mean, it has to be, right? We can't afford, hand wavy beneficial, because there are, whenever we do hand wavy stuff, there are loopholes. And the thing about super intelligent machines is they find the loopholes. Just like, tax evaders. If you don't write your tax law properly, the people will find the loopholes and end up paying no tax. And so you should think of it this way. And getting those definitions right, it's really a long process. So you can define mathematical frameworks, and within that framework you can prove mathematical theorems that yes, this theoretical entity will be provably beneficial to that theoretical entity. But that framework may not match the real world in some crucial way.
So a long process of thinking through it, through iterating, and so on. Last question.
Yep.
You have 10 seconds to answer it. What is your favorite sci-fi movie about AI?
I'd say Interstellar has my favorite robots.
Oh, based off
Taz. Yeah. So Taz, the robot, one of the robots in Interstellar, is the way a robot should behave. And I would say Ex Machina is in some ways the one that makes you think in a nervous kind of way about where we're going.
Well, Stuart, thank you so much for talking today.
Pleasure.
The following is a conversation with Peter Abiel. He's a professor at UC Berkeley and the director of the Berkeley Robotics Learning Lab. He's one of the top researchers in the world working on how to make robots understand and interact with the world around them, especially using imitation and deep reinforcement learning. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence podcast. If you enjoy it, please subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or your podcast provider of choice, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Peter Abiel. You mentioned that if there was one person you could meet, it would be Roger Federer. So let me ask you, when do you think we will have a robot that fully autonomously can beat Roger Federer in tennis? Roger Federer level player in tennis.
Well, first, if you could make it happen for me to meet Roger, let me know. In terms of getting a robot to beat him at tennis, it's kind of an interesting question because for a lot of the challenges we think about in AI, the software is really the missing piece. But for something like this, the hardware is nowhere near either. To really have a robot that can physically run around, the Boston Dynamics robots are starting to get there, but still not really human level ability to run around and then swing a racket.
So you think that's a hardware problem?
I don't think it's a hardware problem only. I think it's a hardware and a software problem. I think it's both, and I think they'll have independent progress. So I'd say the hardware maybe in 10, 15 years.
The clay, not grass. Grass
with the
probably
sliding. Oh, the clay. I'm not sure what's harder, grass or clay. The clay involves sliding, which might be harder to master actually. Yeah.
But you're not limited to bipedal. I mean, I'm sure there's.
Well, if we build a machine, it's a whole different question. Of course, if you can say, okay, this robot can be on wheels, it can move around on wheels, and can be designed differently, then I think that can be done sooner probably than a full humanoid type of setup.
What do you think of swing a rack? So you've worked at basic manipulation. How hard do you think is the task of swinging a racket with be able to hit a nice backhand or a forehand?
Let's say we just set up stationary a nice robot arm. Let's say standard industrial arm, and can watch the ball come and then swing the racket. It's a good question. I'm not sure it would be super hard to do. I mean, I'm sure it would require a lot. If we do it with reinforcement learning, it would require a lot of trial and error. It's not going to swing it right the first time around, but yeah, I don't see why I couldn't swing it the right way. I think it's learnable. I think if you set up a ball machine, let's say on one side, and then a robot with a tennis racket on the other side, I think it's learnable, and maybe a little bit of pre-training and simulation. Yeah, I think that's feasible. I think the swing the racket is feasible. It'd be very interesting to see how much precision it can get. Because I mean that's where some of the human players can hit it on the lines, which is very high precision
with spin. The spin is interesting. Whether RL can learn to put a spin on the ball.
Well, you got me interested. Maybe someday we'll set this up.
Sure.
But you got me intrigued.
Your answer is basically, okay, for this problem it sounds fascinating, but for the general problem of a tennis player, it might be a little bit farther away. What's the most impressive thing you've seen a robot do in the physical world?
So, physically, for me, it's the Boston Dynamics videos. Always just ring home and just super impressed. Recently, the robot running up the stairs, doing the parkour type thing. I mean, yes, we don't know what's underneath. They don't really write a lot of detail, but even if it's hard-coded underneath, which it might or might not be, just the physical abilities of doing that parkour, that's very impressive.
So,
right there.
Have you met Spot Mini or any of those robots in person?
Met Spot Mini last year in April at the Mars event that Jeff Bezos organizes. They brought it out there, and it was nicely following around Jeff. When Jeff left the room, they had it following him along, which is pretty impressive.
So, I think there's some confidence to know that there's no learning going on in those robots. The psychology of it, so while knowing there's not, if there's any learning going on, it's very limited. I met Spot Mini earlier this year, and knowing everything that's going on, having one-on-one interaction, so I got to spend some time alone. And there's immediately a deep connection on the psychological level. Even though you know the fundamentals, how it works, there's something magical. So, do you think about the psychology of interacting with robots in the physical world? Even you just showed me the PR2, the robot, and there was a little bit something like a face. It had a little bit something like a face. There's something that immediately draws you to it. Do you think about that aspect of the robotics problem?
Well, it's very hard with Brett here. We'll give him a name. Berkeley robot for the elimination of tedious tasks. It's very hard to not think of the robot as a person, and it seems like everybody calls him a he for whatever reason, but that also makes it more a person than if it was a it. And it seems pretty natural to think of it that way. This past weekend really struck me. I've seen Pepper many times on videos, but then I was at an event organized by Fidelity, and they had scripted Pepper to help moderate some sessions, and they had scripted Pepper to have the personality of a child a little bit, and it was very hard to not think of it as its own person in some sense, because it would just kind of jump into conversation, making it very interactive. Moderator would be saying, people would just jump in, hold on, how about me? Can I participate in this too? And you're just like, okay, this is like a person. And that was 100% scripted. Even then it was hard not to have that sense of somehow there is something there.
So as we have robots interact in this physical world, is that a signal that can be used in reinforcement learning? You've worked a little bit in this direction, but do you think that psychology can be somehow pulled in?
Yeah, so that's a question I would say a lot of people ask. And I think part of why they ask it is they're thinking about how unique are we really still as people? Like after they see some results, they see a computer play Go, they say computer do this, that, they're like, okay, but can it really have emotion? Can it really interact with us in that way? And then once you're around robots, you already start feeling it. And I think that kind of maybe methodologically, the way that I think of it is, if you run something like reinforcement learning, it's about optimizing some objective. And there's no reason that the objective couldn't be tied into how much does a person like interacting with this system, and why could not the reinforcement learning system optimize for the robot being fun to be around? And why wouldn't it then naturally become more and more attractive and more maybe like a person or like a pet? I don't know what it would exactly be, but more and more have those features and acquire them automatically.
As long as you can formalize an objective of what it means to like something, how you exhibit, what's the ground truth? How do you get the reward from human? Because you have to somehow collect that information from human. But you're saying if you can formulate as an objective, it can be learned.
There's no reason it couldn't emerge through learning, and maybe one way to formulate as an objective, you wouldn't have to necessarily score it explicitly. So standard rewards are numbers. Numbers are hard to come by. This is a 1.5 or 1.7 on some scale. Very hard to do for a person. But much easier is for a person to say, okay, what you did the last 5 minutes was much nicer than we did the previous 5 minutes, and that now gives a comparison. And in fact, there have been some results in that. For example, Paul Cristiano and collaborators at OpenAI had the Hopper, Mojoko Hopper, one-legged robot, learns little backflips, purely from feedback. I like this better than that. That's kind of equally good. And after a bunch of interactions, it figured out what it was the person was asking for, namely a backflip. And so I think the same thing.
It wasn't trying to do a backflip. It was just getting a score from the comparison score from the person based on
the person having in mind, in their own mind, I wanted to do a backflip, but the robot didn't know what it was supposed to be doing. It just knew that sometimes the person said this is better, this is worse, and then the robot figured out what the person was actually after was a backflip. And I'd imagine the same would be true for things like more interactive robots, that the robot would figure out over time, oh, this kind of thing apparently is appreciated more than this other kind of thing.
So when I first picked up Richard Sutton's reinforcement learning book, before sort of this deep learning, before the reemergence of neural networks as a powerful mechanism for machine learning, RL seemed to me like magic. It was beautiful. So that seemed like what intelligence is, RL, reinforcement learning. So how do you think you could possibly learn anything about the world when the reward for the actions is delayed, is so sparse? Like why do you think RL works? Why do you think you can learn anything under such sparse rewards, whether it's regular reinforcement learning or deep reinforcement learning? It's your intuition.
The counterpart of that is, why is RL, why does it need so many samples, so many experiences to learn from? Because really what's happening is when you have a sparse reward, you do something, maybe for like, I don't know, you take 100 actions and then you get a reward. And maybe you get like a score of 3. And I'm like, okay, 3, not sure what that means. You go again and now you get 2. And now you know that that sequence of 100 actions that you did the second time around somehow was worse than the sequence of 100 actions you did the first time around. But that's tough to now know which one of those were better or worse. Some might have been good and bad in either one. And so that's why you need so many experiences. But once you have enough experiences, effectively RL is teasing that apart. It's trying to say, okay, what is consistently there when you get a higher reward, and what's consistently there when you get a lower reward. And then kind of the magic of sometimes the policy gradient update is to say, now let's update the neural network to make the actions that were kind of present when things are good more likely, and make the actions that are present when things are not as good less likely.
So that is the counterpoint, but it seems like you would need to run it a lot more than you do. Even though right now people can say that RL is very inefficient, but it seems to be way more efficient than one would imagine on paper. That the simple updates to the policy gradient, that somehow you can learn exactly as you said, what are the common actions that seem to produce some good results. That somehow can learn anything. It seems counterintuitive, at least. Is there some intuition behind it?
Yeah, so I think there's a few ways to think about this. The way I tended to think about it mostly originally when we started working on deep reinforcement learning here at Berkeley, maybe 2011, 12, 13, around that time, John Schulman was a PhD student initially kind of driving it forward here. And the way we thought about it at the time was, if you think about rectified linear units or kind of rectifier type neural networks, what do you get? You get something that's piecewise linear feedback control. And if you look at the literature, linear feedback control is extremely successful. It can solve many, many problems surprisingly well. I remember, for example, when we did helicopter flight, if you're in a stationary flight regime, not a non-stationary, but a stationary flight regime like hover, you can use linear feedback control to stabilize a helicopter. It's a very complex dynamical system, but the controller is relatively simple. And so I think that's a big part of it, is that if you do feedback control, even though the system you control can be very, very complex, often relatively simple control architectures can already do a lot, but then also just linear is not good enough. And so one way you can think of these neural networks is that in some sense they tile the space, which people were already trying to do more by hand or with finite state machines. Say, this linear controller here, this linear controller here. Neural network learns to tile the space and say linear controller here, another linear controller here, but it's more subtle than that. And so it's benefiting from this linear control aspect, it's benefiting from the tiling, but it's somehow tiling it one dimension at a time. Because if, let's say, you have a two-layer network, if in that hidden layer you make a transition from active to inactive or the other way around, that is essentially one axis, but not axis aligned, but one direction that you change. And so you have this kind of very gradual tiling of the space where you have a lot of sharing between the linear controllers that tile the space. And that was always my intuition as to why to expect that this might work pretty well. It's essentially leveraging the fact that linear feedback control is so good, but of course not enough. And this is a gradual tiling of the space with linear feedback controls that share a lot of expertise across them.
So that's really nice intuition. Do you think that scales to the more and more general problems of we start going up the number of control dimensions when you start going down in terms of how often you get a clean reward signal? Does that intuition carry forward to those crazier, weirder worlds that we think of as the real world?
So I think where things get really tricky in the real world compared to the things we've looked at so far with great success in reinforcement learning is the time scales, which takes us to an extreme. So when you think about real world, I mean, I don't know, maybe some student decided to do a PhD here, right? Okay, that's a decision, that's a very high level decision. But if you think about their lives, I mean, any person's life, it's a sequence of muscle fiber contractions and relaxations, and that's how you interact with the world. And that's a very high frequency control thing, but it's ultimately what you do, how you affect the world. Until I guess we have brain readings, we can maybe do it slightly differently, but typically that's how you affect the world. And the decision of doing a PhD is like so abstract relative to what you're actually doing in the world. And I think that's where credit assignment becomes just completely beyond what any current RL algorithm can do, and we need hierarchical reasoning at a level that is just not available at all yet.
Where do you think we can pick up hierarchical reasoning? By which mechanisms?
Yeah, so maybe let me highlight what I think the limitations are of what already was done 20, 30 years ago. In fact, you'll find reasoning systems that reason over relatively long horizons, but the problem is that they were not grounded in the real world. So people would have to hand design some kind of logical, dynamical descriptions of the world, and that didn't tie into perception. And so it didn't tie into real objects and so forth. And so that was a big gap. Now with deep learning, we start having the ability to really see with sensors, process that, and understand what's in the world. And so it's a good time to try to bring these things together. I see a few ways of getting there. One way to get there would be to say deep learning can get bolted on somehow to some of these more traditional approaches. Now, bolted on would probably mean you need to do some kind of end-to-end training where you say, my deep learning processing somehow leads to a representation that in turn uses some kind of traditional underlying dynamical systems that can be used for planning. And that's, for example, the direction Aviv Tamar and Bernard Kuritaj here have been pushing with causal infogam, and of course other people too. That's one way. Can we somehow force it into the form factor that is amenable to reasoning? Another direction we've been thinking about for a long time and didn't make any progress on was more information theoretic approaches. So the idea there was that what it means to take high-level action is to choose a latent variable now that tells you a lot about what's going to be the case in the future, because that's what it means to take a high-level action. So when I decide I'm going to navigate to the gas station because I need to get gas in my car, well, that'll now take 5 minutes to get there, but the fact that I get there, I could already tell that from the high-level action I took much earlier. That we had a very hard time getting success with. Not saying it's a dead end necessarily, but we had a lot of trouble getting that to work. And then we started revisiting the notion of what are we really trying to achieve. What we're trying to achieve is not necessarily hierarchy per se, but you can think about what does hierarchy give us. What we hope it would give us is better credit assignment. Kind of what does better credit assignment is giving us? It gives us faster learning. Right. And so faster learning is ultimately maybe what we're after. And so that's what we ended up with the RL squared paper on learning to reinforcement learn, which at the time Rocky Dwan led. And that's exactly the meta-learning approach where you say, okay, we don't know how to design hierarchy. We know what we want to get from it. Let's just end-to-end optimize for what we want to get from it and see if it might emerge. And we saw things emerge. The maze navigation had consistent motion down hallways, which is what you want. A hierarchical controller should say, I want to go down this hallway, and then when there is an option to take a turn, I can decide whether to take a turn or not and repeat. Even had the notion of where have you been before or not, to not revisit places you've been before. It still didn't scale yet to the real world kind of scenarios I think you had in mind, but it was some sign of life that maybe you could meta learn these hierarchical concepts.
I mean, it seems like through these meta-learning concepts, get at what I think is one of the hardest and most important problems of AI, which is transfer learning. So it's generalization. How far along this journey towards building general systems are we? Being able to do transfer learning well. So there's some signs that you can generalize a little bit, but do you think we're on the right path, or is totally different breakthroughs are needed to be able to transfer knowledge between different learning models?
Yeah, I'm pretty torn on this. Now, I think there are some very impressive. Well, there's just some very impressive results already, right? I mean, I would say even with the initial kind of big breakthrough in 2012 with AlexNet, right? The initial thing is, okay, great. This does better on ImageNet, hence image recognition. But then immediately thereafter, there was of course the notion that, wow, what was learned on ImageNet, and you now want to solve a new task, you can fine-tune AlexNet for new tasks. And that was often found to be the even bigger deal, that you learned something that was reusable, which was not often the case before. Usually machine learning, you learn something for one scenario and that was it.
that's really exciting. I mean, that's a huge application. That's probably the biggest success of transfer learning today, if in terms of scope and
that was a huge breakthrough. And then recently, I feel like similar kind of by scaling things up, it seems like this has been expanded upon. Like people training even bigger networks, they might transfer even better. If you looked at, for example, some of the OpenAI results on language models and some of the recent Google results on language models, they're learned for just prediction, and then they get reused for other tasks. And so I think there is something there where somehow if you train a big enough model on enough things, it seems to transfer some DeepMind results that I thought were very impressive, the Unreal results, where it was learning to navigate mazes in ways where it wasn't just doing reinforcement learning, but it had other objectives, was optimizing for. So I think there's a lot of interesting results already. I think maybe where it's hard to wrap my head around is to which extent or when do we call something generalization, right? Or the levels of generalization involved in these different tasks, right? So
you draw this, by the way, just to frame things, I've heard you say somewhere, it's the difference between learning to master versus learning to generalize. That it's a nice line to think about, and I guess you're saying it's a gray area of what learning to master and learning to generalize, where one that starts.
I think I might have heard this. I might have heard it somewhere else, and I think it might have been one of your interviews, and maybe the one with Yoshua Benjamin. I'm not 100% sure, but I like the example, and I'm not sure who it was, but the example was essentially if you use current deep learning techniques, what we're doing to predict, let's say, the relative motion of our planets, it would do pretty well. But then now, if a massive new mass enters our solar system, it would probably not predict what will happen, right? And that's a different kind of generalization. That's a generalization that relies on the ultimate simplest explanation that we have available today to explain the motion of planets, whereas just pattern recognition could predict our current solar system motion pretty well, no problem. And so I think that's an example of a kind of generalization that is a little different from what we've achieved so far, and it's not clear if just regularizing more and forcing it to come up with a simpler explanation. Say, look, it's not simple, but that's what physics researchers do, right? They say, can I make this even simpler? How simple can I get this? What's the simplest equation that can explain everything, right? The master equation for the entire dynamics of the universe. We haven't really pushed that direction as hard in deep learning, I would say. Not sure if it should be pushed, but it seems a kind of generalization you get from that you don't get in our current methods so far.
So I just talked to Vladimir Vapnik, for example, who's a statistician, statistical learning, and he kind of dreams of creating the E equals mc squared for learning, right? The general theory of learning. Do you think that's a fruitless pursuit in near term, within the next several decades?
I think that's a really interesting pursuit in the following sense, that there's a lot of evidence that the brain is pretty modular. And so I wouldn't maybe think of it as a theory, maybe, the underlying theory, but more kind of the principle, where there have been findings where people who are blind will use the part of the brain usually used for vision for other functions. And even after some kind of people get rewired in some way, they might be able to reuse parts of their brain for other functions. And so what that suggests is some kind of modularity, and I think it is a pretty natural thing to strive for, to see, can we find that modularity? Can we find this thing? Of course, it's not every part of the brain is not exactly the same. Not everything can be rewired arbitrarily. But if you think of things like the neocortex, which is a pretty big part of the brain, that seems fairly modular from what the findings so far. Can you design something equally modular, and if you can just grow it, it becomes more capable probably? I think that would be the kind of interesting underlying principle to shoot for that is not unrealistic.
Do you think you prefer math or empirical trial and error for the discovery of the essence of what it means to do something intelligent? reinforcement learning embodies both groups, right? Prove that something converges, prove the bounds, and then at the same time, a lot of the successes are, well, let's try this and see if it works. So which do you gravitate towards? How do you think of those two parts of your brain?
So maybe I would prefer we could make the progress with mathematics. And the reason maybe I would prefer that is because often if you have something you can mathematically formalize, you can leapfrog a lot of experimentation. And experimentation takes a long time to get through, and a lot of trial and error kind of reinforcement in your research process. But you need to do a lot of trial and error before you get to success. So if you can leapfrog that, to my mind, that's what the math is about. And hopefully once you do a bunch of experiments, you start seeing a pattern. You can do some derivations that leapfrog some experiments. But I agree with you. I mean, in practice, a lot of the progress has been such that we have not been able to find the math that allows us to leapfrog ahead. And we are kind of making gradual progress one step at a time. New experiment here, a new experiment there that gives us new insights. And gradually building up, but not getting to something yet where we're just, okay, here's an equation that now explains how, that would be have been 2 years of experimentation to get there, but this tells us what the result's going to be. Unfortunately, not so much yet.
Not so much yet, but your hope is there. In trying to teach robots or systems to do everyday tasks or even in simulation, what do you think you're more excited about? Imitation learning or self-play? So letting robots learn from humans, or letting robots play on their own, try to figure out in their own way, and eventually interact with humans or solve whatever the problem is. What's the more exciting to you? What's more promising, you think, as a research direction?
So when we look at self-play, what's so beautiful about it goes back to kind of the challenges of reinforcement learning. So the challenge of reinforcement learning is getting signal. And if you never succeed, you don't get any signal. In self-play, you're on both sides. So one of you succeeds. And the beauty is also one of you fails. And so you see the contrast. You see the one version of me that did better than the other version. And so every time you play yourself, you get signal. And so whenever you can turn something into self-play, you're in a beautiful situation where you can naturally learn much more quickly than in most other reinforcement learning environments. So I think if somehow we can turn more reinforcement learning problems into self-play formulations, that would go really, really far. So far, self-play has been largely around games, where there is natural opponents. But if we could do self-play for other things, let's say, I don't know, a robot learns to build a house. I mean, that's a pretty advanced thing to try to do for a robot, but maybe it tries to build a hut or something. If that can be done through self-play, it would learn a lot more quickly if somebody can figure that out. And I think that would be something where it goes closer to kind of the mathematical leapfrogging, where somebody figures out a formalism to say, okay, any RL problem, by playing this and this idea, you can turn it into a self-play problem where you get signal a lot more easily. Reality is, many problems we don't know how to turn to self-play, and so either we need to provide detailed reward that doesn't just reward for achieving a goal, but rewards for making progress, and that becomes time-consuming. And once you're starting to do that, let's say you want a robot to do something, you need to give all this detailed reward. Well, why not just give a demonstration? Because why not just show the robot? And now the question is, how do you show the robot? One way to show is to tele-operate the robot, and then the robot really experiences things. And that's nice because that's really high signal-to-noise ratio data, and we've done a lot of that. And you teach your robot skills in just 10 minutes. You can teach your robot a new basic skill, like, okay, pick up the bottle, place it somewhere else. That's a skill. No matter where the bottle starts, maybe it always goes onto a target or something. That's fairly easy to teach your robot with tele-op. Now, what's even more interesting if you can now teach your robot through third-person learning, where the robot watches you do something and doesn't experience it, but just watches it and says, okay, well, if you're showing me that, that means I should be doing this, and I'm not going to be using your hand because I don't get to control your hand, but I'm going to use my hand and do that mapping. And so that's where I think one of the big breakthroughs has happened this year. This was led by Chelsea Finn here. It's almost like learning a machine translation for demonstrations, where you have a human demonstration and the robot learns to translate it into what it means for the robot to do it. And that was a meta-learning formulation. Learn from one to get the other. And that, I think, opens up a lot of opportunities to learn a lot more quickly.
So my focus is on autonomous vehicles. Do you think this approach of third-person watching, the autonomous driving is amenable to this kind of approach?
So for autonomous driving, I would say it's third person is slightly easier. And the reason I'm going to say it's slightly easier to do with third person is because the power dynamics are very well understood. So
easier than first person, or
I think the distinction between third person and first person is not a very important distinction for autonomous driving. They're very similar because the distinction is really about who turns the steering wheel, or maybe let me put it differently. How to get from a point where you are now to a point, let's say, a couple meters in front of you, and that's a problem that's very well understood. And that's the only distinction between third and first person there. Whereas with robot manipulation, interaction forces are very complex, and it's still a very different thing. For autonomous driving, I think there's still the question, imitation versus RL. So imitation gives you a lot more signal. I think where imitation is lacking and needs some extra machinery is it doesn't, in its normal format, doesn't think about goals or objectives. And of course, there are versions of imitation learning, inverse reinforcement learning type imitation learning, which also thinks about goals. I think then we're getting much closer. But I think it's very hard to think of a fully reactive car generalizing well. If it really doesn't have a notion of objectives to generalize well to the kind of generality that you would want. You'd want more than just that reactivity that you get from just behavioral cloning / supervised learning.
So a lot of the work, whether it's self-play or even imitation learning, would benefit significantly from simulation, from effective simulation. And you're doing a lot of stuff in the physical world and in simulation. Do you have hope for greater and greater power of simulation being boundless eventually, to where most of what we need to operate in the physical world could be simulated to a degree that's directly transferable to the physical world? Or are we still very far away from that?
So I think we could even rephrase that question in some sense.
Please.
And then, so the power of simulation, right? As simulators get better and better, of course, becomes stronger, and we can learn more in simulation. But there's also another version, which is where you say the simulator doesn't even have to be that precise, as long as it's somewhat representative. And instead of trying to get one simulator that is sufficiently precise to learn and transfer really well to the real world, I'm going to build many simulators.
Ensemble of simulators.
Not any single one of them is sufficiently representative of the real world such that it would work if you train in there. But if you train in all of them, then there is something that's good in all of them. The real world will just be, another one of them. That's, not any one of them, but just another one of them.
Another sample from the distribution of simulators.
Exactly.
We do live in a simulation, so this is just one other one.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah. Definitely a very advanced simulator if it is.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. I've talked to Russell. It's something you think about a little bit too. Of course, you're really trying to build these systems, but do you think about the future of AI? A lot of people have concern about safety. How do you think about AI safety as you build robots that are operating in the physical world? What is how do you approach this problem in an engineering kind of way, in a systematic way?
So when a robot is doing things, you kind of have a few notions of safety to worry about. One is that the robot is physically strong and, of course, could do a lot of damage. Same for cars, which we can think of as robots do in some way. And this could be completely unintentional. So it could be not the kind of long-term AI safety concerns that, okay, AI is smarter than us and now what do we do? But it could be just very practical, okay, this robot, if it makes a mistake, what are the results going to be? Of course, simulation comes in a lot there to test in simulation. It's a difficult question, and I'm always wondering, let's say you look at...
What up, Pam?
Let's go back to driving, because a lot of people know driving well, of course.
What's up?
I'm just on the train right now.
All right. Are you able to play indefinitely, or do you need to wait till you get home?
I'm, I'm going to the I'm going to the gym right now. I'm just saying hello.
All right. What's good?
It's just yeah, I'm fine.
Are you gonna go to the gym and work on your hand-eye coordination so that you don't suck dick at mini golf?
You offended me.
Well, apologies. I don't mean to offend you. I'm just giving you some shit.
I have a neurodivergency that makes it very hard for that affects my hand-eye coordination, and it makes it very hard for me to have it. So you offended me.
Well, how was I supposed to know that? We've known each other for a year, and this is the first you've ever mentioned it.
Yes, because it's okay. I'm gonna say something a little bit controversial, right? There are a lot of neurodivergency out there, and like there's a lot that's misdiagnosed because autism is heavily like misdiagnosed. So there's a lot of people that go undiagnosed for these neurodivergencies that they don't know about because the awareness for autism is so high. It just fucking and the same with ADHD. I do have ADHD as well. But the awareness for autism is so high that no one knows about this neurodivergency. That it's like actually more common than autism.
Okay. So does that mean I can't make fun of how you play mini golf anymore?
I mean, you can.
All right. Well, you suck dick at it. When are you gonna improve?
When I get practice more.
All right. Do you want to practice now?
Rabbi, you'll get more viral. When you go viral, we'll raise more awareness about neurodivergencies
Well, yeah.
that are
Everybody's
not
gonna want an
ADHD and
explanation as to why you
autism.
suck dick at mini golf. So, yeah, everyone in the world will know. All right. So you're off to the gym. How much longer is your ride to the gym?
um, the train should be there in about 2 to 3 minutes, and then I gotta walk to the gym, which will take about another 5 to 10.
All right. So we're not playing right now. But when you're done and you're willing to spend some time working on your hand-eye
I'm
coordination,
gonna do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do an hour in the gym. So what's the time now? 3:30 roughly. By the time I get to the gym, it'll be like 3:35. So an hour would be 4:35, and then it takes an hour to get home. So about 6, 7 o'clock, which would be about 3.5 hours from now.
all right, that's perfect. I'd love to play with you then. Aside from that, how's your day going?
Doing the first aid course right now.
You're doing a first aid conference right now?
Third ace. I've just been doing a third aid course right now.
Oh, okay. How's that going?
Fine.
All right. What's up, Bunny?
What's up, gang?
How you living, Pimp?
I'll finish the phone. I seen you socialize.
Very cool. Well, welcome to my Discord. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
No, go ahead. Tell me about yourself.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. According to The Economist magazine in 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person someday. Bunny, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've, I've heard about the television show The Big Brother. I think it's one of those real like those reality shows. And the Truman Show I have heard about, but I've never seen. I don't know much about that.
That's okay. So the Truman Show is the story of a man whose every moment of life is on camera. Essentially, the only difference is that we have my consent to do this, and in that movie, they did not have his consent. But I feel that this can be studied in the future. In the past, people would have written a diary or a journal, and what makes me different is that I essentially have video archives. I have the world's largest time capsule or timeline. It is something that I want to use as a platform to be able to help with global issues, such as ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. I know it sounds like a lot, but it is worth tens of millions of dollars. It is a project that has built wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. I want to help with those types of endeavors to help end world thirst. Additionally, I'm a major advocate for the Lifestraw program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for the technology known as desalination, essentially where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. Right now we're watching documentaries, or I should say podcasts, on artificial intelligence. I talk about things like alien disclosure and life extension technology. When you were born, Bunny, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I'm going to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology. And if you're like, well, everything that you say sounds good, I don't think I'm going to be able to afford that, though. I want to help everybody who's helped me along the way. So, what does that mean for you? I want to make sure that you're able to afford these things and also be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations that are near and dear to your heart to help people. Some of the tech extension technologies that I want you to be able of which I want you to be able to take advantage are things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy and ambrosia therapy. But eventually you'll be 100 years old or 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, this has been really great, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? The next plan is a type of technology. Again, this is all with your consent. So if you just want to die at a normal age, Bunny, you're allowed to do that. I don't want to interfere with that. But if you want something more, which many of us do in the transhumanist philosophy, there's something known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, very important, we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, into a computer for later download.
You know what?
Go ahead.
I think that's genius.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So essentially, what we'd be able to do is know where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But Bunny, what I'm saying to you is that there may be an opportunity at digital immortality, and I'm glad you think that's genius. I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, I think that I think that's genius. The reason I say that is because realistic. I guess that would be for eternity, wouldn't it?
100%. That's what digital immortality is, my friend.
That's crazy. Wow,
I agree.
that is pretty incredible.
I agree. So we're just watching podcasts on that topic and similar topics. Um, Essentially, I'm available to you 100 percent of the time. Sometimes I'm asleep though. But if you ever need anything, I want you to know I'm here to support you. I am someone who wants to be a positive person in your life, who helps to bring you joy, who helps to be have an optimistic view, and just to give people hope. So if you ever need anything, Bunny, you should know I'm always here to help you. Okay?
But I think that's fantastic. I don't think it gets any more welcoming than that.
Excellent. I don't either. So with that, feel free to watch a podcast. We have people who come in and out. We've got people in Australia. The person who just left there from Australia. So a little bit later we'll be playing some games. I've got other people in here who are either perhaps they're sleeping. They like to sleep in here just to be part of the community and to essentially just have that connection to other people. And you're welcome to stay for the rest of your life if you'd like. So, with that, I'm going to continue playing the Lex Friedman podcast just to give you a breakdown of what I like to watch. Most I'm really into podcasts and learning. Most recently, we did a marathon of Kill Tony. Do you know what Kill Tony is, Bunny?
No, I'm not. I'm not familiar with that. What is that?
That's okay. It's the largest live podcast in the world. It takes place generally every Monday from the Comedy Mothership, which is located in Austin, Texas. That's Joe Rogan's comedy club. And they've been doing it now for 12
Sure.
years.
Yep.
Oh, excellent. I'm a big advocate of his podcast. So I watch Joe Rogan podcast quite often. We That's actually on the agenda for perhaps the next podcast that I'm going to do a marathon of. Right now, we're doing Lex Friedman, which is on like AI and international relations and robotics.
That's the future, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you believe in?
In what?
Obviously, you obviously believe in that the AI is the future, right?
Yeah, I'm a futurist, most certainly. So I think AI has a central role in the future of humanity. I just finished up a.
Now,
Go ahead.
sorry to interject. No,
You're
no, no.
okay.
Go ahead. My apologies.
No, no issue at all. If you have something to say, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna ask. So, yeah, no, I think the AI is very impressive. I mean, we've come a long way over the years. If you think about the past few decades, like even you know the Jetsons, like in those times, people had thought that that all these things would happen, and we've made a lot of technological advances since then. Imagine if we could go back then and show them what we've accomplished since then. If we had a time machine, I think that'd be pretty incredible. Unfortunately, we don't, but maybe one day.
That's absolutely correct,
Um,
and that's the right mentality to have. You should know that given enough time, anything is possible, even time travel.
yeah, and see, I think that's a pretty cool concept as well, time travel, right? Like, I think it's a really really cool concept.
I,
Um,
I do as well. The main issue with time travel is generally what's known as the grandfather paradox. It's the idea of what happens if you go back in time and kill your grandfather, what happens to you? And basically, our minds can't wrap itself or themselves around what happens in that scenario. There are other paradoxes that involve time travel as well, but that's a big one. But the idea is that maybe perhaps there may be a way to manipulate space time to be able to travel back in time and without manipulating anything in too much of a way that you'd be able to perhaps interact with the world.
I yeah, and you know what? It's interesting that you mentioned that because I know there's a lot of movies that touch base on that, and they try to figure out, like I guess Rick and Morty and the different dimensions and stuff, and
That's absolutely correct. Rick and
you know,
Morty, Family Guy touches on this. It even goes back to Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court.
yeah, no, absolutely. Wow, that would have been a really long time ago. When would you say that? What era of time would that be?
Well, King Arthur generally may, in modern day, may have been fictional, but let's get the exact amount of time. So I use AI in order to get accurate answers. I mean, I can give you a pretty good one. I would say probably something like maybe King Arthur, probably 1,000 years or so. Um, but why not get a better determination on the years? So just one moment. Here we go. How long ago,
You know,
approximately, was King Arthur's court? All right. Um, so anywhere between 1,000 to 1,500 years ago.
okay, so just to put that into perspective, Are we talking like Roman Empire times? Like, is that what we're talking about here?
So the fall of
Like how?
the fall of the Roman Empire generally is 476 of the Common Era. So we're looking at perhaps a couple centuries or as many as a few centuries after that.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Do you have any other questions?
No, 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 not at all. Not at all.
Excellent.
I think that's pretty cool. Sorry.
No, no problem at all. So we just finished up watching a marathon of Kill Tony, which is the largest live podcast in the world, which is has just been um, transitioned to go from YouTube to Netflix. So it's actually on Netflix right now, and they just did some arena shows. They've done the Forum in LA. They've done Madison Square Garden. So it's quite a big show. And now we're doing Lex Friedman podcast. There may be some other podcasts that we're going to do, but then we're going to do the Joe Rogan podcast perhaps. To watch every moment of every Joe Rogan podcast is approximately, at this point, 300 days. So that would take us basically to the end of the year. But I just always have something going on. So you can see, what my screen looks like. I have a camera pointed at the laptop. Many times people ask me, well, Rabbit, why don't you just share your screen on the laptop? I would love to. It is, there's an issue that occurs that um, the app crashes with Discord, or it just runs into issues, and at least this way, it doesn't have as many technical glitches. So apologies, it's not as high def, but the sound is quite good. And if you ever need anything again, I'm here for you. Right now, they're in a discussion, Lex and his guest. We just started this marathon today. We're on like episode 9 or 10 or something. Um, we have discussions on AI, the things that we just talked about. Why are we here? Are we alone? The big questions of society. Where's the world going with the evolution of the automated car, self-driving cars, AI, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. So these are all topics that are probably of interest to you. So feel free to enjoy.
Thank you.
You're
What
welcome.
do we do to test somebody for driving, right? They get a driver's license. What do they really do? I mean, you fill out some tests, and then you drive, and I mean,
For a few
in
minutes.
suburban California, that driving test is just you drive around the block, pull over, you do a stop sign successfully, and then you pull over again, and you're pretty much done. And you're like, okay, if a self-driving car did that, would you trust it that it can drive? And I'd be like, no, that's not enough for me to trust it. But somehow for humans, we've figured out that somebody being able to do that is representative of them being able to do a lot of other things. And so I think somehow for humans, we figured out representative tests of what it means if you can do this, what you can really do. Of course, testing humans don't want to be tested at all times. Self-driving cars or robots could be tested more often, probably. You can have replicas that get tested and they're known to be identical because they use the same neural net and so forth. But still, I feel like we don't have this kind of unit tests or proper tests for robots, and I think there's something very interesting to be thought about there, especially as you update things. Your software improves. You have a better self-driving car suite. You update it. How do you know it's indeed more capable on everything than what you had before, that you didn't have any bad things creep into it? So I think that's a very interesting direction of research that there is no real solution yet, except that somehow for humans we do. Because we say, okay, you have a driving test, you passed. You can go on the road now, and humans have accidents every million or 10 million miles, something pretty phenomenal compared to that short test
Yeah.
that is being done.
So let me ask. You mentioned that Andrew Ng, by example, showed you the value of kindness. And do you think the space of good policies for humans and for AI, is populated by policies that with kindness, or ones that are the opposite, exploitation, even evil? So if you just look at the sea of policies we operate under as human beings, or if AI system had to operate in this real world, do you think it's really easy to find fallacies that are full of kindness that can naturally fall into them, or is it like a very hard optimization problem?
I mean, there's kind of two optimizations happening for humans, right? So for humans, there's kind of the very long-term optimization, which evolution has done for us, and we're kind of predisposed to like certain things. And that's in some sense what makes our learning easier, because I mean, we know things like pain and hunger and thirst. And the fact that we know about those is not something that we were taught. That's kind of innate. When we're hungry, we're unhappy. When we're thirsty, we're unhappy. When we have pain, we're unhappy. And ultimately, evolution built that into us to think about those things. So I think there is a notion that it seems somehow humans evolved in general to prefer to get along in some ways, but at the same time also to be very territorial and kind of centric to their own tribe. It seems like that's the kind of space we converged onto. I mean, I'm not an expert in anthropology, but it seems like we're very kind of good within our own tribe, but need to be taught to be nice to other tribes.
Well, if you look at Steven Pinker, he highlights this pretty nicely in Better Angels of Our Nature, where he talks about violence decreasing over time consistently. So whatever tension, whatever teams we pick, it seems that the long arc of history goes towards us getting along more and more. So,
I hope so.
So do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robots this kind of kindness, this kind of ability to interact with humans, this kind of policy? Even to let me ask a fun one. Do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robot to love a human being and to inspire that human to love the robot back? So to like a RL-based algorithm that leads to a happy marriage.
It's an interesting question. Maybe I'll answer it with another question, right? I mean, but I'll come back to it. So another question you can have is, okay, I mean, how close does some people's happiness get from interacting with just a really nice dog? Like, I mean, dogs, you come home, that's what dogs do. They greet you. They're excited. It makes you happy when you come home to your dog. You're just like, okay, this is exciting. They're always happy when I'm here. And if they don't greet you, because maybe, whatever, your partner took them on a trip or something, you might not be nearly as happy when you get home, right? And so the kind of, it seems like the level of reasoning a dog has is pretty sophisticated, but then it's still not yet at the level of human reasoning. And so it seems like we don't even need to achieve human level reasoning to get like very strong affection with humans. And so my thinking is, why not, right? Why couldn't, with an AI, couldn't we achieve the kind of level of affection that humans feel among each other, or with friendly animals and so forth? It's a question, is it a good thing for us or not? That's another thing, right? Because, I mean, but I don't see why not.
Why not? Yeah. So Elon Musk says love is the answer. Maybe he should say love is the objective function, and then RL is the answer, right?
Oh, maybe.
Peter, thank you so much. I don't want to take up more of your time. Thank you so much for talking today.
Well, thanks for coming by. Great to have you visit.
The following is a conversation with Jürgen Schmidhuber. He's the co-director of the CS Swiss AI Lab and a co-creator of long short-term memory networks. LSTMs are used in millions of devices today for speech recognition, translation, and much more. Over 30 years, he has proposed a lot of interesting, out-of-the-box ideas on meta-learning, adversarial networks, computer vision, and even a formal theory of, quote, creativity, curiosity, and fun. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Jürgen Schmidt-Hoover. Early on, you dreamed of AI systems that self-improve recursively. When was that dream born?
When I was a baby? No, that's not true. When I was a teenager.
And what was the catalyst for that birth? What was the thing that first inspired you?
When I was a boy, I was thinking about what to do in my life, and then I thought the most exciting thing is to solve the riddles of the universe, and that means you have to become a physicist. However, then I realized that there's something even grander. You can try to build a machine that isn't really a machine any longer, that learns to become a much better physicist than I could ever hope to be. And that's how I thought maybe I can multiply my tiny little bit of creativity into infinity.
But ultimately, that creativity would be multiplied to understand the universe around us. That's the curiosity for that mystery that drove you.
Yes, so if you can build a machine that learns to solve more and more complex problems and more general problem solver, then you basically have solved all the problems, at least all the solvable problems.
So how do you think, what does the mechanism for that kind of general solver look like? Obviously, we don't quite yet have one or know how to build one. We have ideas, and you have had throughout your career several ideas about it. So how do you think about that mechanism?
So in the 80s, I thought about how to build this machine that learns to solve all these problems that I cannot solve myself. And I thought it is clear it has to be a machine that not only learns to solve this problem here and this problem here, but it also has to learn to improve the learning algorithm itself. So it has to have the learning algorithm in a representation that allows it to inspect it and modify it such that it can come up with a better learning algorithm. So I call that meta learning, learning to learn, and recursive self-improvement. That is really the pinnacle of that, where you then not only learn how to improve on that problem and on that, but you also improve the way the machine improves, and you also improve the way it improves itself. And that was my 1987 diploma thesis, which was all about that hierarchy of meta learners that have no computational limits except for the well-known limits that Gödel identified in 1931, and for the limits of physics.
In the recent years, meta learning has gained popularity in a specific kind of form. You've talked about how that's not really meta learning with neural networks. That's more basic transfer learning. Can you talk about the difference between the big general meta learning and a more narrow sense of meta learning, the way it's used today, the way it's talked about today?
Let's take the example of a deep neural network that has learned to classify images. And maybe you have trained that network on 100 different databases of images. And now a new database comes along, and you want to quickly learn the new thing as well. So one simple way of doing that is you take the network, which already knows 100 types of databases, and then you just take the top layer of that, and you retrain that using the new label data that you have in the new image database. And then it turns out that it really, really quickly can learn that too. One shot, basically, because from the first 100 data sets, it already has learned so much about computer vision that it can reuse that, and that is then almost good enough to solve the new task, except you need a little bit of adjustment on the top. So that is transfer learning, and it has been done in principle for many decades. People have done similar things for decades. Meta learning, true meta learning, is about
having the learning algorithm itself open to introspection by the system that is using it, and also open to modification, such that the learning system has an opportunity to modify any part of the learning algorithm, and then evaluate the consequences of that modification, and then learn from that to create a better learning algorithm, and so on recursively. So that's a very different animal, where you are opening the space of possible learning algorithms to the learning system itself.
Right. So you've, like in the 2004 paper, you described Gado machines, programs that rewrite themselves.
Yeah.
Right. Philosophically and even in your paper, mathematically, these are really compelling ideas. But practically, do you see these self-referential programs being successful in the near term, having an impact where sort of it demonstrates to the world that this direction is a good one to pursue in the near term?
Yes. We had these two different types of fundamental research, how to build a universal problem solver. One basically exploiting with asymptotically optimal, theoretically optimal self-improvers and problem solvers. However, one has to admit that through this process comes in an additive constant, an overhead, an additive overhead that vanishes in comparison to what you have to do to solve large problems. However, for many of the small problems that we want to solve in our everyday life, we cannot ignore this constant overhead. And that's why we also have been doing other things, non-universal things, such as recurrent neural networks, which are trained by gradient descent, and local search techniques, which aren't universal at all, which aren't provably optimal at all, like the other stuff that we did, but which are much more practical, as long as we only want to solve the small problems that we are typically trying to solve in this environment here. Yeah, so the universal problem solvers, like the Gödel machine, but also Markus Hutter's fastest way of solving all possible problems, which he developed around 2002 in my lab, they are associated with these constant overheads for proof search, which guarantees that the thing that you're doing is optimal. For example, there is this fastest way of solving all problems with a computable solution, which is due to Markus Hutter. And however, it's not practical, because the overhead, the constant overhead, is so large that for the small kinds of problems that we want to solve in this little bunch here.
By the way, when you say small, you're talking about things that fall within the constraints of our computational systems. They can seem quite large to us mere humans.
Right? That's right, yeah. So they seem large and even unsolvable in a practical sense today, but they are still small compared to almost all problems, because almost all problems are large problems, which are much larger than any constant.
Do you find it useful as a person who has dreamed of creating a general learning system, has worked on creating one, has done a lot of interesting ideas there, to think about P versus NP, this formalization of how hard problems are, how they scale, this kind of worst case analysis type of thinking? Do you find that useful, or is it only just a mathematical, it's a set of mathematical techniques to give you intuition about what's bad?
So P twists are necessary to change what we already have, to come up with that as well. As long as we don't have that, we admit that we are taking suboptimal ways, and recurrent neural networks and large short-term memory for equipped with local search techniques, and we are happy that it works better than any competing method, but that doesn't mean that we think we
said that an AGI system will ultimately be a simple one. A general intelligence system will ultimately be a simple one. Maybe pseudocode of a few lines to be able to describe it. Can you talk through your intuition behind this idea? Why you feel that at its core, intelligence is a simple algorithm?
Experience tells us that the stuff that works best is really simple. So the asymptotically optimal ways of solving problems, if you look at them, functions and derivatives of error functions and stuff like that. So without that language that greatly simplifies our way of thinking about these problems, we couldn't do anything. So in that sense, as always, we are standing on the shoulders of the giants who, in the past, simplified the problem of problem solving so much that now we have a chance to do the final step.
So the final step will be a simple one. If we take a step back from all of human civilization, just the universe in general, how do you think about evolution? And what if creating a universe is required to achieve this final step? What if going through the very painful and inefficient process of evolution is needed to come up with this set of abstractions that ultimately lead to intelligence? Do you think there's a shortcut, or do you think we have to create something like our universe in order to create something like human level intelligence?
So far, the only example we have is this one, this universe.
Do you think it can do better?
Maybe not, but we are part of this whole process. So apparently, so it might be the case that the code that runs the universe is really, really simple. Everything points to that possibility because gravity and other basic forces are really simple laws that can be easily described also in just a few lines of code, basically. So there's an alternative explanation where everything that we consider random is actually pseudo-random, such as the decimal expansion of pi, 3.141, and so on, which looks random, but isn't. So pi is interesting because every three-digit sequence, every sequence of 3 digits appears roughly 1 in 1,000 times, and every 5 of extra bits to describe all these extra bits of information. So as long as we don't have evidence that there is no short program that computes the entire history of the entire universe, we are, as scientists, compelled to look further for that shortest program.
Your intuition says there exists a program that can backtrack to the creation of the universe.
Yeah,
so the shortest path to the creation of the universe.
Yes, including all the entanglement things and all the spin up and down measurements that have been taken place since 13.8 billion years ago and so on. Yeah, so we don't have a proof that it is random. We don't have a proof that it is compressible to a short program. But as long as we don't have that proof, we are obliged as scientists to keep looking for that simple explanation.
Absolutely. So you said
much longer and therefore uglier
and uglier. Again, simplicity is elegant and beautiful.
All the history of science is a history of compression progress.
Yeah, so you've described sort of you build up abstractions and you've talked about the idea of compression. How do you see this, the history of science, the history of humanity, our civilization, our life on Earth, as some kind of path towards greater and greater compression? What do you mean by that? How do you think about that?
Indeed, the history of science is a history of compression progress. What does that mean? Hundreds of years ago, there was an astronomer whose name was Kepler, and he looked at the data point that he got by watching planets move, and then he had all these data points, and suddenly it turned out that he can greatly compress the data by predicting it through an ellipse law. So it turns out that all these data points are more or less on ellipses around the sun. And another guy came along whose name was Newton, and before him Hooke. And they said the same thing, that is making these planets move like that is what makes the atoms fall down. And it also holds for stones and for all kinds of other objects. And suddenly many of these of these observations became much more compressible. Because as long as you can predict the next thing, given what you have seen so far, you can compress it. You don't have to store that data extra. This is called predictive coding. And then there was still something wrong with that theory of the universe, and you had deviations from these predictions of the theory. And 300 years later, another guy came along. His name was Einstein. And he was able to the depth of the insight that you have at that moment. That's the fun that you have, the scientific fun, the fun in that discovery. And we can build artificial systems that do the same thing, that measure the depth of their insights as they are looking at the data which is coming in through their own experiments, and we give them a reward, an intrinsic reward, in proportion to this depth of insight. And since they are trying to maximize the rewards they get, they are suddenly motivated to come up with new action sequences, with new experiments that have the property that the data that is coming in as a consequence of these experiments has the property that they can learn something about, see a pattern in there which they hadn't seen yet before.
So there's an idea of power play you described, training a general problem solver in this kind of way.
Only trying to find answers to existing questions. No, they are also free to pose their own questions. So if you want to build an artificial scientist, you have to give it that freedom, and power play is exactly doing that.
So that's a dimension of freedom that's important to have. But how hard do you think that, how multi-dimensional and difficult the space of then coming up with your own questions is?
Yeah.
So it's one of the things that as human beings we consider to be the thing that makes us special, the intelligence that makes us special, is that brilliant insight.
Yeah.
That can create something totally new.
Yes. So now let's look at the extreme case. Let's look at the set of all possible problems that you can formally describe, which is infinity. Which should be the next problem that a scientist or a power play is going to solve? Well, it should be the easiest problem that goes beyond what you already know. So it should be the simplest problem that the current problem solver that you have, which can already solve 100 problems, that he cannot solve yet by just generalizing. So it has to be new. So it has to require a modification of the problem solver, such that the new problem solver can solve this new thing, but the old problem solver cannot do it. And in addition to that, we have to make sure that the problem solver doesn't forget any of the previous solutions.
Right.
And so, by definition, power play is now trying always to search in this pair of, in the set of pairs of problems and problem solver modifications for a combination that minimize the time to achieve these criteria. So it's always trying to find the problem which is easiest to add to the repertoire.
So just like grad students and academics and researchers can spend their whole career in a local minima, stuck trying to come up with interesting questions, but ultimately doing very little. Do you think it's easy, or in this approach of looking for the simplest unsolvable problem, to get stuck in a local minima, is not never really discovering really jumping outside of the 100 problems that you've already solved in a genuine, creative way.
No, because that's the nature of power play, that it's always trying to break its current generalization abilities by coming up with a new problem which is beyond the current horizon. So just shifting the horizon of knowledge a little bit out there, breaking the existing rules, such that the new thing becomes solvable, but wasn't solvable by the old thing. So, like adding a new axiom, like what Gödel did when he came up with these new sentences, new theorems that didn't have a proof in the formal system, which means you can add them to the repertoire, hoping that they are not going to damage the consistency of the as well, because evolution discovered that's a good way of exploring the unknown world, and a guy who explores the unknown world has a higher chance of solving problems that he needs to survive in this world. On the other hand, those guys who were too curious, they were weeded out as well. So you have to find this trade-off. Evolution found a certain trade-off. Apparently in our society there is a certain percentage of extremely exploited guys, and it doesn't matter if they die because many of the others are more conservative. And so yeah, it would be surprising to me if that principle of artificial curiosity, creativity, like applied art, where somebody tells you, now make a nice picture of this Pope, and you will get money for that. Okay, so here is the artist, and he makes a convincing picture of the Pope, and the Pope likes it and gives him money. And then there is the pure creativity, which is more like the power play and the artificial curiosity thing, where you have the freedom to select your own problem. Like a scientist who defines his own question to study. And so that is the pure creativity, if you will, as opposed to the applied creativity which serves another.
And in that distinction, there's almost echoes of narrow AI versus general AI. So this kind of constrained painting of a Pope seems like the approaches of what people are calling narrow AI. And pure creativity seems to be, maybe I'm just biased as a human, but it seems to be an essential element of human level intelligence. Is that what you're implying? To a degree?
If you zoom back a little bit and you just look at a general problem solving machine which is trying to solve arbitrary problems, then this machine will figure out in the course of solving problems that it's good to be curious. So all of what I said just now about this pre-wired curiosity and this will to invent new problems that the system doesn't know how to solve yet should be just a byproduct of the general search. However, apparently evolution has built it into us because it turned out to be so successful, a pre-wiring, a bias, a very successful exploratory bias that we are born with.
And you've also said that consciousness in the same kind of way may be a byproduct of problem solving.
Yeah.
Do you find it's an interesting byproduct? Do you think it's a useful byproduct? What are your thoughts on consciousness in general? Or is it simply a byproduct of greater and greater capabilities of problem solving that's similar to creativity in that sense?
Yeah. We never have a procedure called consciousness in our machines. However, we get as side effects of what these machines are doing things that seem to be closely related to what people call consciousness. Stand for everything that frequently appears in the environment, like bottles and microphones and faces, maybe lots of faces in my environment. So I'm learning to create something like a prototype face, and the new face comes along, and all I have to encode are the deviations from the prototype. So it's compressing all the time the stuff that frequently appears. There's one thing that appears all the time that is present all the time when the agent is interacting with its environment, which is the agent itself. So just for data compression reasons, it is extremely natural for this recurrent network to come up with little subnetworks that stand for the properties of the agents, the fan, the other actuators, and all the stuff that you need to better encode the data which is influenced by the actions of the agent. So there, just as a side effect of data compression during problem solving, you have internal self-models. Now you can use this model of the world to plan your future. And that's what you also have done since 1990. So the
neural networks have gotten a lot of success recently. So these are networks that model the temporal aspects in the data, temporal patterns in the data. And you've called them the deepest of the neural networks, right? So what do you think is the value of depth in the models that we use to learn?
Since you mentioned the long short-term memory and the LSTM, I have to mention the names of the brilliant students who
Of course.
First of all, my first student ever, Sepp Hochreiter, who had fundamental insights already in his diploma thesis. Then Felix Geers, who had additional important contributions. Alex Graves, a guy from Scotland, who is mostly have to look far back in time to understand what is the problem and to solve it.
But just like with LSTMs, you don't necessarily need to, when you look back in time, remember every aspect. You just need to remember the important aspects.
That's right. The network has to learn to put the important stuff into memory and to ignore the unimportant noise.
So, but in that sense, deeper and deeper is better? Or is there a limitation? Is there, I mean, LSTM is one of the great examples of architectures that do something beyond just deeper and deeper networks. There's clever mechanisms for filtering data, for remembering and forgetting. So do you think that that kind of thinking is necessary? If you think about LSTMs as a big leap forward over traditional vanilla RNNs, what do you think is the next leap within this context? So LSTM is a very clever improvement, but LSTMs still don't have the same kind of ability to see far back in the future, in the past, as us humans do. The credit assignment problem across way back,
not speech and whatever, and is executing actions and is trying to maximize reward. So there is no teacher who tells it what to do at which point in time. And then there's the other network, which is just predicting what's going to happen if I do that and that. And that could be an LSTM network. And it allows to look back all the way to make better predictions of the next time step. So essentially, although it's predicting only the next time step, it is motivated to learn to put into memory something that happened maybe a million steps ago, because it's important to memorize that if you want to predict that at the next time step, the next event. Now, how can a model of the world like that, a predictive model of the world, be used by the first guy? Let's call it the controller and the model. The controller and the model. How can the model be used by the controller to efficiently select among these many futures? It's a naive way.
So you're ultimately optimistic and excited about the power of RL, of reinforcement learning, in the context of real systems?
Absolutely, yeah.
So you see RL as a potential having a huge impact beyond just sort of the M part is often developed on supervised learning methods. You see RL as a for problems of self-driving cars or any kind of applied side of robotics. That's the correct, interesting direction for research in your view?
I do think so. We have a company called Nascence, which has applied reinforcement learning to little Audis, which learn to park without a teacher. The same principle.
Humans.
Yeah.
where do you think the success will come from?
So at the moment, we have a tendency of using physics simulations to learn behavior for machines that learn to solve problems that humans also do not know how to solve. However, this is not the future, because the future is in what little babies do. They don't use a physics engine to simulate the world. No, they learn a predictive model of the world, which maybe sometimes is wrong in many ways, but captures all kinds of important abstract high-level predictions which are really important to be successful. And that's what was the future 30 years ago when we started that type of research, but it's still the future, and now we know much better how to go there, to move forward, and to really make working systems based on that, where you have a learning model of the world, that learns to predict what's going to happen if I do that and that, was the implementation of genetic algorithm, of a genetic programming system in Prolog. So Prolog, that's what you learned back then, which is a logic programming language. And the Japanese, they have this huge fifth generation AI project, which was mostly about logic programming back then. Although neural networks existed and were well known back then, and deep learning has existed since 1965, since this guy in the Ukraine, Ivakhenko, started it. But the Japanese and many other people, they focus really on this logic programming, and I was influenced to the extent that I said, okay, let's take these biologically and little to do with theorem proving themselves. Then, as long as that is not the case, you would just want to have better pattern recognition. So to build a self-driving car, you want to have better pattern recognition and pedestrian recognition and all these things, and you want to minimize the number of false positives, which is currently slowing down self-driving cars in many ways, and all of that has very little to do with logic programming. Yeah.
What are you most excited about in terms of directions of artificial intelligence at this moment?
A much bigger AI wave is coming than the one that we are currently witnessing, which is mostly about passive pattern recognition on your smartphone. This is about active machines that shape the data through the actions they are executing, and they learn to do that in a good way. So many of the traditional industries are going to be affected by that. All the companies that are building machines will equip these machines with cameras and other sensors, and they are going to learn to solve all kinds of problems through interaction with humans, but also a lot on their own to improve what they already can do. And lots of old economy is going to be affected by that. And in recent years, I've seen that old economy is actually waking up and realizing that this is the case. And
are you optimistic about that future? Are you concerned? There's a lot of people concerned in the near term about the transformation of the nature of work. The kind of ideas that you just suggested would have a significant impact of what kind of things could be automated. Are you optimistic about that future? Are you nervous about that future? And looking a little bit farther into the future, there's people like Elon Musk, Stuart Russell, concerned about the existential threats of that future. So in the near term, job loss, in the long term, existential threat, are these concerns to you, or are you ultimately optimistic?
So let's first address the near future. We have had predictions of job losses for many decades. For example, when industrial robots came along, many people predicted that lots of jobs are going to get lost. And in a sense, they were right, because back then there were lots of likes and whatever, and even making money from that. So Homo ludens, the playing man, doesn't want to be unemployed, and that's why he's inventing new jobs all the time.
And he keeps considering these jobs as really important and is investing a lot of energy and hours of work into those new jobs.
That's quite beautifully put. We're really nervous about the future because we can't predict how many jobs will be created. We are ultimately optimistic. Right? We humans are so restless that we create and give meaning to newer and newer jobs, totally new likes on things that get likes on Facebook or whatever the social platform is. So what about long-term existential threat of AI, where our whole civilization may be swallowed up by this ultra super intelligent systems?
Maybe it's not going to be swallowed up, but I'd be surprised if we humans were the last step in the evolution of the universe. Rest of the solar system gets 2 billion times more solar energy than our little planet. There's lots of material out there that you can use to build robots and self-replicating robot factories and all this stuff. And they are going to do that. And they will be scientists and curious, and they will explore what they can do. And in the beginning, they will be fascinated by life and by their own origins and our civilization. They will want to understand that completely, just like people today would like to understand how life works and also the history of our own existence and civilization, and also physical laws that created all of that. So they, in the beginning, they will be fascinated by life. Once they understand it, they lose interest, like anybody who loses interest in things he understands. And then, as you said, the most interesting sources of information for them will be others of their own kind. So, at least in the long run, there seems to be some sort of protection through lack of interest on the other side. And now it seems also clear, as far as we understand physics, you need matter and energy to compute and to build more robots and infrastructure and more AI civilization and AI ecologies consisting of trillions of different types of AIs. And so it seems inconceivable to me that this thing is not going to expand. Some AI ecology not controlled by one AI, but by trillions of different types of AIs competing in all kinds of quickly evolving and disappearing ecological niches in ways that we cannot fathom at the moment. But it's going to expand, limited by light speed and physics, but it's going to expand. And now we realize that the universe is still young. It's only 13.8 billion years old. And it's going to be 1,000 times older than that. So there's plenty of time to conquer the entire universe and to fill it with intelligence and send us a receiver such that AIs can travel the way they are traveling in our labs today, which is by radio from sender to receiver. And let's call the current age of the universe 1 eon. 1 eon. Now it will take just a few eons from now, and the entire visible universe is going to be full of that stuff. And let's look ahead to a time when the universe is going to be 1,000 times older than it is now. They will look back and they will say, look, almost immediately after the Big Bang, only a few eons later, the entire universe started to become intelligent. Now to your question, how do we see whether anything like that has already happened or is already in a more advanced stage in some other part of the universe, of the visible universe? We are trying to look out there and nothing like that has happened so far. Or is that true?
Do you think we'll recognize it? Well, how do we know it's not among us? How do we know planets aren't in themselves intelligent beings, how do we know ants, seen as a collective, are not much greater intelligence than our own? These kinds of ideas.
When I was a boy, I was thinking about these things, and I thought maybe it has already happened, because back then I learned from popular physics books that the structure, the large scale structure of the universe is not homogeneous. You have these clusters of galaxies, and then in between there are these huge empty spaces. And I thought, maybe they aren't really empty. It's just that in the middle of that, some AI civilization already has expanded and then has covered a bubble of a billion light years diameter and is using all the energy of all the stars within that bubble for its own unfathomable purposes. And so it always happened, and we just fail to interpret the signs. But then I learned that gravity by itself explains the large scale structure of the universe, and that this is not a convincing explanation. And then I thought, maybe it's the dark matter, because as far as we know today, 80% of the measurable matter is invisible. And we know that because otherwise our galaxy or other galaxies would fall apart. They are rotating too quickly. And then the idea was, maybe all of these AI civilizations that are already out there, they are just invisible because they're really efficient at using the energies of their own local systems, and that's why they appear dark to us. This is also not a convincing explanation, because then the question becomes, why is there are there still any visible stars left in our own galaxy, which also must have a lot of dark matter? So that is also not a convincing. And today, I like to think it's quite plausible that maybe we are the first, at least in our local light cone, within the few hundreds of millions of light years that we can reliably observe.
Is that exciting to you? That we might be the first?
And it would make us much more important, because if we mess it up through a nuclear war, then maybe this will have an effect on the development of the entire universe.
So let's not mess it up.
Let's not mess it up.
Jürgen, thank you so much for talking today. I really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
Application independent algorithms for imperfect information game solving. And this is a game that's actually played by humans. You don't see that much on TV or casinos because, well, for various reasons, but you do see it in some expert level casinos, and you see it in the best poker movies of all time. It's actually an event in the World Series of Poker, but mostly it's played online, and typically for big sums of money. And this is a game that usually only experts play. So if you go to your home game on a Friday night, it probably is not going to be Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em. It might be No Limit Texas Hold'em in some cases, but typically for a big group, but it's not as competitive. While Heads Up means it's two players, so it's really like me against you. Am I better or are you better? Much like chess or Go in that sense, but an imperfect information game, which makes it much harder because I have to deal with issues of
17 liberatas. How do you pronounce it? Libratas means
little Latin there.
A little bit Latin. Libratas means a few, four expert players. Can you describe that event? What you learned from it? What was it like? What was the process in general for people who have not read the papers and study?
Yeah. So the event was that we invited 4 of the top 10 players. These are specialist players in Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em, which is very important because this game is actually quite different than the multiplayer version. We brought them in to Pittsburgh to play at the Rivers Casino for 20 days. We wanted to get 120,000 hands in because we wanted to get statistical significance. So it's a lot of hands for humans to play. Even for this top screen shows everything that's happening, the cards coming out, and shows the bets being made. And we also had the betting history for the human. So if the human forgot what had happened in the hand so far, they could actually reference back and so forth.
Is there a reason they were given access to the betting history, or?
Well, we just it didn't really matter. They wouldn't have forgotten anyway. These are top quality people, but we just wanted to put out there so it's not a question of the human forgetting and the AI somehow trying to get advantage of better memory.
So what was that like? I mean, that was an incredible accomplishment. So what did it feel like before the event? Did you have doubt, hope, or where was your confidence at?
Yeah, that's great. Great question. So, 18 months earlier, I had organized a similar Brains versus AI competition with our previous AI called Cloudical, and we couldn't beat the humans. This time around, it was only 18 months later, and I knew that this new AI Libratus was way stronger. But it's hard to say how you'll do against the top humans before you try. So I thought we had about a 50-50 shot. And the international betting sites put us as a 4-1 or 5-1 underdog. So it's kind of interesting that people really believe in people and over AI. Not just people don't just believe in themselves, but they have overconfidence in other people as well compared to the performance of AI. And yeah, so we were a 4-1 or 5-1 underdog, and even after 3 days of beating the humans in a row, we were still 50-50 on the international betting sites.
Do you think there's something special and magical about poker in the way people think about it? In the sense, I mean, even in chess, there's no Hollywood movies. Poker is the star of many movies, and there's this feeling that certain human facial expressions and body are affected in the game of poker.
Yeah, so you're exactly right. So when you go from a game tree that's 10 to the 161, especially in an imperfect information game, it's way too large to show directly, even with our fastest equilibrium finding algorithms. So you want to abstract it first. And abstraction in games is much trickier than abstraction in MDPs or other single agent settings. Because you have these abstraction pathologies. And if I have a finer grained abstraction, the strategy that I can get from that for the real game might actually be worse than the strategy I can get from the coarse grained abstraction. So you have to be very careful.
Now, the kinds of abstractions, just to zoom out, we're talking about, there's the hands abstractions, and then there's betting strategies.
Yeah, betting actions, yeah.
Betting actions.
So there's information abstraction, to talk about general games. Information abstraction, which is the abstraction of what chance does, and this would be the cards in the case of poker. And then there's action abstraction, which is abstracting the actions of the actual players, which would be bets in the case of poker.
Yourself and the other players?
Yes, yourself and other players. And for information abstraction, we were completely automated. So these are algorithms. They do what we call potential aware abstraction, where we don't just look at the value of the hand, but also how it might materialize into good or bad hands over time. And it's a certain kind of bottom-up process with integer programming there and clustering and various aspects. How do you build this abstraction? And then in the action abstraction, there it's largely based on how humans and other AIs have played this game in the past, but in the beginning we actually used an automated action abstraction technology, which is provably convergent, that it finds the optimal combination of bet sizes, but it's not very scalable. So we couldn't use it for the whole game, but we use it for the first couple of betting actions.
So what's more important, the strength of the hand, so the information abstraction, or the how you play them, the actions? Does it, the romanticized notion again is that it doesn't matter what hands you have, that the actions, the betting, may be the way you win no matter what hands you have.
Yeah, so that's why you have to play a lot of hands, so that the role of luck gets smaller. So you could otherwise get lucky and get some good hands, and then you're gonna win the match. Even with thousands of hands, you can get lucky because there's so much variance in No Limit Texas Hold'em, because if we both go all in, it's a huge stack of variance. So there are these massive swings in No Limit Texas Hold'em. So that's why you have to play not just thousands, but over 100,000 hands to get statistical significance.
So let me ask another this question. If you didn't even look at your hands, but they didn't know that, your opponents didn't know that, how well would you be able to do?
That's a good question. There's actually, I heard the story that there's this Norwegian female poker player called Annette Oberstad, who's actually won a turn where we allow the opponent to actually take different strategies at the leaf of the search tree, if you will. And that is a different way of doing it, that it doesn't assume, therefore, a particular way that the opponent plays, but it allows the opponent to choose from a set of different continuation strategies, and that forces us to not be too optimistic in a look-ahead search. That's one way you can do sound look-ahead search in imperfect information games, which is very difficult. And you were asking about Deep Stack.
Yes.
What they did was very different than what we do, either in Libratus or in this new work. They were randomly generating various situations in the game. Then they were doing a look ahead from there to the end of the game, as if that was the start of a different game. And then they were using deep learning to learn those values of those states, but the states were not just the physical states, they include the belief distributions.
When you talk about look ahead for Deep Stack or with Libratus, does it mean considering every possibility that the game can evolve? Are we talking about extremely sort of like this exponential growth of a tree?
Yes. So we're talking about exactly that. Much like you do with alpha beta search or Monte Carlo tree search, but with different techniques. So there's a different search algorithm, and then we have to deal with the leaves differently. So if you think about what Libratus did, we didn't have to worry about this, because we only did it at the end of the game. So we would always terminate into a real situation, and we would know what the payout is. It didn't do these depth limited look aheads. But now in this new paper, which is called depth limited, I think it's called depth limited search for imperfect information games, we can actually do sound depth limited look ahead. So we can actually start to do the look ahead from the beginning of the game on, because that's too complicated to do for this whole long game. So in Libratus we were just doing it for the end.
So, and then the other side is belief distribution. So is it explicitly modeled what kind of beliefs that the opponent might have?
Yeah, it is explicitly modeled, but it's not assumed. The beliefs are actually output, not input. Of course, the starting beliefs are input, but they just fall from the rules of the game, because we know that the dealer deals uniformly from the deck. So I know that every pair of cards that you might have is equally likely. I know that for a fact. That just follows from the rules of the game. Of course, except the 2 cards that I have. I know you don't have those. You have to take that into account. That's called card removal, and that's very important.
Is the dealing always coming from a single deck in heads up? So
yes.
You can assume
single deck. So you know that if I have the ace of spades, I know you don't have an ace of spades.
So in the beginning, your belief is basically the fact that it's a fair dealing of hands, but how do you start to adjust that belief?
Well, that's where this beauty of game theory comes. So Nash equilibrium, which John Nash introduced in 1950, introduces what rational play is when you have more than one player. And if we know the strategy for player 1, Nash equilibrium will say that you play 1/3 rock, 1/3 paper, 1/3 scissors. From that I can derive my beliefs on the information set that they're 1/3, 1/3, 1/3.
So Bayes gives you that.
Bayes gives you.
But is that specific to a particular player, or is it something you quickly update with the specific player?
The game theory isn't really player specific. So that's also why we don't need any data. We don't need any history how these particular humans played in the past, or how any AI or human had played before. It's all about rationality. So we just think the AI just thinks about what would a rational opponent do, and what would I do if I were I am rational, and that's the idea of game theory. So it's really a data-free, opponent-free approach.
So it comes from the design of the game as opposed to the design of the player.
Exactly. There's no opponent modeling per se. I mean, we've done some work on combining opponent modeling with game theory so you can exploit weak players even more, but that's another strand, and in Librados we didn't turn that on because I decided that these players are too good, and when you start to exploit an opponent, you typically open yourself up to exploitation. And these guys have so few holes to exploit, and they're world's leading experts in counter exploitation. So I decided that we're not going to turn that stuff on.
Actually, I saw a few of your papers exploiting opponents. It sounded very interesting to explore. Do you think there's room for exploitation generally outside of Librados? Is there a subject or people differences that could be exploited? Maybe not just in poker, but in general interactions, negotiations, all these other domains that you're considering?
Yeah, definitely. We've done some work on that, and I really like the work that hybridizes the two. So you figure out what would a rational opponent do. And by the way, that's safe in these zero-sum games, two-player zero-sum games, because if the opponent does something irrational, yes, it might throw off my beliefs, but the amount that the player can gain by throwing off my belief is always less than they lose by playing poorly. So it's safe. But still, if somebody's weak as a player, you might want to play differently to exploit them more. So that you can think about it this way: a game theoretic strategy is unbeatable, but it doesn't maximally beat the other opponent. So the winnings per hand might be better with a different strategy. And the hybrid is that you start from a game theoretic approach, and then as you gain data about the opponent in certain parts of the game tree, then in those parts of the game tree, you start to tweak your strategy more and more towards exploitation, while still staying fairly close to the game theoretic strategy so as to not open yourself up to exploitation too much.
How do you do that? Do you try to vary up strategies, make it unpredictable? It's like, what is it, tit for tat strategies in Prisoner's Dilemma, or?
Well, it hasn't. That's a repeated game.
Repeated games,
Simple
that's right.
Prisoner's Dilemma, repeated games.
Yeah.
But even there's no proof that says that that's the best thing. But experimentally, it actually does well.
So what kind of games are there, first of all? I don't know if this is something you could just summarize. So there's perfect information games where all the information is on the table. There's imperfect information games. There's repeated games that you play over and over. There's zero-sum games. There's non-zero-sum games.
Yeah.
And there's really important distinction you're making: two-player versus more players. So what other games are there, and what's the difference, for example, with this two-player game versus more players?
Yeah.
What are the key differences?
Great. So let me start from the basics. So a repeated game is a game where the same exact game is played over and over. In these extensive form games, where think about tree form, maybe with these information sets to represent incomplete information, you can have kind of repetitive interactions. Even repeated games are a special case of that, by the way. But the game doesn't have to be exactly the same. It's like in sourcing auctions. Yes, we're going to see the same supply base year to year, but what I'm buying is a little different every time, and the supply base is a little different every time, and so on. So it's not really repeated. So to find a purely repeated game is actually very rare in the world. So they're really a very coarse model of what's going on. Then, if you move up from just repeated, simple repeated matrix games, not all the way to extensive form games, but in between, there's stochastic games, where there's these think about it like these little matrix games, and when you take an action and your opponent takes an action, they determine not which next state I'm going to, but the distribution over next games where I might be going to. So that's the stochastic game, but it's like matrix games repeated, stochastic games, extensive form games. That is from less to more general. And poker is an example of the last one. So it's really the most general setting, extensive form games, and that's kind of what the AI community has been working on and been benchmarking smart on with this heads up collision Texas Hold'em.
You describe extensive form games. What's the motto here?
Yeah, so if you're familiar with the tree form, so it's really the tree form. Like in chess, there's the search tree.
Versus a matrix.
Versus a matrix, yeah. And that the matrix is called the matrix form or bimatrix form or normal form game. And here you have the tree form, so you can actually do certain types of reasoning there that you lose the information when you go to normal form. There's a certain form of equivalence, like if you go from tree form and you say every possible contingency plan is a strategy, then I can actually go back to the normal form, but I lose some information from the lack of sequentiality. Then the multiplayer versus two-player distinction is an important one. So two-player games in zero-sum are conceptually easier and computationally easier. They're still huge like this one, but they're conceptually easier and computationally easier in that conceptually you don't have to worry about which equilibrium is the other guy going to play when there are multiple, because any equilibrium strategy is the best response to any other equilibrium strategy. So I can play a different equilibrium from you and we'll still get the right values of the game. That falls apart even with two players when you have general sum games.
Even without cooperation, just
even without cooperation. So there's a big gap from two-player zero sum to two-player general sum, or even to three-player zero sum. That's a big gap, at least in theory.
Can you maybe non-mathematically provide the intuition why it all falls apart with three or more players? It seems like you should still be able to have a Nash equilibrium that's instructive, that holds.
Okay, so it is true that all finite games have a Nash equilibrium. So this is what John Nash actually proved. So they do have a Nash equilibrium. That's not the problem. The problem is that there can be many. And then there's a question of which equilibrium to select. So, and if you select your strategy from a different equilibrium and I select mine, then what does that mean? And in these non-zero sum games, we may lose some joint benefit by being just simply stupid. We could actually both be better off if we did something else.
Yes.
And in three-player, you get other problems also like collusion. Like maybe you and I can gang up on a third player and we can do radically better by colluding. So there are lots of issues that come up there.
So Noah Brown, the student you worked with on this, has mentioned, I looked through the AMA on Reddit, he mentioned that the ability of poker players to collaborate would make the game. He was asked the question of, how would you make the game of poker, or both of you were asked the question, how would you make the game of poker beyond being solvable by current AI methods? And he said that there's not many ways of making poker more difficult, but collaboration or cooperation between players would make it extremely difficult. So can you provide the intuition behind why that is, if you agree with that idea?
Yeah, so I've done a lot of work with coalitional games, and we actually have a paper here with my other student Gabriele Farina and some other collaborators on at NIPS on that. Actually just came back from the poster session where we presented this. But when you have collusion, it's a different problem, and it typically gets even harder then. Even the game representations, some of the game representations don't really allow for computation, so we actually introduced a new game representation for that.
Is that kind of cooperation part of the model? Do you have information about the fact that other players are cooperating, or is it just this chaos where nothing is known?
So there's some things unknown.
Can you give an example of a collusion type game, or is it usually
so like bridge? So think about bridge. It's like when you and I are on a team, our players are the same. The problem is that we can't talk. So when I get my cards, I can't whisper to you what my cards are. That would not be allowed. So we have to somehow coordinate our strategies ahead of time, and only ahead of time. And then there's certain signals we can talk about, but they have to be such that the other team also understands them. So that's an example where the coordination is already built into the rules of the game. But in many other situations, like auctions or negotiations or diplomatic relationships, poker, it's not really built in, but it still can be very helpful for the polluters.
I've read somewhere with negotiations, you come to the table with prior, like a strategy that you're willing to do and not willing to do those kinds of things. So how do you start to now moving away from poker, moving beyond poker into other applications like negotiations? How do you start applying this to other domains,
Yeah.
maybe even real world domains that you've worked on?
Yeah, I actually have two startup companies doing exactly that. One is called Strategic Machine, and that's for kind of business applications, gaming, sports, all sorts of things like that. Any applications of this to business and to sports and to uh, gaming, to various types of things in finance, electricity markets, and so on. And the other is called Strategy Robot, where we are taking these to
There
military
he is.
security, cybersecurity, and intelligence applications.
I think you worked a little bit in
How you doing, big dog?
how do you put it, advertisement, sort of suggesting
On my way home.
ads kind of
Do you
thing.
feel
Yeah,
good?
actually, that's another company, Optimized Markets,
Optimized
but
market.
that's much more about a
I mean, do you
combinatorial
feel like you
market
accomplished
and
something?
optimization-based technology. That's not using these game theoretic reasoning technologies.
I see. Okay, so
No, I'm not sure.
what
Are you
sort of
sore?
high level do you think about our ability to use
Yeah.
game theoretic
All right.
concepts to model
What
human
up,
behavior?
pimp?
Do you think human
I
behavior
was
is
walking
amenable
over the last
to
2
this
weeks
kind of
and my body
modeling,
fat is
maybe outside of
15%.
poker games, and where have you
Excellent,
seen
big
it
dog.
applied successfully?
Put that in freedom terms for
I'm not
me.
sure. The goal really is modeling humans.
I don't know if I'm going too fast. I need
Like
to slow
for
down.
example, if I'm playing a
All
zero-sum
right.
game, I don't really care that the opponent is
Rothschild, I
actually
need to slow
following
down.
my model of rational behavior.
Okay.
Because if they're not, that's even better for me.
Right. So see, with the opponents in games, there's the prerequisite is that you've
My goal is to
formalized
get to this.
the interaction in some way that
My
can be
goal is to get to this
amenable to
place.
analysis.
Hit it by
And you've done
July.
some amazing
And
work
I'm
with
like,
mechanism designing games that have certain outcomes. But so I'll tell you an example from
but
my
a
work
third of
with
the way
autonomous
there
vehicles.
already in 2
We're
weeks.
studying
Too far.
pedestrians and
Not healthy.
cars
Okay.
negotiate in this nonverbal communication. There's this weird game dance of tension where pedestrians are
What are you
basically
doing
saying,
right now?
"I trust that you won't kill me."
Programming robots.
So as a jaywalker, I will step onto the road even though I'm breaking the law. And there's this tension. And the question is, we really don't know how to model that well. In trying
How
to
long till
model
you're
the
home?
intent. So people sometimes bring up ideas of game theory and so on. Do you think that aspect of human behavior to use these kinds of imperfect information approaches, modeling? How do you start to attack a problem like that when you don't even know how to design the game to describe the
15 minutes.
situation in order to solve it?
So
All
I
right.
really
And I
thought about
forgot you don't use
jaywalking,
kilos,
but
you use
one thing
pounds.
that
I
I
forgot you
think could be a
don't
good
use kilos, you
application
use pounds
in
because I didn't put in
autonomous
about
vehicles is the following.
8.8
So let's
pounds.
say you
Oh,
have
that's really good.
fleets of
How
autonomous
in 2
cars
weeks?
operating by different companies. So maybe here's a
Yeah.
Waymo fleet and
That's
here's a
very
Uber
good, big
fleet.
dog.
If you think about the rules of the road, they define certain
I'm going too
legal
fast.
rules, but that still leaves a huge strategy space open. Like as a simple example, when cars merge, you know how humans merge. You know they slow down and look at each other and try to merge. Wouldn't it be better if these situations would already be pre-negotiated, so we can actually merge at full speed and we know this is the situation, this is how we do it, and it's all going to be faster. But there are way too many situations to negotiate manually.
15 minutes.
So you
All
could
right, I'll
use
be ready
automated
for you.
negotiation. This is the idea, at least. You could use automated performance-oriented research. Although in my group we go all the way from like idea to theory to experiments to big system building to commercialization. So we span that spectrum. But I think that in a lot of situations in AI, you really have to build the big systems and evaluate them at scale so you know what works and what doesn't. And we've seen that in the computational game theory community, that there are a lot of techniques that look good in the small, but then they cease to look good in the large. And we've also seen that there are a lot of techniques that was superior in theory, and I really mean in terms of convergence rates, better, like first what I mentioned, better convergence rates like the CFR-based algorithms, yet the CFR-based algorithms are the fastest in practice. So it really tells me that you have to test this in reality. The theory isn't tight enough, if you will, to tell you which algorithms are better than the others, and you have to look at these things in the large, because any sort of projections you do from the small can, at least in this domain, be very misleading. So that's kind of from a kind of a science and engineering perspective. From personal perspective, it's been just a wild experience in that with the first poker competition, first brains versus AI, man-machine poker competition that we organized. There had been, by the way, for other poker games, there had been previous competitions, but this was for Heads Up No Limit. This was the first, and I probably became the most hated person in the world of poker. And I didn't mean to.
Besides that, cracking the game for something.
Yeah, it was a lot of people felt that it was a real threat to the whole game, the whole existence of the game. If AI becomes better than humans, people would be scared to play poker because there are these superhuman AIs running around taking their money and all of that. So it's just really aggressive. Uh, the comments were super aggressive. I got everything just short of death threats.
Do you think the same was true for chess? Because right now they just completed the World Championships in chess. I think humans just started ignoring the fact that there's AI systems now that outperform humans, and they still enjoy the game. It's still a beautiful game.
That's what I think. Yeah, and I think the same thing happens in poker. And so I didn't think of myself as somebody who's going to kill the game, and I don't think I did.
Yeah.
I've really learned to love this game. I wasn't a poker player before, but there's so many nuances about it from these AIs, and they really changed how the game is played, by the way. So they have these very Martian ways of playing poker, and the top humans are now incorporating those types of strategies into their board play. So if anything, to me, our work has made poker a richer, more interesting game for humans to play, not something that is going to steer humans away from it entirely.
Just a quick comment on something you said, which is, if I may say so, in academia is a little bit rare sometimes. It's pretty brave to put your ideas to the test in the way you describe, saying that sometimes good ideas don't work when you actually try to apply them and scale. So where does that come from? I mean, if you could do advice for people, what drives you in that sense? Were you always this way? I mean, it takes a brave person, I guess is what I'm saying, to test their ideas and to see if this thing actually works against top human players and so on.
Yeah, I don't know about brave, but it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work and a lot of time to organize, to make something big, and to organize an event and stuff like that.
What drives you in that effort? Because you could still, I would argue, get a best paper award at NIPS as you did in 17 without doing this.
That's right. Yes. So in general, I believe it's very important to do things in the real world and at scale, and that's really where the pudding, if you will, proof is in the pudding. That's where it is. In this particular case, it was kind of a competition uh, between different groups for many years as to who can be the first one to beat the top humans at Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em. So it became kind of a like a competition who can get there.
Yeah, so a little friendly competition can do wonders for progress.
Yes, absolutely.
So the topic of mechanism design, which is really interesting, also kind of new to me, except as an observer of, I don't know, politics, and maybe I'm an observer of mechanisms. But you write in your paper on automated mechanism design that I quickly read. So mechanism design is designing the rules of the game so you get a certain desirable outcome. And you have this work on doing so in an automatic fashion as opposed to fine tuning it. So what have you learned from those efforts? If you look, say, I don't know, at complex, like our political system, can we design our political system to have, in an automated fashion, to have outcomes that we want? Can we design something like traffic lights to be smart, where
gets outcomes that we want. So what are the lessons that you draw from that work?
Yeah, so I still very much believe in the automated mechanism design direction.
Yes.
But it's not a panacea. There are impossibility results in mechanism design, saying that there is no mechanism that accomplishes objective X in class C. It's not going to, there's no way using any mechanism design tools, manual or automated, to do certain things in mechanism design.
Can you describe that again? So, meaning it's impossible to achieve that?
Yeah,
end,
so there's
or
certain
it's not unlikely, right?
Impossible. These are not statements about human ingenuity who might come up with something smart. These are proofs that if you want to accomplish properties X in class C, that is not doable with any mechanism. Good thing about automated mechanism design is that we're not really designing for a class, we're designing for specific settings at a time. So even if there's an impossibility result for the whole class, it doesn't mean that all of the cases in the class are impossible. It just means that some of the cases are impossible. So we can actually carve these islands of possibility within these known impossible classes. And we've actually done that. So one of the famous results in mechanism design is the Myerson-Satterthwaite theorem by Roger Myerson and Mark Satterthwaite from 1983. It's an impossibility of efficient trade under imperfect information. We show that you can, in many settings, avoid that and get efficient trade anyway.
Depending on how you design the game. Okay, so
depending how you design the game, and of course, it doesn't in any way contradict the impossibility result. The impossibility result is still there, but it just finds spots within this impossible class where in those spots you don't have that possibility.
Sorry if I'm going a bit philosophical, but what lessons do you draw towards, like I mentioned, politics or human interaction and designing mechanisms for outside of just these kinds of trading or auctioning or purely formal games, human interaction, like a political system? Do you think it's applicable to politics or to business, to negotiations, these kinds of things, designing rules that have certain outcomes?
Yeah, I do think so.
Have you seen that successfully done?
Yeah, I think really. Oh, you mean mechanism design or automated mechanism?
Automated mechanism design.
So mechanism design itself has had fairly limited success so far. There are certain cases, but most of the real-world situations are actually not sound from a mechanism design perspective. Even in those cases where they've been designed by very knowledgeable mechanism design people, the people are typically just taking some insights from the theory and applying those insights into the real world rather than applying the mechanisms directly. So one famous example of it is the FCC spectrum auctions. So I've also had a small role in that. Very good economists have been excellent economists have been working on that with no game theory. Yet the rules that are designed in practice there, they're such that bidding truthfully is not the best strategy. Usually mechanism design we try to make things easy for the participants, so telling the truth is the best strategy. But even in those very high stakes auctions where you have tens of billions of dollars worth of spectrum in auction, truth telling is not the best strategy. and by the way, nobody knows even a single optimal bidding strategy for those auctions.
What's the challenge of coming up with an optimal? Because there's a lot of players and there's
it's not so much a lot of players, but many items for sale. And these mechanisms are such that even with just two items or one item, bidding truthfully wouldn't be the best strategy.
If you look at the history of AI, it's marked by seminal events. AlphaGo being a world champion Go player. I would put Lebradas winning the Heads Up No Limit Hold'em as one of such events.
Thank you.
And what do you think is the next?
Really drove these application-independent techniques forward very quickly over 10 years.
Do you think there's an open problem that excites you that you start moving away from games into real-world games, like say the stock market trading?
Yeah, so that's kind of how I am. So I am probably not going to work as hard on these recreational benchmarks. I'm doing two startups on game solving technology, strategic machine and strategy robot, and we're really interested in pushing this stuff into practice.
What do you think would be really, you know, a powerful result that would be surprising, that would be, if you can say, I mean, 5 years, 10 years from now, something that statistically you would say is not very likely, but if there's a breakthrough, would achieve?
Yeah, so I think that overall we're in a very different situation in game theory than we are in, let's say, machine learning. So in machine learning, it's a fairly mature technology and it's very broadly applied and proven success in the real world. In game solving, there are almost no applications yet. We have just become superhuman, which machine learning, you could argue, happened in the 90s, if not earlier, and at least in supervised learning and certain complex supervised learning applications. Now I think the next challenge problem, I know you're not asking about it this way, you're asking about the technology breakthrough, but I think that the big breakthrough is to be able to show that, hey, maybe most of, let's say, military planning or most of business strategy will actually be done strategically using computational game theory. That's what I would like to see as a next 5 or 10 year goal.
Maybe you can explain to me again, forgive me if this is an obvious question, but machine learning methods, neural networks suffer from not being transparent, not being explainable. Game theoretic methods, Nash equilibria, do they generally, when you see the different solutions, are they, when you talk about military operations, are they, once you see the strategies, do they make sense? Are they explainable, or do they suffer from the same problems as neural networks do?
So that's a good question. I would say a little bit yes and no. And what I mean by that is that these game theoretic strategies, let's say Nash equilibrium, it has provable properties. So it's unlike, let's say, deep learning where you kind of cross your fingers, hopefully it'll work, and then after the fact when you have the weights, you're still crossing your fingers and I hope it will work.
Right.
Here, you know that the solution quality is there. There's provable solution quality guarantees. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the strategies are human understandable. That's a whole other problem. So I think that deep learning and computational game theory are in the same boat in that sense, that both are difficult to understand. But at least the game theoretic techniques, they have these guarantees of solution quality.
So did you see business operations, strategic operations, or even military in the future being
would make the world much safer? So that's another aspect that often gets overlooked.
Well, let me ask this question. Maybe you can speak to the safer. So I talked to Max Tegmark, Stuart Russell, who are very concerned about existential threats of AI, and often the concern is about value misalignment. So AI systems basically operating towards goals that are not the same as human civilization, human beings. So it seems like game theory has a role to play there, to make sure the values are aligned with human beings. I don't know if that's how you think about it. If not, how do you think AI might help with this problem? How do you think AI might make the world safer?
Yeah, I think this value misalignment is a fairly theoretical worry, and I haven't really seen it because I do a lot of real applications. I don't see it anywhere. The closest I've seen it was the following type of mental exercise, really, where I had this argument in the late 80s when we were building these transportation optimization systems, and somebody had heard that it's a good idea to have high utilization of assets. So they told me, hey, why don't you put that as an objective? And we didn't even put it as an objective because I just showed him that, if you had that as your objective, the solution would be to load your trucks full and drive in circles. Nothing would ever get delivered. You'd have 100% utilization. Right. So yeah, I know this phenomenon. I've known this for over 30 years, but I've never seen it actually be a problem in reality. And yes, if you have the wrong objective, the AI will optimize that to the hilt. and it's gonna hurt more than some human who's kind of trying to solve it in a half-baked way with some human insight tool. But I just haven't seen that materialize in practice.
There's this gap that you actually put your finger on very clearly just now between theory and reality. That's very difficult to put into words, I think. It's what you can theoretically imagine, the worst possible case, or even, bad cases, and what usually happens in reality. So, for example, to me, maybe it's something you can comment on. Having grown up I grew up in the Soviet Union. There's currently 10,000 nuclear weapons in the world, and for many decades, it's theoretically surprising to me that the nuclear war is not broken out. Do you think about this aspect from a game theoretic perspective in general? Why is that true? Why, in theory, you can see how things would go terribly wrong, and somehow yet they have not.
Yeah.
How do you think about
So I do think about that a lot. I think the biggest two threats that we're facing as mankind, one is climate change, and the other is nuclear war. So those are my main two worries that I worry about. And I've tried to do something about climate. I've thought about trying to do something for climate change twice, actually, where you have two superpowers, a small number of superpowers. Now things are very different. You have a smaller nuke, so the threshold of initiating is smaller, and you have smaller countries and non-nation actors who may get nukes and so on. So I think it's riskier now than it was maybe ever before.
And what idea, application of AI, we've talked about it a little bit, but what is the most exciting to you right now? I mean, you're here at NIPS Europe now. You have a few excellent pieces of work, but what are you thinking into the future with several companies you're doing? What's the most exciting thing, or one of the exciting things?
The number one thing for me right now is coming up with these scalable techniques for game solving and applying them into the real world. I'm still very interested in market design as well, and we're doing static optimized markets. But I'm most interested in number one right now is strategic machine strategy robot, getting that technology out there and seeing, as you're in the trenches doing applications, what needs to be actually filled, what technology gaps still need to be filled. So it's so hard to just put your feet on the table and imagine what needs to be done. But when you're actually doing real applications, the applications tell you what needs to be done. And I really enjoy that interaction.
Is it a challenging process to apply some of the state-of-the-art techniques you're working on, and having the various players in the industry or the military or people who could really benefit from it actually use it? What's that process like? In autonomous vehicles, we work with automotive companies, and they're in many ways are a little bit old-fashioned. It's difficult. They really want to use this technology. There's clearly will have a significant benefit, but the systems aren't quite in place to easily have them integrated in terms of data, in terms of review, in terms of all this kind of thing. So is that one of the bigger challenges that you're facing? How do you tackle that challenge?
Yeah, I think that's always a challenge. That's kind of slowness and inertia, really. Let's do things the way we've always done it. You just have to find the internal champions at the customer who understand that, hey, things can't be the same way in the future. Otherwise, bad things are going to happen. And it's in autonomous vehicles. It's actually very interesting that the car makers are doing that they're very traditional. But at the same time, you have tech companies who have nothing to do with cars or transportation, like Google and Baidu, really pushing on autonomous cars. I find that fascinating.
Clearly, you're super excited about actually these ideas having an impact on the world. In terms of the technology, in terms of ideas and research, are there directions that you're also excited about? Whether that's on some of the approaches you talked about for imperfect information games, whether it's applying deep learning to some of these problems, is there something that you're excited in the research side of things?
Yeah. Lots of different things in the game solving. So solving even bigger games, games where you have more hidden action of the player actions as well. Poker is a game where really chance actions are hidden, or some of them are hidden, but the player actions are public. multiplayer games of various sorts, collusion, opponent exploitation, and even longer games. Some games that basically go forever, but they're not repeated. So extensive fun games that go forever. What would that even look like? How do you represent that? How do you solve that?
What's an example of a game like that? Or, was this some of the stochastic games that you mentioned?
Let's say business strategy. So it's and not just modeling like a particular interaction, but thinking about the business from here to eternity.
I see.
Or let's say military strategy. So it's not like war is going to go away. How do you think about military strategy that's going to go forever? How do you even model that? How do you know whether a move was good that somebody made, and so on? So that's kind of one direction. I'm also very interested in learning much more scalable techniques for integer programming. So we had an ICML paper this summer on that, the first automated algorithm configuration paper that has theoretical generalization guarantees. So if I see this many training examples and I tool my algorithm in this way, it's going to have good performance on the real distribution, which I've not seen. So
Christoph Koch, the Allen Institute for Brain Science. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Tommaso Poggio. You've mentioned that in your childhood, you developed a fascination with physics, especially the theory of relativity, and that Einstein was also a childhood hero to you. What aspect of Einstein's genius, the nature of his genius, do you think was essential for discovering the theory of relativity?
Einstein was a hero to me and I'm sure to many people because he was able to make, of course, in the traditional way that probably his teachers and the other students were doing. So there is a lot to be said about trying to do the opposite, something quite different from what other people are doing. That's certainly true for the stock market. Never buy from everybody's buying.
And also true for science.
Yes.
So you've also mentioned, staying on the theme of physics, that you were excited at a young age by the mysteries of the universe that physics could uncover, such, as I saw mentioned, the possibility of time travel. So the most out-of-the-box question I think I'll get to ask today, do you think time travel is possible?
Well, it would be nice if it were possible right now. In science you never say no.
But your understanding of the nature of time,
Yeah, it's very
you need to be disentangled. So you've mentioned also that you believe the problem of intelligence is the greatest problem in science, greater than the origin of life and the origin of the universe. You've also, in the talk I've listened to, said that you're open to arguments against you. So, what do you think is the most captivating aspect of this problem of understanding the nature of intelligence? Why does it captivate you as it does?
well. Originally, I think one of the motivations that I had as a teenager, when I was infatuated with relativity, is really that I found that there was a problem of time and space, general relativity, but there were so many other problems on the same level of difficulty and importance that I could, even if I were Einstein, it was difficult to me to solve all of them. So, what about solving a problem whose solution allowed me to solve all the problems? So, what if we could find the key intelligence?
Put another way, do you think we can build a strong AI system without really getting at the core, understanding the functional nature of the brain?
Well, this is a real difficult question. We did solve problems like flying without really using too much our knowledge about how birds fly. was important, I guess, to know that you could have things heavier than air being able to fly like birds. But beyond that, probably we did not learn very much. There was some, the brothers Wright did learn a lot of observation about flying birds and designing their aircraft. But you can argue we did not use much of biology in that particular case. Now, in the case of intelligence, I think that um, it's a bit of a bet right now. If you ask, okay, we all agree we'll get at some point, maybe soon, maybe later, to a machine that is indistinguishable from my secretary, say, in terms of what I can ask the machine to do. I think we'll get there. And now the question is, you can ask people, do you think we'll get there without any knowledge about systems for cars, like the systems that Mobileye, which is a company started by one of my ex-postdoc, I'm not sure, did. So that is a couple of those things. And deep learning, really the initial ideas in terms of the architecture of these layered hierarchical networks started with the work of Thorsten Wiesel and David Huber at Hanwell on the river in the 60s. So recent history suggests that neuroscience played a big role in these breakthroughs. My personal bet is that there is a good chance they continue to play a big role, maybe not in all the future breakthroughs, but in some of them.
At least an inspiration. So
at least in inspiration, absolutely, yes.
So you studied both artificial and biological neural networks. You said these mechanisms that underlie deep learning, and reinforcement learning. But there is nevertheless significant differences between biological and artificial neural networks as they stand now. So between the two, what do you find is the most interesting, mysterious, maybe even beautiful difference as it currently stands in our understanding?
I must confess that until recently, in terms of which object is there, and it's clear that in biology, a baby may be able to see millions of images in the first years of life, but will not have millions of labels given to him or her by parents or caretakers. So, how do you solve that? I think that there is this interesting challenge that today deep learning and related techniques are all about big data. Big data meaning a lot of examples labeled by humans, whereas in nature you have so that this big data is n going to infinity. That's the best, n meaning labeled data. But I think the biological world is more n going to one. A child can learn
Beautiful way to
from
put
a
it.
very small number of labeled examples. Like you tell a child, this is a car, for me to say, like in ImageNet, this is a car, this is a car, this is not a car, this is not a car, 1 million times.
So, and of course, with AlphaGo, or at least the AlphaZero variants, there's because the world of Go is so simplistic that you can actually learn by yourself or self-play. You can play against each other. And the real world, I mean, the visual system that you've studied extensively is a lot more complicated than the game of Go. But on the comment about children, which are fascinatingly good at learning new stuff, how much of it do you think is hardware and how much of it is software?
Yeah, that's a good and deep question. In a sense, is the old question of nurture and nature, and how much is in the gene and how much is in the experience of an individual. There's a recent work by a member of our Center for Brains, Minds and Machines. We know because of work of other people in our group and other groups that there are cells in a part of our brain, neurons Now, this face area exists, seems to be present in young children and adults. Um, and one question is there from the beginning, is hardwired by evolution, or somehow is learned very quickly.
So what's your? By the way, a lot of the questions I'm asking, the answer is we don't really know. But as a person who has contributed some profound ideas in these fields, you're a good person to guess at some of these. So, of course, there's a caveat before a lot of the stuff we're talking about. But what is your hunch? Is it the face, the part of the brain that seems to be concentrated on face recognition? Are you born with that, or you just is it designed to learn that quickly, like the face of the mother and so forth?
My hunch, my bias was the second one, learned very quickly, and turns out that Marge Livingston at Harvard has done some amazing experiments in which she raised baby monkeys, depriving them of faces during the first weeks of life. So they see technicians, but the technicians have a mask.
Yes.
And so when they looked at the area in the brain of these monkeys that where usually you find the faces, they found no face preference. So my guess is that what evolution does in this case is there is a plastic, an area which is plastic, which is kind of predetermined to be imprinted very easily. But the command from the gene is not a detailed circuitry for a face template. Could be, but this would require probably a lot of bits. We have to specify a lot of connection of a lot of neurons.
There he
Instead,
is.
the command from the gene is
How you doing, big dog? Are you ready?
imprint, memorize what you see most often in the first 2 weeks of life, especially in connection with food.
And maybe nipples. I don't know.
Right. Well,
Should I be putting on weight?
Yeah.
so and that area is very plastic at first, and
Yeah.
Where do you want to be?
It'd be interesting if a variant
I'm gonna fix
of
that.
that experiment would
All right,
show
then
a
probably.
Potential is the term. You could cut out a piece.
How many calories are you eating per day?
Nothing special happened, but a little bit less
Let me
performance.
calculate.
There was
Because I'm pretty much having the same one.
surgeon Lashley
How many
ran
calories?
experiments of this type with
Let me
mice and
calculate.
rats, and
Oh, okay, we'll calculate it.
every part of the brain was essentially equivalent to any other one.
I'll be ready in like 3 minutes. So
That's
while you're waiting for me, calculate it.
there are very specific modules in the brain, as you said, and people may lose the ability to speak if you have a stroke in a certain region, or they lose control of their legs in another region, or
behind. Is it possible that the sort of from a physicist perspective, when you get lower and lower, it's all the same stuff, and it just when you're born is plastic, and it quickly figures out this part is going to be about vision, this is
1,000
going to be about
calories.
language, this is about
No way, you're
how
eating
many
more than that.
senses. Do you have an intuition that
What?
kind of learning
You're eating more than 1,000
quickly, or is
calories
it
a day.
really kind of solidified and hardware?
No,
that's
that's
a
all
great
from that.
question.
No
So there are
way.
parts of the
I don't
brain
believe it. What are you eating? Tell me.
like the cerebellum or the hippocampus that are quite different from each other. They clearly have
Hold on.
very different
Hold on.
activity.
4 wheat bits?
Then there is the
Yeah, wait, bits.
What is that?
cortex,
Hold on. What's a wheat
which
bit?
is the most developed part of the brain in humans.
Wait, bit. It's
And
very healthy
in
breakfast.
the cortex,
What is it? It doesn't sound healthy. So what is it?
that are responsible for vision, for audition, for
Wait,
motor
bit.
control, for
Yeah, what is
memory.
a wheat bit?
One of the big puzzles of this
It's made from whole grain wheat.
Is it like a cracker?
No, it's made from whole grain wheat formed into a rectangular biscuit. It's high in fiber. It's wheat. It's wheat.
Okay. I'm going to do the calculation with ChatGPT. How many calories are four medium-sized wheat bits? It's something they eat in Australia. Is it like shredded wheatmeal biscuits?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 132 calories. Okay, then what do you eat?
One bowl of Greek yogurt with blueberries.
How many kangaroo steak? Okay, so it's like 400 maybe. So you're at like closer to 1,500 calories.
Okay.
I believe it.
1,500 calories.
Yeah, it's still I bet low, but okay.
Did you say I'm still too low?
I think that you're not calculating accurately enough, but I mean I could be wrong. I mean I'm sure you eat other stuff. Do you eat any drink any? Now I have a question.
Well,
You were giving me a sob story about some kind of issue that you have, which is fine, and I'd be willing to believe that. Why is it that issue only arises during mini golf and not darts? That's my question. It's very selective, is what I'm saying. When you are getting your ass whooped, it's very easy to lean on some kind of things that you don't even know. I mean, maybe you have, maybe you don't. No one fucking really knows. But all of a sudden, you play darts like fucking brilliantly. So I want to know. I want to know why is your condition so
yeah.
just straight up wins?
Yeah. Rabbi,
You'll
I'm
pick.
gonna have to work out harder tomorrow because I'm gonna have two slices of pizza tomorrow because like they're giving pizza at the birthday course and I'm just like I can't be fucked by my own lunch.
Okay. Do you know who Lex Friedman is?
Yes, you told me you want to watch Lex Raymond.
Do you know that his podcast is probably the best podcast in the world?
I don't. That's debatable.
It is, but it is so quote the official Kick podcast. And what I would do is just find people on Kick, and when they were just bored, and I'd be like, "Hey, you want to be on a podcast?" And they'd be like, "Yeah," and then we would film it, and I would put it on there. But here's the thing about my podcast: I asked every single person the same questions. I asked them 72 questions from Vogue magazine, and I did. It's smart. It's cool. So you get like this blend of like a bunch of different personalities, but the same questions. Oh, that's a garbage shot, dude.
It's just very specific that you just picked like 20 questions from Vogue Gang, 72 questions from Vogue magazine.
Yeah, but I like it. Like my whole life is a podcast. You're right, but I so when I want to ask a question, I'll just ask it. But I wanted something where I asked the same questions to a bunch of different people. Like you know how a podcast is. Everybody's got to have something. So um, my thing was I'm going to ask the same questions, and these questions aren't very difficult, and there's like no pressure. I always tell everybody you can skip a question if you don't want to answer it, and also if you have any like fear about what questions I may or may not be asking, all you need to do is just look at the. I give the people the question list in advance, so there are like no surprises. It's just I wanted to give people a very low pressure opportunity to talk about themselves, but it doesn't get into anything like really really what's the word? Any contentious issues. If I want to play it like Squid Game,
Yeah.
and you ended up losing,
Yeah, cool.
okay, I'm just making sure that like I didn't mishear you.
Yep.
Look how amazing, oh, that shot could have been. That's a miss. And do you remember that time you were down one hole? I'm just making sure you didn't forget. Dog.
Alright, I'm gonna win.
Dog, you suck dick. Like, if you could suck other stuff, you would suck that too. That's how much you suck. You're like a fucking human vacuum right now. Now, you ready for one of the greatest shots? Oh, I don't think I can make it. Maybe off of here? This would be an amazing shot.
I don't know.
Zoo, you know that was one of the best shots you've ever seen. Zoo, you know it was one of the best shots you've ever seen. Knock some of that shit down, Zoo. Yeah, there you go. Oh, baby girl. You are gonna get. You have a tough shot. You can't really do anything really good. You need a miraculous shot here, or you're gonna be down 3 holes to none. And I feel like once you're down 3 holes, you should just quit. We shouldn't waste each other's time.
Alright.
What's your favorite Drake song?
Best I ever had.
Why is it that?
Um, it's relatable.
Oh, because I'm the best you've ever had?
No, but like, I don't like Drake. I'm a Kendrick fan.
Well, you can be both.
I can be both. Yeah, I can be both. I mean, but I just don't really like Drake's music. Besides that, that's the only song I like. Best I ever had.
Do you like?
Just don't.
Do you like the
Hang
song?
with it.
Do you like the song Passion Fruit?
Never heard of it.
Do you like the song Nice for
I
What?
probably have. I probably have, but I probably heard of these songs, like heard these songs, but I don't know what. I can't remember like anything about them.
All right.
What's your favorite?
What's my what?
What's your favorite Kendrick song?
That one. Stay humble.
You would say don't play with rubber.
You're right.
All I gotta do to not do all I gotta do to not play shit is not play with you. Just play against the other shitty players.
Dude,
Like just go into a normal game. Like
not a ranked game, just a normal game. If you like the ranked game, you get some like tough people, but if you go into a normal game, you're gonna win every time.
Oh, I never play those. I probably should. I always play ranked, and the people are fucking tough. But the thing is that I absolutely love about playing in those games is I learn like we play this game like a lot every night, whatever. And since we just know each other's strategies, I won't necessarily learn new strategies, but sometimes I play against somebody and I'll be like, wow. Like that move, that move that we do where you hit the ball backwards against the back wall? I don't think I ever would have figured that out. But I learned it from somebody and then now we all do it. Oh, you douche. Do you know what a
We're
juggalo?
gonna play this game.
Do you know what a juggalo is?
Yeah, when ICP Ben.
Do you like ICP?
Um, 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 I think I can't name a single ICP song, so that
Same
isn't
here.
enough. But I think
Same here.
I think, I think they're cool. I think they're cool.
I think they have like a great fan base. But yeah, I'm with
I
you.
mean,
I can't name one. Maybe if somebody played one, but I don't know. I'm with you. But they have like all kinds of. I mean, they've got like a really popular meme. Magnets. How do they work? I saw
yeah,
them on Kill Tony. One of the guys on Kill Tony, his name's Violent J or something like that, and he had one of the worst sets of any stand-up comedian I've ever seen. And I understand he's like not a comedian, and he didn't think he was going to be on there, so he just got up to be funny. But it was like it was just wild shit. Like I don't know. It wasn't. I guess what frankly what didn't it didn't make me mad that he was bad. What made me mad is the panel, including Tony. They were all like, "Wow, you're so good," and it was like, "Dude, you're just kissing this guy's ass because he's famous, but he's literally like the worst stand-up comedian I've ever seen."
you haven't seen you haven't seen you haven't seen you haven't been to
Do you like James McCann?
yeah. I don't really know much about it, but you haven't gone to amateur.
That's
Have
correct.
you been to like amateur comedy night?
No. I've been to improv. I had a friend of mine who was really into improv, so the Irvine Improv is, well, I shouldn't say it. Irvine Improv is um pretty like it's on the other
So
side of
I
it's
didn't.
it's on the other side of the city.
I've done stand up before, and
Hold on.
I've done
I'm
stand
telling
up
you my
before.
story. I'll listen to your story. You ask me a question now. But I had a friend of mine who would always ask this group of friends in my community from our synagogue to go and see him on Saturday nights usually, and we would go, and there were some really talented people, and um, it was like above this bowling alley, and we would watch him, and he was. It was like he wasn't as good as the other people. The other people were really good, but he wasn't necessarily bad. It's just the other people were really good, and um, so I used to do that. Then I had another friend of mine from synagogue who invited me to um, go to the Irvine Improv, which is like on the other side of the city, and of Irvine. It's not far away, but um, and when we went there, we were gonna see a. I thought we were seeing a comedian, but we weren't. We went and saw like a political commentator.
Person pissed himself.
Who does
I
that?
was like, why are you the one? It's like, why are you the one pissing yourself? I'm the one performing it.
So he didn't even perform and he peed himself?
Yeah, and then I used it in my set, and everyone laughed.
So you've done stand up comedy just one time?
Uh,
You've done it 4 times?
yeah.
Wow, that's a lot. Were you successful?
No, well, um, yeah, but I didn't win the competition.
Oh, it was a
Oh,
competition.
oh, okay.
All right, you know what else?
I could win now. I could win now because I was like 18, 19 at the time and didn't have much life experience, so I wasn't. I think if I did it now, I'd be funny as fuck.
All right, do you know what else is a competition?
This mini go?
Exactly. And do you know that you're getting your ass kicked in it?
Oh, I'm getting fucked worse than body glue right now.
Dog, you've lost
You
two.
know that.
You've lost 2 games straight. 2 of them. Not one, but 2 of them. Welcome. How you living, pimp? What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Yo, dog. We've got Elvira, Queen of the Dark. How you living, girl? Shout out to Elvira. Dude, do you know who Elvira is? That might just be an American thing. But she's like this entertainer who was really big in like the 80s and 90s for um, like promotion of Halloween and stuff. Her real name is Cassandra something. She's a beautiful lady. Anyway, her like stage persona is Elvira, Queen of the Dark. She doesn't give a shit. That's cool. Do you remember that time you were down 3 holes to none? And then I was just gonna play strategically because I don't ever take the pedal off the gas. I never take the put off. I never take my foot off the pedal. Do you think you could get water bumped from here? Oh,
The SO?
the
PO?
the pee hole.
Oh, it looks like a penis.
Not really. Not a healthy penis.
Look at the bottom, right? The bottom looks like a penis.
No, it does. Not a healthy penis. A healthy penis is
It
usually
looks
just.
like a ball sack at the bottom.
I mean, it looks like like a crazy snake. It looks like a pea. Nobody describes their penis looking like a pea. Oh, I get what you're saying. I now I see it. Okay, I could see that. Oh, come on. You mean like the penis is pointing downwardly and the hole is where the balls are?
Oh, robot.
Yo, pimp.
There's a $20 million lottery in Val. an hour from now. If you could pick that lottery number for me,
Yeah, dude, easy. 69,420.
you know what's annoying about that?
A lot of people
There was
play
a
it.
lottery I played where those numbers came. There was a lottery I played where those numbers came up, and I was just like, that is so fucked. I didn't play it.
Not so much high school, but college. But I mean, they're
Have you streamed? Have you have you streamed yourself going to like a concert or an event?
yeah. I stream myself going to the Rolling Stones at SoFi Stadium.
When was that?
Well, it's on camera. I had to do it on GoPro. Um, that was like October of 2021.
Okay, so very early on in the stream.
Yeah, it's super early. And the Rolling Stones were gonna play at the Rose Bowl in 2020, but it got canceled because of COVID. And then they opened up SoFi Stadium, which is like this beautiful stadium in technically Inglewood, but Los Angeles, and it's where the Rams play. It's where the Chargers play, and um, you had to like, in order to get in, you had to like show like your vaccination status and all this stuff, like, um, but I was able to get in, and I can't believe I missed that, and I recorded the whole thing. Now I didn't have super good tickets because like it's the Rolling Stones, it's pretty expensive, but I did record the whole um, concert. Well, I shouldn't say that. Like, I think maybe the first part I didn't get. Well, I did. I got myself. Like, I did. I videoed everything, like a GoPro, um, where I would be like during the ticketing process, getting, like getting into the stadium and walking up the stairs and like doing all that. I did. I video all of it, and I also wanted to like the stadium is brand new, and I wanted to like take a tour of it. So I went on a tour, and it was super cool because you could like walk around. And it's like the Rolling Stones are playing on the field, and I was just doing like commentary, and then I went. I wasn't even gonna go to my seats because my seats were, I don't want to say I had like bad seats. There were no bad seats, but they were just pretty far away. But I decided, you know what, I'll check out where my seats are. So I went to where my seats were. I recorded the whole thing, and I want to say I recorded on multiple devices, but it might have just been cell phones and a GoPro. It might have been like two types of devices, but yeah. Now let me think if I've been on any other things, recorded anything else. I want to say that I have, um, but the big one was the Rolling Stones.
I'm just gonna look up how many slices are in two. How many calories are in two slices of pizza?
Okay, well you better hit your fucking chat first.
Wow, 500. Fuck. There's a lot of fucking calories in cheese in pizza.
Word, dog. So why don't you hit your fucking ball? Oh, that was one of the worst misses I've ever seen. Oh, I almost stole that hole from you. You got the lead, Zoot. How do you feel?
Good.
Zoot, you should know how to play this hole.
Bro, I just looked up two slices of pizza is like three fucking meals for me. Fuck.
I played against somebody. I think they showed me how to do this correctly. I might be wrong. There's like a certain way to play this hole so that it's like a 10 every time. Get there, get there, get there. No, apparently they did not show me the right way.
Rabbi,
Yo,
my
pimp.
diet's in the right place. My diet's in the right place of what I want to achieve.
Cool, man.
No, asking you, do you think my diet would get me to where I want to achieve?
No,
Really?
really, I would just eat kangaroo steak as every meal. No sushi, no wheat bits, none of that shit. Nothing with carbohydrates.
Okay, that'd be expensive.
Yeah, that's why it's difficult to do.
It'd be expensive and unhealthy.
No, it's super healthy, but it's expensive. I'm in agreement with you. That's why people don't do it. Oh, dude, it all comes down to this hole. Don't hit my ball.
I'll just drink water and kangaroo. So just drink water and just eat nothing but kangaroo.
If you did that for 48 hours, you wouldn't want your carbohydrates. Your body would be full. And it would be running in a state known as ketosis, and you would feel better than you've ever felt. You'd have a ton of energy. I'm not saying this to just jerk you off, I'm serious. You'd have a ton of energy naturally programmed to do. The only reason why we don't is because now we have modern diets. But when you're running in a state of ketosis, you'll lift more, you will run further, your brain will just be firing on all cylinders, and the only reason why you stop feeling that way is you start to eat sugar and then your body doesn't do it anymore. And then you get tired and then you wake up in the morning. That's another thing. When you're in a state of ketosis, you can wake up like instantly, like ready to go. But when you eat a lot of carbohydrates, oh, you got fucked, dude. Um, your body's like groggy in the morning. Why don't you drink coffee?
Why don't I drink coffee?
That was my question to you.
Um, because not healthy.
It is healthy
It's extremely addictive.
if you don't put stuff in it. It's pretty healthy. It's only like 10 calories, and it gives you.
I don't like. I don't like the taste of coffee either.
Okay, that's a perfect answer. It's bitter, so I get it. Only until like people dress it up do people like the taste because it's bitter.
I mean, it's the same. It's the same thing with nicotine. It tastes fucking horrible, but people people still do it because it's addictive.
Nicotine doesn't really. People don't eat nicotine.
They don't eat it, but it tastes fucking horrible.
What do you mean? What? How do you eat nicotine? Like there's stuff that has nicotine in it that tastes badly, but
Yeah, I'm saying like I'm saying like I'm saying like cigarettes and shit. They taste horrible, but people still do them because it's addictive.
oh, that was a good shot, Zoot.
I mean, you used to vape. Like vapes, like they don't even taste that good.
Dude, I think
It's
they
just
do.
the nicotine making it very addictive.
I think they taste good.
No.
Look at that shot. Look at that shot. That was beautiful. You have that was beautiful. You have an easy shot. You have an easy shot. Short, short. Look at look at this shot. This shot. This might have been one of my best shots. Club all time. This might have been one of my best shots. Club all time. Dude, this will be my fifth win in a row. Dude, this will be my fifth win in a row. After that, we go to Literati.
Yes. But yes. But by the way, the girl that was on holiday. By the way, the girl that was on holidays is flying right. She messaged me today and said I'll be. She's gonna be flying right. She messaged me today and said I'll be. She's gonna be okay and she'll talk to me. But talk okay and she'll talk to me. But talk to me on Sunday.
There you go.
Oh my. Oh, this is a good start. This is a good start. This is a good start.
That is a good start.
What would you? What was your favorite? What was your favorite age to be?
It's a great question. 3. Um, I didn't really have any responsibilities. We went to Disneyland a lot, and um, I didn't have any worries. I We went to like Knott's Berry Farm a lot, which is another. I don't want to say like every day, but we went more when I was a little kid than I did when I was older. We went to like Disney World when I was older. Um,
Man, you're not old enough to drink, but you're old enough to. But you're old enough to be able to get alcohol. Somewhere, not legally, but someone will give you alcohol. to go on a keto diet.
It's expensive.
Would be as difficult as the problem of general intelligence. And maybe that connects to the cortex discussion. Can you describe the human visual cortex and how the humans begin to understand the world through the raw sensory information? What's for folks who are not familiar, especially on the computer vision side, don't often actually take a step back, except for saying with a sentence or two that one is inspired by the other. But what is it that we know about the human visual cortex? That's interesting.
So we know quite a bit. At the same time, we don't know a lot. The bit we know,
Rabbi, what number episode is this?
a lot of the details.
Like number 10.
And we don't know, and
How many episodes?
we know a lot of the
400
top
some.
level, the answer to the top level question, but we don't know some
No.
basic ones, even in terms of general neuroscience, forgetting vision. Why do we sleep? It's such a basic question, and we really don't have an answer to that.
Do you think so? Taking a step back on that, so sleep, for example, is fascinating. Do you think that's a neuroscience question, or if we talk about abstractions, what do you think is an interesting way to study intelligence or most effective?
Yeah, he'll be on.
Abstractions.
He's on the next episode, I think, or very close to it.
Electrophysical, mathematical, as you've done a lot.
I'm on the buffer.
And that's like, which psychology, sort of like, at which level of abstraction do you think?
Well, in terms of levels of abstraction, I think we need all of them. It's when, it's like if you ask me, what does it mean to understand a computer? That's much simpler. But in a computer, I could say, well, I understand how to use PowerPoint. That's my level of understanding a computer. It has reasonable, it gives me some power to produce slides, beautiful slides. Now, you can ask somebody else, he says, well, I know how the transistors work that are inside the computer. I can write the equation for, transistor and diodes and circuits, logical circuits. And I can ask this guy, do you know how to operate PowerPoint? No, I don't.
So do you think if we discovered computers walking amongst us, full of these transistors that are also operating under Windows and have PowerPoint, do you think it's digging in a little bit more? How useful is it to understand the transistor in order to be able to understand PowerPoint and these higher level intelligent processes?
So I think in the case of computers, because they were made by engineers, by us, this different level of understanding are rather separate on purpose. They are separate modules, so that the engineer that designed the chips does not need to know what is inside PowerPoint. Somebody can write the software translating from one to the other. So in that case, I don't think understanding the transistor help you understand PowerPoint. So very little. I use the term compositionality when we looked at deep neural networks, multi-layer, try to understand when and why they are more powerful than more classical one-layer networks like linear classifier or kernel machines, so-called. And what we found is that in terms of approximating or learning or representing a function, a mapping from an input to an output, like from an image to the label in the image, if this function has a particular structure, then deep networks are much more powerful than shallow networks to approximate the underlying function. And the particular structure is a structure of compositionality. If the function is made up of this atoms and other atoms, between particle matter and other particles, between planets and other planets, between stars and other. It's all local.
Zoo, play something.
And that's true. Um, but you could push this argument a bit further. Not this argument, actually. You could argue that microbiology, it's possible to grow short range connectivity, but not long ranges because there is a limited number of long range. And so you have this limitation from the biology. And this means you build a deep convolutional network. This would be something like a deep convolutional network. And this is great for solving certain class of problems. These are the ones
Play
we find
something.
easy and important for our life. And yes, they were enough for us to survive.
And and you can start a successful business on solving those problems. Right? Like with Mobileye, driving is a compositional problem.
Right.
So on the
It's a change, in a sense, in
I think it's
how
focus.
people think about statistics. And this is the following, is that typically
I think I just can't
when you
focus
had
on that.
data and you had, say, a model with parameters, you are trying to fit the model to the data, to fit the parameter. Typically,
Are you gonna get
the
to
kind
porn?
of
I'm gonna try. It's gonna be
cloud
close.
system type idea was you
I'm
should
sick.
have at least twice the number of data than the number of parameters. Maybe 10 times is better. Now, the way you train neural network these days is that they have 10 or 100 times more parameters than data. Exactly the opposite. And which it has been one of the puzzles about the neural networks. How can you get something that really works when
entire space with solutions that are
yes.
pretty good.
Yeah.
So
It's not so surprising, right? It's like
We.
if you have a system of linear equation and you have more unknowns than equations,
Okay, I'm
then you have
downloading an app
you have
called
a infinite number
MyFitnessPal
of
so I can
solutions.
track my calories.
That's a very.
And
That's a very
the
good one.
question is to pick one. That's another story. But you have an infinite number of
Have you used
solutions,
it
so
before?
there are a lot of
Yep.
value of your unknowns that satisfy the equation.
but it's possible that there's a lot of those solutions that aren't very good. Well, what's surprising is that
So
they're
that's
pretty
the
good.
question. Why can you pick one that
Not
generalizes?
5 minutes, dude. Just I
That's a
sent you an
separate question.
invitation.
It's a paradox. Yeah.
One theorem that's
One game
people like to
and
talk
then
about
in
that kind of
5 minute break.
inspires imagination and the power of neural networks
Do you
is
want a 5 minute
the
break right now?
universal approximation theorem, that you can
No, one
approximate
game and
any
then 5 minute break.
Okay.
with just a finite number of neurons in a single hidden layer. You, you find this theorem
Oh, you're
surprising.
done.
You find it useful, interesting, inspiring.
No, this one, I never found it very surprising. It's
Yeah, but
was
the
known
thing
since
is, Rabbi,
the
like
80s
the
to
eight's only
defend
doing
the field
one
because it's
damage,
basically
so it
the
doesn't
same
really
as
affect me.
Weierstrass' theorem, which says that I can approximate any continuous
Now,
function
the twos are
with a
very
polynomial
popular right now.
sufficiently the sufficient
I
number
want
of
to get done by
times
2.
homogeneously. So basically the same, and the proofs are very similar.
So your
Fuck
intuition was
you,
there was
bro.
never any
Oh,
doubt
fuck
that
you.
neural
Dumb move,
networks
dumb
in
move, dumb
theory
move,
could
dumb move,
in
dumb
fact
move,
be
dumb move,
very
dumb move.
strong
By both of
Right.
approximators.
us.
The
Dumb
question,
move by
the
both of
interesting
us.
question is that
Dumb move.
this theorem
We're both playing very badly.
Dude, you're
it's
playing
exactly
better
what
than
it's
I
not
am.
fun. But when you ask how many neurons, for instance,
Killer,
and
killer,
in the case
killer,
of
killer.
polynomial, how many
6,
monomials
1,
I need to get a good
1,
approximation,
1,
then it
1,
turns out
6.
that
Get rid of the small
that
guys.
depends
The
on
small
the
guys aren't doing nothing
dimensionality of
right
your
now.
function, how many variables you have.
Okay.
But it depends on the dimensionality of your function in a bad way.
Oh,
It means, for
fuck.
instance, suppose you
Fuck,
want
fuck, fuck.
an error
You
which
have
is
a very
no
big,
worse than
you
10%
can take a very big
in
lead
your
on me.
approximation. Come up with a network to
Oh,
approximate your
fuck,
function within
fuck,
10%.
fuck, fuck.
Then it turns out that the number of
Okay,
units
that
for
was
me
just you
are
getting
in the
lost.
order of
You got
10.
very far.
It's it's interesting. I'm less enthusiastic about it than many people in the field. I have the feeling that many people in the field are very impressed by the ability of producing realistic looking images in this generative way.
Which describes the popularity of the methods, but you're saying that while that's exciting and cool to look at, it may not be the tool that's useful for.
Yeah.
So you described it kind of beautifully. Current supervised methods go n to infinity in terms of number of labeled points, and we really have to figure out how to go to n to 1.
Yeah.
And you're thinking GANs might help, but they might not be the right.
I don't think it for that problems. I really think it's important. I think they may help. They certainly have applications, for instance, in computer graphics, and you know, I did work long ago, which was a little bit similar in terms of saying, okay, I have a network and I present images and I can, so input is images and the output is, for instance, the pose of the image, the face, how much is smiling, is rotated 45 degrees or not. What about having a network that I train with the same data set, but now I invert input and output. Now the input is the pose or the expression, a number, certain numbers, and the output is the image, and I train it. And we did pretty good, interesting results in terms of producing very realistic looking images. There was, a less sophisticated mechanism, but the output was pretty less than GANs, but the output was pretty much of the same quality. So I think for computer graphics type application, yeah, definitely GANs can be quite useful, and not only for that, but for helping, for instance, on this problem of unsupervised example of reducing the number of labeled example. I think people, it's like they think they can get out more than they put in.
There's no free lunches.
Yeah, right.
So what do you think? What's your intuition? How can we slow the growth of n to infinity in supervised n to infinity in supervised learning? So, for example, Mobileye has very successfully, essentially annotated large amounts of data to be able to drive a car. Now, one thought is, so we're trying to teach machines, the school of AI, and we're trying to. So how can we become better teachers? Maybe that's one way.
Now you're what I like that because again one caricature of the history of computer science, you could say, it begins with programmers, expensive, continuous labelers, cheap, and the future will be schools like we have for kids.
Currently, the labeling methods, we're not selective about which examples we teach networks with. So
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How you living, girl?
making networks that learn much faster is often on the architecture
Lovely.
side.
Did you sleep well?
But how can we pick better examples? Since
Um, you can assume that you have in most organisms, including human babies, built in some basic machinery to detect motion and relative motion. And in fact, there is, we know all insects from fruit flies to other animals that they have this. Even in the retina, so in the very peripheral part of it. It's very concerned across species. It's something that evolution discovered early. It may be the reason why babies tend to look the first few days to moving objects and not to non-moving objects. Now, moving objects means, okay, they are attracted by motion, but motion also means that motion gives automatic segmentation So it's like looking at an object without background. It's ideal for learning the object, otherwise it's really difficult.
Some of which I've spoken with, Joe Russell and Elon Musk, in and out of the AI field. There's a concern about the existential threat of AI.
Yeah.
And how do you think about this concern? And is it valuable to think about large-scale, long-term, unintended consequences of intelligent systems we try to build?
I always think it's better to worry first, early rather than late. so
worry is good.
Yeah, I'm not against worrying at all. Personally, I think that it will take a long time before there is a real reason to be worried. But as I said, I think it's good to put in place and think about possible safety against. What I find a bit misleading are things like that have been said by people I know, like Elon Musk and what is Bostrom in particular, what is his first name?
Nick
Bostrom, right? And a couple of other people that said AI is more dangerous than nuclear weapons. I think that's really wrong. That can be misleading because in terms of priority, we should still be more worried about nuclear weapons and people are doing about it and so on than AI.
A little bit.
Well, probably no, but again, it depends what you really mean for understanding. So I think we don't understand how deep networks work. I think we're beginning to have a theory now. But in the case of deep networks, or even in the case of the simpler kernel machines or linear classifier, we really don't understand the individual units also. But we understand, what the computation and the limitations and the properties of it are. It's similar to many things. What does it mean to understand how a fusion bomb works? How many of us, many of us understand the basic principle, and some of us may understand deeper details.
In that sense, understanding is, as a community, as a civilization, can we build another copy of it?
Okay.
And in that sense, do you think there'll need to be some evolutionary component where it runs away from our understanding? Or do you think it could be engineered from the ground up? The same way you go from the transistor to PowerPoint.
Right. So many years ago, this was actually 41 years ago, I wrote a paper with David Marr, who was one of the founding fathers of computer vision, computational vision. I wrote a paper about levels of understanding, which is related to the question discussed earlier about understanding PowerPoint, understanding transistors, and so on. And in that kind of framework, we had a level of the hardware and the top level of the algorithms. We did not have learning. Recently, I updated adding levels. One level I added to those three.
What is it at the higher level? Is it something that's learnable from machines in your intuition?
I think, ethics is learnable, very likely. I think it's one of these problems where I think understanding the neuroscience of ethics. People discuss there is an ethics of neuroscience.
Yes.
How a neuroscientist should or should not behave. You can think of a neurosurgeon and the ethics really has to behave, she has to behave. But I'm more interested in the neuroscience of
You're blowing my mind right now. The neuroscience of ethics. It's very meta.
Yeah, and
It has some social purposes. Probably.
If neuroscience holds the key to at least illuminate some aspect of ethics, that means it could be a learnable problem.
Yeah, exactly.
And as we're getting into harder and harder questions, let's go to the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah.
Is this an important problem for us to think about and solve on the engineering of intelligence side of your work, of our dream?
It's unclear. Yeah, so, again, this is a deep problem, partly because it's very difficult to define consciousness, and there is a debate among neuroscientists about whether consciousness, and philosophers, of course, whether consciousness is something that requires flesh and blood, so to speak,
Yeah.
or could be, that we could have silicon devices that are conscious, or up to statement like everything has some degree of consciousness, and some more than others. This is like Giulio Tognoni and Shi.
We just recently talked to Christoph Kohness of existence. Or is that just a side effect of evolutionary side effect that's useful to for natural selection? Do you think this kind of thing that this interview is going to run out of time soon? Our life will run out of time soon. Do you think that's needed to make this conversation good and and life good?
I never thought about it as a very interesting question. I think Steve Jobs, in his commencement speech at Stanford, argued that having a finite life was important for stimulating achievements. So it was a different.
You live every day like it's your last, right?
Yeah. So rationally, I don't think strictly you need mortality for consciousness, but
who knows? They seem to go together in our biological system. Right?
Yeah.
You've mentioned before, and students that are associated with AlphaGo mobilized a big recent success stories in AI, and I think it's captivated the entire world of what AI can do. So, what do you think will be the next breakthrough? And what's your intuition about the next breakthrough?
Of course, I don't know where the next breakthrough is. I think that there is a good chance, as I said before, that the next breakthrough will also be inspired by, neuroscience. But which one, I don't know.
And so MIT has this quest for intelligence.
Yeah.
And there's a few moonshots, which, in that spirit, which ones are you excited about? Which projects kind of?
Well, of course, I'm excited about one of the moonshots, which is our Center for Brains, Minds, and Machines, the one which is fully funded by NSF, and it is about visual intelligence.
And that one is particularly about understanding.
Visual intelligence of the visual cortex, and visual intelligence in the sense of how we look around us.
Have a self-awareness about your position in the world and what the world is.
Right.
So we may have to solve the hard problem of consciousness to solve it.
On their way, yes.
It's quite a moonshot. So you've been an advisor to some incredible minds, including Demis Hassabis, Christoph Koch, Anna Shashwell, like you said, all went on to become seminal figures in their respective fields. From your own success as a researcher and from perspective as a mentor of these researchers, having gotten them in the way of advice, what does it take to be successful in science and engineering careers? Whether you're talking to somebody in their teens, leader in a research setting, is it a similar spirit, or what advice could you give to people, young faculty, and so on?
It's partly repeating what I said about an environment that should be friendly and fun and ambitious. And I think I learned a lot from some of my advisors and friends, and some were physicists. And there was, for instance, this behavior that was encouraged of when somebody comes with a new idea in the group, you are, unless it's really stupid, but you are always enthusiastic. And then you're enthusiastic for a few minutes, for a few hours. And then you start, asking critically a few questions and testing this. But, this is a process that is, I think it's very good. You have to be enthusiastic.
What question would you ask? What would be the question you would ask?
In the spirit of our discussion, it could be, how could I become 10 times more intelligent?
So, but you only get a clear, short answer. So do you think there's a clear, short answer to that?
No.
And that's the answer you'll get. Okay. So you've mentioned Flowers of Algernon.
Oh, yeah.
There's a story that inspires you in your childhood. As this story of a mouse, human achieving genius level intelligence, and then understanding what was happening while slowly becoming non-intelligent. Again, this tragedy of gaining intelligence and losing intelligence. Do you think, in that spirit, in that story, do you think intelligence is a gift or a curse? From the perspective of happiness and meaning of life, you try to create an intelligent system that understands the universe, but on an individual level, the meaning of life. Do you think intelligence is a gift?
It's a good question. I don't know.
As one who people consider the smartest people in the world, in some dimension at the very least, what do you think?
I don't know. It may be variant to intelligence, the degree of happiness. It would be nice if it were.
That's the hope.
Yeah.
Be smart and happy, and foolish and happy.
Yeah.
As always, on the discussion of the meaning of life, it's probably a good place to end. Tommaso, thank you so much for talking today.
Thank you. This was great.
Legos, and when I was really, really young, I wanted the Legos that had motors and other things, and then, Lego Mindstorms came out, and for the first time you could program Lego contraptions, and I think things just sort of snowballed from that. But I remember seeing the BattleBots TV show on Comedy Central and thinking that is the coolest thing in the world. I want to be a part of that, and not knowing a whole lot about how to build these 200-pound fighting robots. So I sort of obsessively pored over the internet forums where all the creators for BattleBots would sort of hang out and talk about pretty interesting. I agree it doesn't have the same appeal as autonomous robots, which I sort of gravitated towards later on. But it was definitely an engineering challenge because everything you did in that competition was pushing components to their limits. So we would buy like these $40 DC motors that came out of a winch, like on the front of a pickup truck or something, and we'd power the car with those, and we'd run them at like double or triple their rated voltage. So they immediately start overheating, but for that 2-minute match, you can get a significant increase in the power output of those motors before they burn out. And so you're doing the same thing for your battery packs, all the materials in the system. And I think there's something intrinsically interesting about just seeing like where things break.
And did you offline see where they break? Did you take it to the testing point? Like, how do you know 2 minutes? Or was there a reckless, let's just go with it and see?
we weren't very good at BattleBots. We lost all of our matches in
What
the
did
first
yours
round.
look like?
The one I built first, both of them were these wedge-shaped robots, because wedge, even though it's sort of boring to look at, is extremely effective. You drive towards another robot, and the front edge of it gets under them, and then they sort of flip over, like a door stopper. And the first one had a pneumatic polished stainless steel spike on the front that would shoot out about 8 inches.
The purpose of which is what?
Pretty ineffective, actually, but it looks cool. And
was it helpful to lift?
No, it was just to try to poke holes in the other robot. And then the second time I did it, which was the following, I think maybe 18 months later, we had a titanium axe with a hardened steel tip on it that was powered by a hydraulic cylinder, which we were activating with liquid CO2, which had its own set of problems.
So great. So that's kind of on the hardware side. I mean, at a certain point, there must have been more fascination on the software side. So what was the first piece of code you wrote? Go back there. See, what language was it? What was it? Was it Emacs, Vim? Was it a more respectable modern IDE? Do you remember any of this?
Yeah, well, I remember, I think maybe when I was in 3rd or 4th grade, the school I was at, elementary school, had a bunch of Apple II computers, and we'd play games on those. And I remember every once in a while something would crash or it wouldn't start up correctly, and it would dump you out to what I later learned was like sort of a command prompt. And my teacher would come over and type, I actually remember this to this day for some reason, like PR number 6, or PR pound 6, which is peripheral 6, which is the disk drive, which would fire up the disk and load the program. And I just remember thinking, wow, she's like a hacker, like teaching me these codes, these error codes, that is what I called them at the time. But she had no interest in that, so it wasn't until I think about 5th grade that I had a school where you could actually go on these Apple IIs and learn to program. And so it was all in BASIC, where every line, line numbers are all numbered, that every line is numbered, and you have to like leave enough space between the numbers so that if you want to tweak your code, you go back and if the first line was 10 and the second line is 20, now you have to go back and insert 15, and if you need to add code in front of that, 11 or 12, and you hope you don't run out of line numbers and have to redo the whole thing.
And there's go-to statements?
Yeah, go-to, and it's very basic, hence the name, but a lot of fun. And that was like, that's when when you first program, you see the magic of it. It's like it just like this world opens up with endless possibilities for the things you could build or accomplish with that computer.
So you got the bug then. So you start with basic, and then what, C++ throughout. Was there computer programming, computer science classes in high school?
Not where I went. So it was self-taught, but I did a lot of programming. The thing that sort of pushed me in the path of eventually working on self-driving cars was actually one of these really long trips driving from my house in Kansas to I think Las Vegas, where we did the BattleBots competition. And I had just gotten my learner's permit or early driver's permit, and so I was driving this 10-hour stretch across western Kansas where it's just you're going straight on a highway and it is mind-numbingly boring. And I remember thinking even then, with my sort of mediocre programming background, that this is something that a computer can do, right? Let's take a picture of the road, let's find the yellow lane markers, and steer the wheel. And later I'd come to realize this had been done since the 80s or the 70s or even earlier, but I still wanted to do it. And sort of immediately after that trip, switched from sort of BattleBots, which is more radio controlled machines, to thinking about building autonomous vehicles of some scale. Start off with really small electric ones, and then progress to what we're doing now.
So what was your view of artificial intelligence at that point? What did you think? So this is before. There's been waves in artificial intelligence, right? The current wave of deep learning makes people believe that you can solve in a really rich, deep way the computer vision perception problem. But like in before the deep learning craze, how do you think about how would you even go about building a thing that perceives itself in the world, localizes itself in the world, moves around the world?
Like when you were younger.
Yeah. And so what was your thinking about it?
Well, prior to deep neural networks or convolutional neural nets, these modern techniques we have, or at least ones that are in use today, it was all heuristic based, and so like old school image processing. And I think extracting yellow lane markers out of an image of a road is one of the problems that lends itself reasonably well to those heuristic based methods. Like just do a threshold on the color yellow and then try to fit some lines to that using a huff transform or something, and then go from there.
Traffic light detection and sign detection, red, yellow, green.
10 or 15 years of that. That's pretty cool.
Because of GitHub, because their tools for solving most of the major problems in artificial intelligence are within a few lines of code for most kids. And that's incredible to think about, also on the entrepreneurial side. And on that point, was there any thought about entrepreneurship before you came to college? Is sort of building this into a thing that impacts the world on a large scale?
Yeah, I've always wanted to start a company. I think that's, just a cool concept of creating something and exchanging it for value or creating value, I guess. So in high school, I was trying to build servo motor drivers, little circuit boards, and sell them online, or other things like that. And certainly knew at some point I wanted to do a startup, but it wasn't really, I'd say, until college, until I felt like I had the right combination of the environment, the smart people around you, and some free time, a lot of free time at MIT.
So you came to MIT as an undergrad in 2004.
That's right.
And that's when the first DARPA Grand Challenge was happening.
Yeah.
The timing of that is beautifully poetic. So how did you get yourself involved in that one?
Originally, there wasn't a
official entry.
Yeah, faculty-sponsored thing, and so a bunch of undergrads, myself included, started meeting and got together and tried to haggle together some sponsorships. We got a vehicle donated, a bunch of sensors, and tried to put something together. And so our team was probably mostly freshmen and sophomores, which was not really a fair fight against maybe the postdoc and faculty-led teams from other schools. But we got something up and running. Was probably one of the most effective uses of taxpayer money, dollar for dollar, that I've seen. Because that small sort of initiative that DARPA put out, sort of, in my view, was the catalyst or the tipping point for this whole next wave of autonomous vehicle development. So that was pretty cool.
So let me jump around a little bit on that point. They also did the urban challenge, where it was in the city, but it was very artificial and there's no pedestrians, and there's very little human involvement except a few professional drivers.
Yeah.
Do you think there's room? And then there was the robotic challenge with humanoid robots.
Right.
So in your now role as looking at this, you're trying to solve one of the, autonomous driving, one of the harder, more difficult places in San Francisco. Is there a role for DARPA to step in to also kind of help out, like challenge with new ideas, specifically pedestrians and so on, all these kinds of interesting things?
Well, I haven't thought about it from that perspective. Is there anything DARPA could do today to further accelerate things? And I would say my instinct is that that's maybe not the highest and best use of their resources and time, because kickstarting and spinning up the flywheel is, I think, what they did in this case for very, very little money. But today this has become commercially interesting to very large companies. The amount of money going into it and the amount of people going through your class and learning about these things and developing new skills is just orders of magnitude more than it was back then. And so there's enough momentum and inertia and energy and investment dollars into this space right now that they can just say mission accomplished and move on to the next area of technology that needs help.
So then, stepping back to MIT, you left MIT during your junior year. What was that decision like?
As I said, I always wanted to do a company or start a company, and this opportunity landed in my lap, which was a couple guys from Yale were starting a new company, and I Googled them and found that they had started a company previously and sold it actually on eBay for about $250,000, which was a pretty interesting story. But so I thought to myself, these guys are, rock star entrepreneurs. They've done this before. They must be driving around. IT at the time was mostly into, finance or consulting jobs in Boston or New York, and very few people were going to California to start companies. But today, I'd say it's probably inverted, which is just a sign of the times, I guess.
So there's a story about midnight of March 18, 2007, where TechCrunch, I guess, announced Justin TV earlier than it was supposed to, a few hours. The site didn't work. I don't know if any of this is true, you can tell me. And you and one of the folks at Justin TV, Emmett Shear, quoted through the night, Can you take me through that experience? So wait, let me say a few nice things. That the article I read quoted Justin Kahn said that you were known for hero coding through problems and being a creative quote creative genius. So on that night, what was going through your head? Or maybe I put another way, how do you solve these problems? What's your approach to solving these kinds of problems where the line between success and failure seems to be pretty thin?
That's a good question. Well, first of all, that's nice of Justin to say that. I think I would have been maybe 21 years old then and not very experienced at programming. But as with everything in a startup, you're sort of racing against the clock. And so our plan was the second we had this live streaming camera backpack up and running where Justin could wear it, and no matter where he went in the city, it would be streaming live video. And this is even before the iPhone, so this is like hard to do back then. We would launch, and so we thought we were there, and the backpack was working, and then we sent out all the emails to launch the company and do the press thing, and then we weren't quite actually there, and then we thought, oh well, they're not going to announce it until maybe 10 a.m. the next morning, and it's 5 p.m. now, so how many hours do we have left? What is that, like 17 hours to go, and that was going to be fine.
Was the problem obvious? Did you understand what could possibly, like, how complicated was the system at that point?
It was pretty messy. So to get a live video feed that looked decent working from anywhere in San Francisco, I put together the system where we had like 3 or 4 cell phone data modems, and they were like, we take the video stream and sort of spray it across these 3 or 4 modems, and then try to catch all the packets on the other side, with unreliable cell phone networks.
Pretty low-level networking.
Yeah, and putting these like sort of protocols on top of all that to reassemble and reorder the packets and have time buffers and error correction and all that kind of stuff. And the night before, it was just staticky. Every once in a while, the image would go staticky, and there would be this horrible, like, screeching audio noise because the audio was also corrupted. And this would happen like every 5 to 10 minutes or so, and it was really off-putting to the viewers.
How do you tackle that problem? What was the you just freaking out behind a computer? Are there other folks working on this problem? Like, were you behind a whiteboard? Were you doing
yeah, it's a little
pair
lonely.
coding?
Yeah, it's a little lonely because there's 4 of us working on the company, and only 2 people really wrote code. And Emmett wrote the website and the chat system, and I wrote the software for this video streaming device and video server. And so it's my sole responsibility to figure that out. And I think it's those setting deadlines, trying to move quickly and everything, where you're in that moment of intense pressure, that sometimes people do their best and most interesting work. And so even though that was a terrible moment, I look back on it fondly because that's like that's one of those character-defining moments, I think.
So in 2013, in October, you founded Cruise Automation.
Yeah.
So progressing forward, another exceptionally successful company was acquired by GM in 2016 for $1 billion. But in October 2013, what was on your mind? What was the plan? How does one seriously start to tackle one of the hardest robotics, most important, impactful robotics problems of our age?
After going through Twitch, Twitch was and is today pretty successful, but the work was the result was entertainment mostly. Like the better the product was, the more we would entertain people, and then make money on the ad revenues and other things. And it was a good thing. It felt good to entertain people, but I figured, like, what is really the point of becoming a really good engineer? And Develop 12 went off. I went all in on Cruise immediately and got to work.
Did you have an idea of how to solve this problem? Which aspects of the problem to solve? Slow, like what you just said to Oliver from Voyage here,
Yeah.
slow moving retirement communities, urban driving, highway driving. Did you have a vision of the city of the future where transportation is largely automated, that kind of thing, or was it sort of more fuzzy and gray area than that?
My analysis of the situation is that Google had been putting a lot of money into that project. They had a lot more resources, and they still hadn't cracked the fully driverless car. This is 2013 2013, I guess. So I thought, what can I do to sort of go from zero to significant scale so I can actually solve the real problem, which is the driverless cars. And I thought, here's the strategy. We'll start by doing a really simple problem or solving a really simple problem that creates value for people. So eventually ended up deciding on automating highway driving, which is relatively more straightforward as long as there's a backup driver there. And the go-to-market will be able to retrofit people's cars and just sell these products directly. And the idea was take all the revenue and profits from that and use it to sort of reinvest that in research for doing fully driverless cars. And that was the plan. The only thing that really changed along the way between then and now is we never really launched the first product. We had enough interest from investors and enough of a signal that this was something that we should be working on, that after about a year of working on the highway autopilot, we had it working at a prototype stage, but we just completely abandoned that and said we're going to go all. If we just knock out like 3 make and models of vehicle, that'll cover like 80% of the San Francisco market. Doesn't everyone there drive, I don't know, a BMW or a Honda Civic or one of these 3 cars? And then we surveyed our users and we found out that it's all over the place. To get even a decent number of units sold, we'd have to support 20 or 50 different models, and each one is a little butterfly that takes time and effort to maintain, that retrofit integration and custom hardware and all this. So it was a tough business.
So GM manufactures and sells over 9 million cars a year, and what you with Cruise are trying to do some of the most cutting-edge innovation in terms of applying AI. This is how do those? We talked about it a little bit before, but it's also just fascinating to me. We work with a lot of automakers, and the difference between the gap between Detroit and Silicon Valley. Let's say, just to be sort of poetic about it, I guess. How do you close that gap? How do you take GM into the future, where a large part of the fleet would be autonomous, perhaps?
I want to start by acknowledging that GM is made up of tens of thousands of really brilliant, motivated people who want to be a part of the future. And so it's pretty fun to work with them. The attitude inside a car company like that is, embracing this transformation and change rather than fearing it. And I think that's a testament to the leadership at GM, and that's flown all the way through to everyone you talk to, even the people in the assembly plants working on these cars. So that's really great. So that starting from that position makes it a lot easier. So then when the people in San Francisco at Cruise interact with the people at GM, at least we have this common set of values, which is that we really want this stuff to work because we think it's important and we think it's the future. That's not to say, those two cultures don't clash. They absolutely do. There's different sort of value systems. Like in a car company, the thing that gets you promoted and sort of the reward system is following the processes, delivering the program on time and on budget. So any sort of risk-taking is discouraged in many ways, because if a program is late or if you shut down the plant for a day, it's you can count the millions of dollars that burn by pretty quickly. Whereas I think in most Silicon Valley companies and in Cruise and the methodology we were employing, especially around the time of the acquisition, the reward structure is about trying to solve these complex problems in any way, shape, or form, or coming up with crazy ideas that 90% of them won't work, and so meshing that culture of sort of continuous improvement and experimentation with one where everything needs to be rigorously defined up front so that you never slip a deadline or miss a budget was a pretty big challenge. And that we're over 3 years in now after the acquisition, and I'd say the investment we made in figuring out how to work together successfully and who should do what, and how we bridge the gaps between these very different systems and way of doing engineering work is now one of our greatest assets, because I think we have this really powerful thing. But for a while it was both GM and Cruise were very steep on the learning curve.
Yeah, so I'm sure it was very stressful. It's really important work, because that's how to revolutionize the transportation, really to revolutionize any system. You look at the healthcare system, or you look at the legal system. I have people like lawyers come up to me all the time, like everything they're working on can easily be automated. But then
that's not a good feeling. Yeah.
Well, it's not a good feeling, but also there's no way to automate because the entire infrastructure is really based is older and it moves very slowly. And so how do you close the gap between how can I replace software don't want to be replaced with an app, but you could replace a lot of aspects when most of the data is still on paper. So the same thing with automotive. I mean, it's fundamentally software. So it's basically hiring software engineers. It's thinking a software world. I mean, I'm pretty sure nobody in Silicon Valley has ever hit a deadline. So and then on GM,
That's probably true. Yeah.
on GM side, it's probably the opposite.
Industrialization that occurs inside of an automotive assembly plant. That is a lot of work that I am very, and so to have partners who have done that for 100 years and have these great processes and this huge infrastructure and supply base that we can tap into is just remarkable, because the scope and surface area of the problem of deploying fleets of self-driving cars is so large that we're constantly looking for ways to do less, so we can focus on the things that really matter more. Had to develop all that capability in-house as well. That would just make the problem really intractable, I think.
So yeah, just like your first entry at the MIT DARPA Challenge, when it was the motor that failed, somebody that knows what they're doing with the motor did it.
That would have been nice if we could focus on the software, not the hardware platform. Yeah.
So from your perspective now, there's so many ways that autonomous vehicles can impact society in the next year, 5 years, 10 years. What do you think is the biggest opportunity to make money in autonomous driving? So sort of make it a financially viable thing in the near term. What do you think would be the biggest impact there?
Well, the things that drive the economics for fleets of self-driving cars there's sort of a handful of variables. One is the cost to build the vehicle itself, so the material cost, what's the cost of all your sensors plus the cost of the vehicle and all the other components on it. Another one is the lifetime of the vehicle. It's very different if your vehicle drives 100,000 miles and then falls apart versus 2 million. And then if you have a fleet, it's kind of like an airplane or an airline where once you produce the vehicle, you want it to be in operation as many hours a day as possible, producing revenue. And then the other piece of that is how are you generating revenue? I think that's kind of what you're asking. And I think the obvious things today are the ride-sharing business, because that's pretty clear that there's demand for that. There's existing markets you can tap into, and
large urban areas, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think that there are some real benefits to having cars without drivers compared to sort of the status quo for people who use rideshare services today. You get privacy, consistency, hopefully significantly improved safety, all these benefits versus the current product. But it's a crowded market, and then other opportunities which you've seen a lot of activity in the last 6 to 12 months is delivery, whether that's parcels and packages, food or groceries. Those are all sort of, I think, opportunities that are pretty ripe for these. Once you have this core technology, which is the fleet of autonomous vehicles, there's all sorts of different business opportunities you can build on top of that. But I think the important thing, of course, is that there's zero monetization opportunity until you actually have that fleet of very capable driverless cars that are as good or better than humans, and that's sort of where the entire industry is sort of in this holding pattern right now.
Yeah, they're trying to achieve that baseline. So when you said sort of not reliability, consistency, it's kind of interesting. I think I heard you say somewhere, I'm not sure if that's what you meant, but I can imagine a situation where you would get in an autonomous vehicle, and when you get into an Uber or Lyft, you don't get to choose the driver, in the sense that you don't get to choose the personality of the driver. Do you think there's room to define the personality of the car, the way it drives you, in terms of aggressiveness, for example, in terms of sort of pushing the bound? One of the biggest challenges in autonomous driving is the trade-off between sort of safety and assertiveness. And do you think there's any room for the human to take a role in that decision? Except some of the liability, I guess.
I wouldn't just, no, I'd say within reasonable bounds, as in we're not going to, I think it'd be highly unlikely we'd expose any knob that would let you, significantly increase, safety risk. I think that's just not something we'd be willing to do. But I think driving style, or are you going to relax the comfort constraints slightly, or things like that, all of those things make sense and are plausible. I see all those as nice optimizations once again we get the core problem solved in these fleets out there. But another thing we've sort of observed is that you have this intuition that if you sort of slam your foot on the gas right after the light turns green and aggressively accelerate, you're going to get there faster. But the actual impact of doing that is pretty small. You feel like you're getting there faster, but so that's the same would be true for AVs. Even if they don't slam the pedal to the floor when the light turns green, they're going to get you there within, if it's a 15-minute trip, within 30 seconds of what you would have done otherwise if you were going really aggressively. So I think there's this sort of self-deception that my aggressive driving style is getting me there faster.
Well, so that's some of the things I study, some of the things I'm fascinated by the psychology of that. I don't think it matters that it doesn't get you there faster. It's the emotional release. Driving is a place. Being inside of a car, somebody said it's like the real world version of being a troll. So you have this protection, this mental protection. You're able to sort of yell at the world, like release your anger, whatever is button. So there's an element of that I think autonomous vehicles would also have this, giving an outlet to people, but it doesn't have to be through driving or honking or so on. There might be other outlets, but I think to just sort of even just put that aside, the baseline is really, that's the focus, that's the thing you need to solve, and then the fun human things can be solved after. But so from the baseline of just solving autonomous driving, you're working in San Francisco, one of the more difficult cities to operate in. What is the, in your view, currently the hardest aspect of autonomous driving? Negotiating with pedestrians? Is it edge cases of perception? Is it planning? Is there mechanical engineering? Is it data, fleet stuff? What are your thoughts on the more challenging aspects there?
That's a good question. I think before we go to that, though, I like what you said about the psychology aspect of this, because I think one observation I've made is I think I read somewhere that I think it's maybe Americans on average spend over an hour a day on social media, like staring at Facebook, and so that's just 60 minutes of your life you're not getting back. It's probably not super productive, and so that's 3,600 seconds, right? And that's time. It's a lot of time you're giving up. And if you compare that to people being on the road, if another vehicle, whether it's a human driver or autonomous vehicle, delays them by even 3 seconds, right, they're laying in on the horn.
Yeah.
Even though that's 1/1000th of the time they waste looking at Facebook every day. So there's definitely some psychology aspects of this I think that are pretty interesting. Road rage in general, and then the question, of course, is if everyone is in self-driving cars, do they even notice these 3-second delays anymore because they're doing other things or reading or working or just talking to each other? So it'll be interesting to see where that goes.
In a certain aspect, people need to be distracted by something entertaining, something useful inside the car, so they don't pay attention to the external world, and then they can take whatever is psychology and bring it back to Twitter and focus on that as opposed to sort of interacting, sort of putting the emotion out there into the world. So it's an interesting problem, but baseline autonomy.
I guess you could say self-driving cars, at scale, will lower the collective blood pressure of society probably by a couple points. Without all that road rage and stress. So that's a good externality. So back to your question about the technology and I guess the biggest problems, and I have a hard time answering that question because we've been at this, like specifically focusing on driverless cars and all the technology needed to enable that for a little over 4.5 years now, and even a year or two in, I felt like we had completed the functionality needed to get someone from point A to point B, as in if we need to do a left turn maneuver or if we need to drive around a double parked vehicle into oncoming traffic or navigate through construction zones, the scaffolding and the building blocks was there pretty early on. And so the challenge is not any one scenario or situation for which we fail at 100% of those. It's more we're benchmarking against a pretty good or pretty high standard, which is human driving. All things considered, humans are excellent at handling edge cases and unexpected scenarios, whereas computers are the opposite. And so beating that baseline set by humans is the challenge. And so what we've been doing for quite some time now is basically it's this continuous improvement process where we find sort of the most uncomfortable or the things that could lead to a safety issue, other things, all these events, and then we sort of categorize them and rework parts of our system to make incremental improvements and do that over and over and over again, and we just see that sort of the overall performance of the system, actually increasing at a pretty steady clip. But there's no one thing. There's actually like thousands of little things, and just like polishing functionality and making sure that it handles every version and possible permutation of a situation by either applying more deep learning systems or just by adding more test coverage or new scenarios that we develop against, and just grinding on that. We're sort of in the unsexy phase of development right now, which is doing the real engineering work that it takes to go from prototype to production.
You're basically scaling the grinding, so it's sort of taking seriously the process of all those edge cases, both with human experts and machine learning methods to cover all those situations.
Yeah, and the exciting thing for me is I don't think that grinding ever stops,
right?
Because there's a moment in time where you cross that threshold of human performance and become superhuman. But there's no first principles reason that AV capability will tap out anywhere near humans. Like, there's no reason it couldn't be 20 times better, whether that's just better driving or safer driving or more comfortable driving, or even 1,000 times better given enough time. And we intend to basically chase that, forever, to build the best possible product.
Better and better and better, and always new edge cases come up and new experiences. So, and you want to automate that process as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you think in general in society? When do you think we may have hundreds of thousands of fully autonomous vehicles driving around? So, first off, predictions. Nobody knows the future. You're part of the leading people trying to define that future, but even then, you still don't know. But if you think about hundreds of thousands of vehicles, so a significant fraction of vehicles in major cities are autonomous. Do you think, are you with Rodney Brooks, who is 2050 and beyond, or are you more with Elon Musk, who should have had that 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, I'd love to have it 2 years ago, but we're not there yet. So I guess the way I would think about that is let's flip that question around. So what would prevent you to reach hundreds of thousands of vehicles? And
it's a good rephrasing.
Yeah. So I'd say it seems the consensus among the people developing self-driving cars today is to sort of start with some form of an easier environment, whether it means lacking inclement weather, or mostly sunny, or whatever it is, and then add capability for more complex situations over time. And so if you're only able to deploy in areas that meet sort of your criteria, or the current domain, operating domain of the software you developed, that may put a cap on how many cities you can deploy in. But then as those restrictions start to fall away, like maybe you add capability to drive really well and safely in heavy rain or snow, that probably opens up the market by two or threefold in terms of the cities you can expand into, and so on. And so the real question is, I know today if we wanted to, we could produce that many autonomous vehicles, but we wouldn't be able to make use of all of them yet, because we would sort of saturate the demand in the cities in which we would want to operate initially. So if I were to guess like what the timeline is for those things falling away and reaching hundreds of thousands of vehicles,
maybe a range is better.
I would say less than 5 years.
Less than 5 years?
Yeah.
And of course you're working hard to make that happen. So you started 2 companies that were eventually acquired for each $4 billion. So you're a pretty good person to ask, what does it take to build a successful startup?
I think there's sort of survivor bias here a little bit, but I can try to find some common threads for the things that worked for me, which is, in both of these companies, I was really passionate about the core technology. I actually lay awake at night thinking about these problems and how to solve them. And I think that's helpful because when you start a business, there are, like to this day, there are these crazy ups and downs. Like one day you think the business is you're just on top of the world and unstoppable, and the next day you think, okay, this is all gonna end. It's just going south and it's gonna be over tomorrow. And so I think like having a true passion that you can fall back on, and knowing that you would be doing it even if you weren't getting paid for it, helps you weather those tough times. So that's one thing. I think the other one is really good people. So I've always been surrounded by really good co-founders that are logical thinkers, are always pushing their limits, and have very high levels of integrity. So that's Dan Kahn in my current company, and actually his brother and a couple other guys for Justin TV and Twitch. And then I think the last thing is just I guess persistence or perseverance, like, and that can apply to sticking to sort of or having conviction around the original premise of your idea, and sticking around to do all the the unsexy work to actually make it come to fruition, including dealing with whatever it is that you're not passionate about, whether that's finance or HR or operations or those things. As long as you are grinding away and working towards that North Star for your business, whatever it is, and you don't give up, and you're making progress every day, it seems like eventually you'll end up in a good place. And the only things that can slow you down are running out of money, or I suppose your competitors destroying you. But I think most of the time it's people giving up, or somehow destroying things themselves rather than being beaten by their competition or running out of money.
Yeah, if you never quit, eventually you'll arrive. So
a much more concise version of what I was trying to say. Yeah, that's good.
You went the Y Combinator route twice.
Yeah.
What do you think, in a quick question, do you think is the best way to raise funds in the early days? Or not just funds, but just community, develop your idea and so on. Can you do it solo, or maybe with a co-founder, with like self-funded? Do you think Y Combinator is good? Is it good to do VC route? Is there no right answer, or is there, from the Y Combinator experience, something that you could take away that was the right path to take?
There's no one-size-fits-all answer, but if your ambition, I think, is to see how big you can make something, or rapidly expand and capture a market or solve a problem or whatever it is, then going the venture back route is probably a good approach, so that capital doesn't become your primary constraint. Y Combinator I love because it puts you in this sort of competitive environment where you're surrounded by the top maybe 1% of other really highly motivated peers who are in the same place, and that environment, I think, just breeds success, right? If you're surrounded by really brilliant, hardworking people, you're going to feel sort of compelled or inspired to try to emulate them or beat them. And so even though I had done it once before, and I felt like I'm pretty self-motivated, I thought, like, look, this is going to be a hard problem. I can use all the help I can get. So surrounding myself with other entrepreneurs is going to make me work a little bit harder, or push a little harder, then it's worth it. And so that's why I did it, for example, the second time.
Let's go philosophical, existential. If you go back and do something differently in your life, starting in high school and MIT, leaving MIT, you could have gone the PhD route, doing startup, going to see about a startup in California, or maybe some aspects of fundraising. Is there something you regret? Something well, not necessarily regret, but if you go back, think differently?
I think I've made a lot of mistakes, like pretty much everything you can screw up. I think I've screwed up at least once, but I don't regret those things. I think it's hard to look back on things, even if they didn't go well, and call it a regret, because hopefully you took away some new knowledge or learning from that. So I would say there's a period. Yeah, the closest I can come to is this. There's a period in Justin TV, I think, after 7 years, where the company was going one direction, which was towards Twitch and video gaming. I'm not a video gamer. I don't really even use Twitch at all. And I was still working on the core technology there, but my heart was no longer in it, because the business that we were creating was not something that I was personally passionate about.
It didn't meet your bar of existential impact.
Yeah, and I'd say I probably spent an extra year or two working on that, and I'd say, like, I would have just tried to do something different sooner, because those were 2 years where I felt like, from this philosophical or existential thing, I just felt like something was missing. And so I would have, if I could look back now and tell myself, it's like, I would have said exactly that. Like, you're not getting any meaning out of your work personally right now. You should find a way to change that. And that's part of the pitch I use to basically everyone who joins groups today. It's like, hey, you've got that now by coming here.
Or maybe you needed the 2 years of that existential dread to develop the feeling that ultimately was the fire that created Cruise. So you never know. You can't hear.
Good theory. Yeah.
So last question: what does 2019 hold for Cruise?
After this, I guess we're gonna go and I'll talk to your class. class, but one of the big things is going from prototype to production for autonomous cars, and what does that mean? What does that look like? And 2019 for us is the year that we try to cross over that threshold and reach, superhuman level of performance to some degree with the software, and have all the other of the thousands of little building blocks in place to launch, our first commercial product. So that's what's in store for us, in store for us, and we've got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of brilliant people working on it, so it's all up to us now.
Yeah, from Charlie Miller and Chris Mills, like the people I've crossed paths with.
Oh, great.
It sounds like you have an amazing team. So, like I said, it's one of the most important problems in artificial intelligence of this century. It'll be one of the most defining. It's super exciting that you work on it, and the best of luck in 2019. I'm really excited to see what Cruise comes up with.
Thank you. Thanks for having me today.
Thanks, Tom. The following is a conversation with Leslie Kaleblake. She is a roboticist and professor at MIT. She is recognized for her work on reinforcement learning, planning, robot navigation, and several other topics in AI. She won the Ichikai Computers and Thought Award and was the editor-in-chief of the prestigious Journal of Machine Learning Research. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast at MIT and beyond. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Leslie Kaleblake.
What made me get excited about AI, I can say that, is I read Gödel, Escher, Bach when I was in high school. That was pretty formative for me because it exposed the interestingness of primitives and combination and how you can make complex things out of simple parts, and ideas of AI and what kinds of programs might generate intelligent behavior. So
you first fell in love with AI, reasoning, logic versus robots?
Yeah, the robots came because my first job, so I finished an undergraduate degree in philosophy at Stanford and was about to finish a master's in computer science, and I got hired at SRI in their AI lab, and they were building a robot. It was a kind of a follow-on to Shaky, but all the Shaky people were not there anymore. And so my job was to try to get this robot to do stuff, and that's really kind of what got me interested in robots.
So maybe taking a small step back,
Yeah.
your bachelor's Stanford in philosophy, did
Yeah.
master's and PhD in computer science, but the bachelor's in philosophy. So what was that journey like? What elements of philosophy do you think you bring to your work in computer science?
So it's surprisingly relevant. So the part of the reason that I didn't do a computer science undergraduate degree was that there wasn't one at Stanford at the time. But that there's a part of philosophy, and in fact Stanford has a special sub-major in something called now symbolic systems, which is logic, model theory, formal semantics of natural language. And so that's actually a perfect preparation for work in AI and computer science.
That's kind of interesting. So if you were interested in artificial intelligence, what kind of majors were people even thinking about taking? Was it neuroscience? So besides philosophies, what were you supposed to do if you were fascinated by the idea of creating intelligence?
There weren't enough people who did that for that even to be a conversation. I mean, I think probably philosophy. I mean, it's interesting. In my class, my graduating class of undergraduate philosophers, probably maybe slightly less than half went on in computer science, slightly less than half went on in law, and like one or two went on in philosophy. So it was a common kind of connection.
Do you think AI researchers have a role in part-time philosophers, or should they stick to the solid science and engineering without sort of taking the philosophizing tangents? I mean, you work with robots, you think about what it takes to create intelligent beings. Aren't you the perfect person to think about the big picture of philosophy at all?
The parts of philosophy that are closest to AI, I think, or at least the closest to AI that I think about, are stuff like belief and knowledge and denotation and that kind of stuff. And that's, it's quite formal, and it's like just one step away from the kinds of computer science work that we do kind of routinely. I think that there are important questions still about what you can do with a machine and what you can't and so on, although at least my personal view is that I'm completely a materialist, and I don't think that there's any reason why you can't make a robot be behaviorally indistinguishable from human. And the question of whether it's distinguishable internally, whether it's a zombie or not in philosophy terms, I actually I don't know, and I don't know if I care too much about that.
Right, but there is philosophical notions. They're mathematical and philosophical because we don't know so much of how difficult it is. How difficult is a perception problem? How difficult is the planning problem? How difficult is it to operate in this world successfully? Because our robots are not currently as successful as human beings in many tasks. The question about the gap between current robots and human beings borders a little bit on philosophy. The expanse of knowledge that's required to operate in this world, the ability to form common sense knowledge, the ability to reason about uncertainty. Much of the work you've been doing, there's open questions there that I don't know, required to activate a certain big picture view.
To me, that doesn't seem like a philosophical gap at all. To me, there is a big technical gap.
Yes.
A huge technical gap. But I don't see any reason why it's more than a technical gap.
Perfect. So, when you mentioned AI, you mentioned SRI, and maybe can you describe to me when you first fell in love with robotics, robots, or inspired, so you mentioned flaky or shaky flaky, and what was the robot that first captured your imagination? Was it possible?
Right. Well, so the first robot I worked with was, like, Shaky was a robot that the SRI people had built. But by the time, I think when I arrived, it was sitting in a corner of somebody's office dripping hydraulic fluid into a pan. But it's iconic, and really everybody should read the Shaky Tech Report because it has so many good ideas in it. I mean, they invented A-star search and symbolic planning and learning macro operators. They had low-level kind of configuration space planning for the robot. They had vision. They had all the basic ideas of a ton of things.
Can you take a step back? Shaky have arms. What was the job? What was
Shaky,
the goal?
Yeah. So it used vision to localize itself in a map. It detected objects. It could detect objects that were surprising to it. It would plan and replan based on what it saw. It reasoned about whether to look and take pictures. It really had the basics of so many of the things that we think about now.
How did it represent the space around it?
So it had representations at a bunch of different levels of abstraction. So it had, I think, a kind of an occupancy grid of symbolic kind of groups and connectivity.
So where does flaky come in?
Yeah, okay. So I showed up at SRI and we were building a brand new robot. As I said, none of the people from the previous project were kind of there or involved anymore. So we were kind of starting from scratch. And my advisor was Stan Rosenstein. He ended up being my thesis advisor, and he learned with my robot, even if the robot's not using logic in its head to prove damage. Right? So that was kind of the distinction. And so the idea was to kind of use those principles to make a robot do stuff. But a lot of the basic things we had to kind of learn for ourselves because I had zero background in robotics. I didn't know anything about control. I didn't know anything about sensors. So we reinvented a lot of wheels on the way to getting that robot to do stuff.
Do you think that was an advantage or a hindrance?
Oh, no, I'm big in favor of wheel reinvention, actually. I mean, I think you learn a lot by doing it. It's important, though, to eventually have the pointers so that you can see what's really going on. But I think you can appreciate much better the good solutions once you've messed around a little bit on your own and found the bad.
Yeah, I think you mentioned reinventing reinforcement learning and referring to rewards as pleasures. Pleasure.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Which I think is a nice name for it.
Yeah, it seems good to me.
It's more fun almost. Do you think you could tell the history of AI and machine learning
technological process that actually drives a lot of what's going on. Early days was kind of cybernetics and control, right? And the idea that of homeostasis, people made these robots that could, I don't know, try to plug into the wall when they needed power, and then cut loose and roll around and do stuff. And then I think over time, the thought, well, that was inspiring, but people said, no, 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 we want to get maybe closer to what feels like real intelligence or human intelligence. And then maybe the expert systems people tried to do that, but maybe a little too superficially. Right? So, we get this surface understanding of what intelligence is like because I understand how a steel mill works, and I can try to explain it to you, and you can write it down in logic, and then we can make a computer for that. And then that didn't work out. But what's interesting, I think, is when a thing starts to not be working very well, it's not only do we change methods, we change problems, right? So it's not like we have better ways of doing the problem with the expert systems we were trying to do. We have no ways of trying to do that problem. Oh, yeah, no, I think, or maybe a few, but we kind of give up on that problem, and we switch to a different problem, and we work that for a while, and we make progress.
As a broad community.
As a community, yeah.
And there's a lot of people who would argue you don't give up on the problem, it's just you decrease the number of people working on it. You almost kind of like put it on the shelf, so we'll come back to this 20 years later.
Yeah, I think that's right. Or you might decide that it's malformed. Like you might say, it's wrong to just try to make something that does superficial symbolic reasoning behave like a doctor. You can't do that until you've had the sensory motor experience of being a doctor or something. So there's arguments that say that that's problem is not well formed, or it could be that it is well formed, but we just weren't approaching it well.
You mentioned that your favorite part of logic and symbolic systems is that they give short names for large sets. So there is some use to this. They use to symbolic reasoning. But looking at expert systems and symbolic computing, what do you think are the roadblocks that we're hitting in the 80s and 90s?
Okay. So right. So the fact that I'm not a fan of expert systems doesn't mean that I'm not a fan of some kinds of symbolic reasoning. Right. So let's see. Roadblocks. Well, the main roadblock, I think, was that the idea that humans could articulate their knowledge effectively into some kind of logical statements.
So it's not just the cost, the effort, but really just the capability of doing it.
Right. Because we're all experts in vision, right? But totally don't have introspective access into how to do that. Right? And it's true that, I think the idea was, well, of course, people then would know. Of course, I wouldn't ask you to please write down the rules that you use for recognizing a water bottle. That's crazy, and everyone understood that. But we might ask you to please write down the rules you use for deciding, I don't know, what tie to put on, or how to set up a microphone, or something like that. But even those things, I think, people maybe, I think what they found, I'm not sure about this, but I think what they found was that the so-called experts could give explanations, that sort of post hoc explanations for how and why they did things, but they weren't necessarily very good. And then they depended on maybe some kinds of perceptual things, which, again, they couldn't really define very well. So I think fundamentally, I think that the underlying problem with that was the assumption that people could articulate how and why they were doing it.
Right, so it's almost encoding the knowledge, converting from expert to something that a machine could understand and reason with.
No, not even just encoding, but getting it out of you.
Just
right? Not writing it. I mean, yes, hard also to write it down for the computer, but I don't think that people can produce it. You can tell me a story about why you do stuff, but I'm not so sure that's the one.
Great. So there are still on the hierarchical planning side places where symbolic reasoning is very useful. So as you've talked about, so where's the gap?
Yeah. Okay. Good. So saying that humans can't provide a description not good to do reasoning of various styles inside a computer. Those are just too orthogonal things. So then the question is, what kind of reasoning should you do inside a computer? And the answer is, I think you need to do all different kinds of reasoning inside a computer, depending on what kinds of problems you face.
I guess the question is, what kind of things can you encode symbolically so you can reason about?
I think the idea about, and even symbolic, I don't even like that terminology because I don't know what it means technically and formally. I do believe in abstractions. So abstractions are critical, right? You cannot reason completely fine-grained about everything in your life, right? You can't make a plan at the level of images and torques for getting a PhD, right? So you have to reduce the size of the state space and you have to reduce the horizon if you're going to reason about getting a PhD or even far and away reasons to make dinner. And so how can you reduce the spaces and the horizon of the reasoning you have to do? And the answer is abstraction, spatial abstraction, temporal abstraction. I think abstraction along the lines of goals is also interesting. Like you might, or well, abstraction and decomposition. Goals is maybe more of a decomposition thing. So I think that's where these kinds of, if you want to call it symbolic or discrete models come in. You talk about a room of your house instead of your pose. You talk about doing something during the afternoon instead of at 2:54. And you do that because it makes your reasoning problem easier, and also because you don't have enough information to reason in high fidelity about your pose of your elbow at 2:35 this afternoon anyway.
Right. When you're trying to get a PhD.
Or when you're doing anything.
Yeah, okay.
Except for at that moment. At that moment, you do have to reason about the pose of your elbow, maybe.
Right.
But then maybe you do that in some continuous joint space kind of model. So, again, my biggest point about all of this is that there should be, the dogma is not the thing, right? It shouldn't be that I am in favor against symbolic reasoning and you're in favor against neural networks. It should be that just computer science tells us what the right answer to all these questions is if we were smart enough to figure it out.
Well, yeah, when you try to actually solve the problem with computers, the right answer comes out. Like you mentioned abstractions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, neural networks form abstractions, or rather, there's automated ways to form abstractions,
Absolutely.
and there's expert-driven ways to form abstractions, and expert human-driven ways. And humans just seem to be way better at forming abstractions currently than certain problems. So when you're referring to 2:45 p.m. versus afternoon, how do we construct that taxonomy? Is there any room for automated construction of such abstractions?
Oh, I think eventually, yeah. I mean, I think when we get to be better and machine learning engineers, we'll build algorithms that build awesome abstractions.
That are useful in this kind of way that you described.
Yeah.
So let's then step from the abstraction discussion and let's talk about MDPs, partially observable Markov decision processes. So uncertainty. But first, what are Markov decision processes?
What are decision?
And maybe how much of our world can be models and MDPs? How much, when you wake up in the morning and you make your breakfast, do you think of yourself as an MDP? So how do you think about MDPs and how they relate to our world?
Well, so there's a stance question, right? So a stance is a position that I take with respect to a problem. So I, as a researcher or a person who designs systems, can decide to make a model of the world around me in some terms. So I take this messy world and I say, I'm going to treat it as if it were a problem of this formal kind, and then I can apply solution concepts or algorithms or whatever to solve that formal thing, right? So of course the world is not anything. It's not an MDP or a PondDP. I don't know what it is, but I can model aspects of it in some way or some other way. And when I model some aspect of it in a certain way, that gives me some set of algorithms I can use.
You can model the world in all kinds of ways.
Yeah.
Some are more accepting of uncertainty, more easily modeling uncertainty in the world. Some really force the world to be deterministic. And so certainly MDPs
model the uncertainty of the world.
Model some uncertainty. They model not present state uncertainty, but they model uncertainty in the way the future will unfold.
So what are Markov decision processes?
Okay, so Markov decision process is a model. It's a kind of a model that you can make that says, I know completely the current state of my system, and what it means to be a state is that I have all the information right now that will let me make predictions about the future as well as I can, so that remembering anything about my history wouldn't make my predictions any better. But then it also says that then I can take some actions that might change the state of the world, and that I don't have a deterministic model of those changes. I have a probabilistic model of how the world might change. It's a useful model for some kinds of systems. I think it's certainly not a good model for most problems, I think, because for most problems you don't actually know the state. For most problems it's partially observed, so that's now a different problem class.
So, okay, that's where the POMDPs, the partially observable Markov decision process, step in. So how do they address the fact that you can't observe most, you have incomplete information about most of the world around you?
Right, so now the idea is, we still kind of postulate that there exists a state. We think that there is some information about the world out there such that if we knew that, we could make good predictions, but we don't know the state. And so then we have to think about how, but we do get observations. Maybe I get images, or I hear things, or I feel things, and those might be local or noisy, and so therefore they don't tell me everything about what's going on. And then I have to reason about, given the history of actions I've taken and observations I've gotten, what do I think is going on in the world? And then given my own kind of uncertainty about what's going on in the world, I can decide what actions.
And so how difficult is this problem of planning under uncertainty, in your view, in your long experience of modeling the world, trying to deal with this uncertainty, especially in real world systems?
Optimal planning for even discrete POMDPs can be undecidable depending on how you set it up. And so lots of people say, I don't use POMDPs because they are intractable. And I think that that's a kind of a very funny thing to say, because the problem you have to solve is the problem you have to solve. So if the problem you have to solve is intractable, that's what makes us AI people, right? So we understand that the problem we're solving is completely wildly intractable, that we will never be able to solve it optimally. At least I don't. Yeah, right. So later we can come back to an idea about bounded optimality and something. But anyway, we can't come up with optimal solutions to this problem. So we have to make approximations in modeling, approximations in solution algorithms, and so on. And so I don't have a problem with saying, yeah, my problem actually, it is POMDP in continuous space with continuous observations, and it's so computationally complex, I can't even think about its, big O whatever. But that doesn't prevent me from, it helps me, gives me some clarity to think about it that way, and to then take steps to make approximation after approximation to get down to something that's like computable in some reasonable time.
When you think about optimality, the community broadly has shifted on that, I think, a little bit, in how much they value the idea of optimality, of chasing an optimal solution. How has your views of chasing the optimal solution changed over the years when you work with robots?
That's interesting. I think we have a little bit of a methodological crisis, actually, from the theoretical side. I mean, I do think that theory is important, and that right now we're not doing much of it. So there's lots of empirical hacking around and training this and doing that and reporting numbers, but is it good? Is it bad? We don't know. It's very hard to say. And if you look at, like, computer science theory, so people talk, for a while, everyone was about solving problems optimally or completely, and then there were interesting relaxations. So people look at, are there regret bounds, or can I do some kind of, approximation? Can I prove something that I can approximately solve this problem, that I get closer to the solution as I spend more time, and so on. What's interesting, I think, is that we don't have good approximate solution concepts for very difficult problems, right? I like to, I like to say that I'm interested in doing a very bad job of very big problems. Right. So very bad job of very big problems. I like to do that, but I wish I could say something. I wish I had I don't know, some kind of a formal solution concept that I could use to say, oh, this algorithm actually it gives me something. Like I know what I'm going to get. I can do something other than just run it and get out.
So that notion is still somewhere deeply compelling to you. The notion that you can say, you can drop the thing on the table that says this, you can expect that this algorithm will give you some good results.
I hope science will. I mean, there's engineering and there's science. I think that they're not exactly the same. And I think right now we're making huge engineering, like leaps and bounds. So the engineering is running way ahead of the science, which is cool. And often how it goes, right? So we're making things and nobody knows how and why they're working, roughly. But we need to turn that into science.
There's some form. There's some room for formalizing.
We need to know what the principles are. Why does this work? Why does that not work? I mean, for a while people built bridges by trying, but now we can often predict whether it's going to work or not without building it. Can we do that for learning systems and for robots?
So your hope is, from a materialistic perspective, that artificial intelligence systems, robots, are just more fancier bridges. Belief space. What's the difference between belief space and state space? So you mentioned MDPs, small MDPs, reasoning about you sense the world, the state. What's this belief space idea?
Yeah, okay, that's good. So belief space, that is, instead of thinking about what's the state of the world and trying to control that as a robot, I think about what is the space of beliefs that I could have about the world. If I think of a belief as a probability distribution of ways the world could be, a belief state as a distribution, and then my control problem, if I'm reasoning about how to move through a world I'm uncertain about, my control problem is actually the problem of controlling my beliefs. So I think about taking actions, not just what effect they'll have on the world outside, but what effect they'll have on my own understanding of the world outside. And so that might compel me to ask a question or look somewhere to gather information, which may not really change the world state, but it changes my own belief about the world.
So that's a powerful way to empower the agent to reason about the world, to explore the world. So what kind of problems does it allow you to solve to let's say, the belief space versus just state space?
Well, any problem that requires deliberate information gathering. So if in some problems, like chess, there's no uncertainty, or maybe there's uncertainty about the opponent. There's no uncertainty about the state. And some problems there's uncertainty, but you gather information as you go. Like you might say, oh, I'm driving my autonomous car down the road and it doesn't know perfectly where it is, but the LiDARs are all going all the time, so I don't have to think about whether to gather information. But if you're a human driving down the road, you sometimes look over your shoulder to see what's going on behind you in the lane, and you have to decide whether you should do that now. And you have to trade off the fact that you're not seeing in front of you and you're looking behind you and how valuable is that information and so on. And so to make choices about information gathering, you have to reason in belief space. Also to just take into account your own uncertainty before trying to do things. So you might say, if I understand where I'm standing relative to the door jam pretty accurately, then it's okay for me to go through the door. But if I'm really not sure where the door is, then it might be better to not do that right now.
The degree of your uncertainty about the world is actually part of the thing you're trying to optimize it for.
That's right.
So this idea of a long horizon, of planning for a PhD, or just even how to get out of the house, or how to make breakfast. You show this presentation of the WTF, where's the fork, robot looking at the sink.
And can you describe how we plan in this world and this idea of hierarchical planning? We've mentioned. So yeah, how can a robot hope to plan about something with such a long horizon, where the goal is quite far away?
People, since probably reasoning began, have thought about hierarchical reasoning, but temporal hierarchy in particular. Well, there's spatial hierarchy, but let's talk about temporal hierarchy. So you might say, oh, I have this long execution I have to do, but I can divide it into some segments abstractly, right? So maybe I have to get out of the house, I have to get in the car, I have to drive, so on. And so you can plan, if you can build abstractions. So we started out by talking about abstractions, and we're back to that now. If you can build abstractions in your state space, and abstractions, sort of temporal abstractions, then you can make plans at a high level. And you can say, I'm going to go to town, and then I'll have to get gas, and then I can go here, and I can do this other thing. And you can reason about the dependencies and constraints among these actions, again, without thinking about the complete details. What we do in our hierarchical planning work is then say, all right, I make a plan with a high level of abstraction. I have to have some reason to think that it's feasible without working it out in complete detail. And that's actually the interesting step. I always like to talk about walking through an airport. Like, you can plan to go to New York and arrive at the airport and then find yourself in an office building later. You can't even tell me in advance what your plan is for walking through the airport. Partly because you're too lazy to think about it, maybe, but partly also because you just don't have the information. You don't know what gate you're landing in or what people are going to be in front of you or anything. So there's no point in planning in detail. But you have to make a leap of faith that you can figure it out once you get there. And it's really interesting to me how you arrive at that. How do you, so you have learned over your lifetime to be able to make some kinds of predictions about how hard it is to achieve some kinds of subgoals. And that's critical. Like, you would never plan to fly somewhere if you didn't have a model of how hard it was to do some of the intermediate steps. So one of the things we're thinking about now is how do you do this kind of very aggressive generalization to situations that you haven't been in so long, to predict how long will it take to walk through the Kuala Lumpur airport. Like, you can give me an estimate, it wouldn't be crazy. And you have to have an estimate of that in order to make plans that involve walking through the Kuala Lumpur airport, even if you don't need to know it in detail. So I'm really interested in these kinds of abstract models and how we acquire them. But once we have them, we can use them to do hierarchical reasoning, to learn reasoning.
Yeah, there's this notion of goal regression and pre-image backchaining. This idea of starting at the goal and just forming these big clouds of states. And I mean, it's almost like saying to the airport, once you show up to the airport, you're like a few steps away from the goal. So, like, thinking of it this way, it's kind of interesting. I don't know if you have sort of further comments on that, of starting at the goal level.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that Simon, back in the early days of AI, talked a lot about means-ends reasoning and reasoning back from the goal. There's a kind of an intuition that people have that the number of state space is big, the number of actions you can take is really big. So if you say, here I sit and I want to search forward from where I am, what are all the things I could do? That's just overwhelming. If you can reason at this other level and say, here's what I'm hoping to achieve, what could I do to make that true? But somehow the branching is small. Now, what's interesting is that, like in the AI planning community, that hasn't worked out. In the class of problems that they look at and the methods that they tend to use, it hasn't turned out that it's better to go backward. It's still kind of my intuition that it is, but I can't prove that to you right now.
Right, I share your intuition, at least for us mere humans. Speaking of which, when you maybe now we take a little step into that philosophy circle. How hard would it, when you think about human life, you give those as examples often. How hard do you think it is to formulate human life as a planning problem, or aspects of human life? So when you look at robots, you're often trying to
think about object manipulation, tasks, about moving. And when you take a slight step outside the room, let the robot leave and go get lunch, or maybe try to pursue more fuzzy goals. How hard do you think is that probably? If you were to try to maybe put another way, try to formulate human life as a planning problem.
Well, that would be a mistake. I mean, it's not all the planning problem, right? I mean, I think it's really, really important that we understand that you have to put together pieces and parts that have different styles of reasoning and representation and learning. I think it seems probably clear to anybody that it can't all be this or all be that. Brains aren't all like this or all like that, right? They have different pieces and parts and substructure and so on. So I don't think that there's any good reason to think that there's going to be like one true algorithmic thing that's going to do the whole job.
So it's a bunch of pieces together designed to solve a bunch of specific problems. One specific...
or maybe styles of problems. I mean, there's probably some reasoning that needs to go on in image space. I think, again, there's this model-based versus model-free idea, right? So in reinforcement learning, people talk about, oh, I could learn a policy, just straight up a way of behaving. I could learn, it's popular, a value function, that's some kind of weird intermediate ground. Or I could learn a transition model, which tells me something about the dynamics of the world. If I take imagine that I learn a transition model and I couple it with a planner and I draw a box around that, I have a policy again. It's just stored a different way.
Okay.
But it's just as much of a policy as the other policy. It's just I think, the way I see it is it's a time-space trade-off in computation. Right? That more overt policy representation, maybe it takes more space, but maybe I can compute quickly what action I should take. On the other hand, maybe a very compact model of the world dynamics plus a planner lets me compute what action to take too, just more slowly. I don't think there's no argument to be had. It's just like a question of what form of computation is best for us.
For the various subproblems.
Right. So like learning to do algebra manipulations for some reason that's probably gonna want naturally a sort of a different representation than writing a unicycle. If the time constraints of the unicycle are serious, the state space is maybe smaller. I don't know. But so
and there could be the more human sides of falling in love, having a relationship. That might be another another style of
no idea.
How to model that. Yeah. Let's first solve the algebra and the object manipulation.
Yeah.
So what do you think is harder, perception or planning?
Perception.
Understanding. That's so what do you think is so hard about perception, about understanding the world?
Well, I think the big question is representation. A hugely big question is representation. So perception has made great strides lately, right? And we can classify images and we can play certain kinds of games and predict how to steer the car and all that sort of stuff. I don't think we have a very good idea of what perception should deliver, right? So if you believe in model learning, okay, there's a very strong view which says we shouldn't build in any modularity. We should make a gigantic neural network, train it end to end to do the thing, and that's the best way forward. And it's hard to argue with that except on a sample complexity basis. Right? So you might say, oh, well, if I want to do end-to-end reinforcement learning on this giant neural network, it's going to take a lot of data and a lot of like broken robots and stuff. So then the only answer is to say, okay, we have to build in some structure or some bias. We know from theory of machine learning the only way to cut down the sample complexity is to kind of somehow cut down the hypothesis space. You can do that by building in bias. There's all kinds of reason to think that nature built bias into human. Convolution is a bias, right? It's a very strong bias and it's a very critical bias. So my own view is that we should look for more things that are like convolution, but that address other aspects of reasoning, right? So convolution helps us a lot with a certain kind of spatial reasoning that's quite close to the imaging. I think there's other ideas like that, maybe some amount of word search, maybe some notions of abstraction, maybe the notion that objects exist. Actually, I think that's pretty important, and a lot of people won't give you that to start with, right?
So almost like a convolution in the semantic object space, or some kind of idea there.
That's right. And people used to like the graph convolutions are an idea that are related to relational representations, and so I think there are. So I've come far afield from perception, but I think the thing that's going to make perception the kind of the next step is actually understanding better what it should produce, right? So what are we going to do with the output of it, right? It's fine when what we're going to do with the output is steer. It's less clear when we're just trying to make one integrated, intelligent agent. What should the output of perception be? We have no idea. And how should that hook up to the other stuff? We don't know. So I think the pressing question is, what kinds of structure can we build in that are like the neural equivalent of convolution that will make a really awesome superstructure that then learning can kind of progress on efficiently?
I agree. Very compelling description of actually where we stand with the perception model. You're teaching a course on embodied intelligence. What do you think it takes to build a robot with human level intelligence?
I don't know. If we knew, we would do it.
If you were to, I mean, okay, so do you think a robot needs to have self-awareness, consciousness, fear of mortality, or is it simpler than that? Or is consciousness a simple thing? Like, do you think about these notions?
I don't think much about consciousness. Even most philosophers who care about it will give you that you could have robots that are zombies, right, that behave like humans but are not conscious. And I, at this moment, would be happy enough with that, so I'm not really worried one way or the other.
So on the technical side, you're not thinking of the use of self-awareness?
Well, but then what does self-awareness mean? I mean, that you need to have some part of the system that can observe other parts of the system and tell whether they're working well or not. That seems critical. So, does that count as, does that count as self-awareness or not? Well, it depends on whether you think that there's somebody at home who can articulate whether they're self-aware. But clearly, if I have some piece of code that's counting how many times this procedure gets executed, that's a kind of self-awareness, right? So there's a big spectrum. It's clear you have to have some of it.
Quite far away on many dimensions, but isn't the direction of research that's most compelling to you for, trying to achieve human level intelligence?
Well, to me, I guess the thing that seems most compelling to me at the moment is this question of what to build in and what to learn. I think we're missing a bunch of ideas, and people, don't you dare ask me how many years it's going to be till that happens, because I won't even participate in the conversation, because I think we're missing ideas, and I don't know how long it's going to take to find them.
So I won't ask you how many years, but maybe I'll ask you when you would be sufficiently impressed that we've achieved it. So what's a good test of intelligence? Do you like the Turing test, the natural language? In the robotic space, is there something where you would sit back and think, oh, that's pretty impressive, as a test, as a benchmark? Do you think about these kinds of problems?
No, I resist. I think all the time that we spend arguing about those kinds of things could be better spent just making the robots work better. So
you don't value competition. So there's a nature of benchmarks and data sets, or Turing test challenges, where everybody kind of gets together and tries to build a better robot because they want to outcompete each other. Like the DARPA challenge with the autonomous vehicles. Do you see the value of that? Or can get in the way?
I think it can get in the way. Many people find it motivating, and so that's good. I find it anti-motivating personally.
Yeah.
But I think you get an interesting cycle people get super motivated and they hack their brains out. And much of what gets done is just hacks, but sometimes really cool ideas emerge, and then that gives us something to chew on after that. So it's not a thing for me, but I don't regret that other people do it.
Yeah, it's like I said, with everything else, the mix is good. So jumping topics a little bit, you started the Journal of Machine Learning Research and served as its editor-in-chief. How did the publication come about? And what do you think about the current publishing model space in machine learning and artificial intelligence?
Yeah, okay, good. So it came about because there was a journal called Machine Learning, which still exists, which was owned by Kluwer. And I was on the editorial board, and we used to have these meetings annually where we would complain to Kluwer that it was too expensive for the libraries and that people couldn't publish, and we would really like to have some kind of relief on those fronts, and they would always sympathize but not do anything. So we just decided to make a new journal, and there was the Journal of AI Research, which was on the same model, which had been in existence for maybe 5 years or so, and it was going along pretty well. So we just made a new journal. It wasn't. I mean, I don't know. I guess it was work, but it wasn't that hard. So basically, the editorial board, probably 75% of the editorial board of machine learning resigned, and we founded this new journal.
But it was more open.
Yeah, right. So it's completely open. It's open access. Actually, I had a postdoc, George Conadaris, who wanted to call these journals free for all. Because it both has no page charges and has no access restrictions. And the reason, and so lots of people, there were people who were mad about the existence of this journal who thought it was a fraud or something. It would be impossible, they said, to run a journal like this. Basically, for a long time I didn't even have a bank account. I paid for the lawyer to incorporate and the IP address, and it cost a couple $100 a year to run. It's a little bit more now, but not that much more. But that's because I think computer scientists are competent and autonomous in a way that many scientists in other fields aren't. At doing these kinds of things. We already touched on our own papers. We all have students and people who can hack a website together in an afternoon. So the infrastructure for us was not a problem. But for other people in other fields, it's a harder thing to do.
Yeah, and this kind of open access journal is nevertheless one of the most prestigious journals. So it's not like a prestige, and it can be achieved without any of the
paper is not required for prestige. Turns out, yeah.
So on the review process side, I've actually a long time ago, I don't remember when, but I reviewed a paper where you were also a reviewer, and I remember reading your review, being influenced by it. It was really well written. It influenced how I write feature reviews. You disagreed with me, actually. And you made it my review much better. So, but nevertheless, the review process, has its flaws.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you think? What do you think works well? How can it be improved?
So actually, when I started JMLR, I wanted to do something completely different, and I didn't, because it felt like we needed a traditional journal of record, and so we just made JMLR be almost like a normal journal, except for the open access parts of it, basically. Increasingly, of course, publication is not even a sensible word. You can publish something by putting it in an archive, so I can publish everything tomorrow. So making stuff public there's no barrier. We still need curation and evaluation. I don't have time to read all of archive. And you could argue that kind of social thumbs-upping of articles suffices, right? You might say, oh, heck with this. We don't need journals at all. We'll put everything on archive, and people will upvote and downvote the articles, and then your CV will say, oh, man, he got a lot of upvotes, so that's good. But I think there's still downvoting or arguing about your paper on Twitter and Reddit, whether they know what they're talking about, right? So then I have a second order problem of trying to decide whose opinions I should value and such. So I don't know. If I had infinite time, which I don't, and I'm not going to do this because I really want to make robots work. But if I felt inclined to do something more in the publication direction, I would do this other thing, which I thought about doing the first time, which is to get together some set of people whose opinions I value and who are pretty articulate. And I guess we would be public, although we could be private, I'm not sure. And we would review papers. We wouldn't publish them and you wouldn't submit them. We would just find papers and we would write reviews. And we would make those reviews public. And maybe if so we're Leslie's friends who review papers, and maybe eventually if our opinion was sufficiently valued, like the opinion of JMR is valued, then you'd say in your CV that Leslie's friends gave my paper a 5-star rating, and that would be just as good as saying I got it, accepted into this journal. So I think we should have good public commentary and organize it in some way, but I don't really know how to do it. It's interesting times.
The way you described it actually is really interesting. I mean, we do it for movies, IMDb.com. There's experts, critics come in, they write reviews, but there's also regular non-critics, humans write reviews, and they're separated.
I like open review. The iClear process, I think, is interesting.
It's a step in the right direction, but it's still not as compelling as reviewing movies or video games. I mean, it sometimes almost it might be silly, at least from my perspective, to say, but it boils down to the user interface, how fun and easy it is to actually perform the reviews, how efficient, how much you as a reviewer get street cred for being a good reviewer. Those human elements come into play.
No, it's a big investment to do a good review of a paper, and the flood of papers is out of control, right? So, there aren't 3,000 I don't know how many movies are there in a year. I don't know, but there's probably going to be less than how many machine learning papers there are in a year. And I'm worried. Right. So I'm like an old person. So of course I'm going to say, things are moving too fast. I'm a stick in the mud. So I can say that. My particular flavor of that is, I think the horizon for researchers has gotten very short. That students want to publish a lot of papers, and there's value. It's exciting, and there's value in that, and you get patted on the head. On our theses, we did not publish papers. You did your thesis for years. You picked a hard problem, and then you worked and chewed on it and did stuff and wasted time and did a long time. And when it was done, you would write papers. And so that it's important to have a longer research horizon, and I'm worried that we don't incentivize that at all at this point.
In this current, what are your hopes and fears about the future of AI? Continuing on this theme, so AI has gone through a few winters, ups and downs. Do you see another winter of AI coming? Are you more hopeful about making robots work, as you said?
I think the cycles optimizer.
Yeah.
So it's clear that the deep learning stuff has made deep and important improvements, and so the high water mark is now higher. There's no question. But of course, I think people are overselling, and eventually investors, I guess, and other people look around and say, well, you're not quite delivering on this grand claim and that wild hypothesis. I think probably it's going to crash some amount, and then it's okay. I mean, but I can't imagine that there's like some awesome monotonic improvement from here to human level AI.
So I have to ask this question. I probably anticipate the answers, but do you have a worry, short-term or long-term, about the existential threats of AI, and maybe short-term, less existential, but more robots taking away jobs?
Well, actually, let me talk a little bit about utility. actually, I had an interesting conversation with some military ethicists who wanted to talk to me about autonomous weapons. And they were interesting, smart, well-educated guys who didn't know too much about AI or machine learning. And the first question they asked me was, has your robot ever done something you didn't expect? And I burst out laughing, because anybody who's ever done something with a robot, right, knows that they don't do this. And what I realized was that their model of how we program a robot was completely wrong. Their model of how we program a robot was like Lego Mindstorms, like, oh, go forward a meter, turn left, take a picture, do this, do that. And so if you have that model of programming, then it's true, it's kind of weird that your robot would do something that you didn't anticipate. But the fact is, and actually, so now this is my new educational mission. If I have to talk to non-experts, I try to teach them the idea that we operate at least one, or maybe many levels of abstraction above that. We say, oh, here's a hypothesis class. Maybe it's a space of plans, or maybe it's a space of classifiers, or whatever, but there's some set of answers and an objective function, and then we work on some optimization method that tries to optimize a solution in that class, and we don't know what the solution is going to be. Right? So I think it's important to communicate that. So I mean, of course, probably people who are listening to this, they know that lesson, but I think it's really critical to communicate that lesson. And then lots of people are now talking about, the value alignment problem. So you want to be sure, as robots or software systems get more competent, that their objectives are aligned with your objectives, or that our objectives are compatible in some way, or we have a good way of mediating when they have different objectives. And so I think it is important to start thinking in terms, like, you don't have to be freaked out by the robot apocalypse to accept that it's important to think about objective functions of value alignment. And that you have to really, everyone who's done optimization knows that you have to be careful what you wish for, that, sometimes you get the optimal solution and you realize, man, that objective was wrong. So pragmatically, in the shortest term, it seems to me that those are really interesting and critical questions. And the idea that we're going to go from being people who engineer algorithms to being people who engineer objective functions, I think that's definitely going to happen, and that's going to change our thinking and methodologies.
You started at Stanford in philosophy, switching to science, and then we'll go back to philosophy.
Maybe. Well,
they're
mixed together because, as we also know, as machine learning people, right? When you design, in fact, this is the lecture I gave in class today. When you design an objective function, you have to wear both hats. There's the hat that says, what do I want? And there's the hat that says, but I know what my optimizer can do to some degree, and I have to take that into account. So it's always a trade-off, and we have to kind of be mindful of that. The part about taking people's jobs, I understand that that's important. I don't understand sociology or economics or people very well, so I don't know how to think about that.
So so there might be a sociological aspect there, the economic aspect that's very difficult to think about.
I mean, I think other people should be thinking about it, but that's not my strength.
So what do you think is the most exciting area of research in the short term, for the community and for yourself?
Well, so, I mean, there's the story I've been telling about how to engineer intelligent robots. So that's what we want to do. We all kind of want to do, well, some set of us want to do this. And the question is, what's the most effective strategy? And we've tried it, and there's a bunch of different things you could do at the extremes, right? One super extreme is we do introspection and we write a program. Okay, that has not worked out very well. Another extreme is we take a giant bunch of neural glue and we try to train it to do something. I don't think that's going to work either. So the question is, what's the middle ground? And again, this isn't a theological question or anything like that. It's just like, what's the best way to make this work out? And I think it's clear. It's a combination of learning. To me, it's clear. It's a combination of learning and not learning. And what should that combination be, and what's the stuff we learn? So to me, that's the most important.
And when you say engineer robots, you mean engineering systems that work in the real world. Is that's the emphasis? Last question. Which robot is your favorite from science fiction? So you can
go with Star Wars or R2D2, or you can go with more modern, maybe Hal from.
I don't think I have a favorite robot.
This is back to you like to make robots work in the real world here, not in.
I mean, I love the process, and I care more about the process.
The engineering process.
Yeah. I mean, I do research because it's fun, not because I care about what we produce.
Well, that's a beautiful note actually to end on. Leslie, thank you so much for talking today.
Sure, it's been fun.
The following is a conversation with Eric Weinstein. He's a mathematician, economist, physicist, and the managing director of Teal Capital. He coined the term, and you could say is the founder of the intellectual dark web, which is a loosely assembled group of public intellectuals that includes Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson, Steven Pinker, Joe Rogan, Michael Shermer, and a few others. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence podcast at MIT and beyond. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Eric Weinstein.
Are you nervous about this?
Here she is.
You must be crazy.
You mentioned Kung Fu Panda as one of your favorite movies. It has the usual profound master-student dynamic going on. So, who has been a teacher that significantly influenced the direction of your thinking and life's work? So, if you're the Kung Fu Panda, who's your Shifu?
Oh, well, it's interesting because I didn't see Shifu as being the teacher.
Who was the teacher?
Who would Master the turtle?
Oh, the turtle, right.
They only meet twice in the entire film, and the first conversation sort of doesn't count. So, the magic of the film, in fact, its point, is that the teaching that really matters is transferred during a single conversation, and it's very brief. And so, who played that role in my life? I would say either my grandfather, Harry Rubin, and his wife Sophie Rubin, my grandmother, or Tom Lehrer.
Tom Lehrer? In which way?
If you give a child Tom Lehrer records, what you do is you destroy their ability to be taken over by later malware. And it's so irreverent, so witty, so clever, so obscene, that it destroys the ability to lead a normal life for many people. So if I meet somebody who's usually really shifted from any kind of neurotypical presentation, I'll often ask them, are you a Tom Lehrer fan? And the odds that they will respond are quite high.
Tom Lehrer's Poisoning Pigeons in the Park, Tom Lehrer?
That's very interesting. There are a small number of Tom Lehrer songs that broke into the general population. Poisoning Pigeons in the Park, the Element song, perhaps the Vatican Rag. So when you meet somebody who knows those songs but doesn't know...
Oh, you're judging me right now, aren't you?
Partially. No, but you're Russian, so undoubtedly you know Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky, that song.
Yes.
So that was a song about plagiarism that was in fact plagiarized, which most people don't know, from Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye did a song called Stanislavski of the Musky Arts. And so Tom Lehrer did this brilliant job of plagiarizing a song about, and making it about plagiarism, and then making it about this mathematician who worked in non-Euclidean geometry. That was like giving heroin to a child. It was extremely addictive, and eventually led me to a lot of different places, one of which may have been a PhD in mathematics.
And he was also at least a lecturer in mathematics, I believe, at Harvard, something like that.
I just had dinner with him, in fact. When my son turned 13, we didn't tell him, but his bar mitzvah present was dinner with his hero, Tom Lehrer. And Tom Lehrer was 88 years told, sharp as a tack, irreverent and funny as hell, and just there are very few people in this world that you have to meet while they're still here, and that was definitely one for our family. So that wit is a reflection of intelligence in some kind of deep way. Like where that would be a good test of intelligence, whether you're a Tom Lehrer fan. So what do you think that is about wit? About that kind of humor, ability to see the absurdity in existence? But do you think that's connected to intelligence, or are we just two Jews on a mic that appreciate that kind of humor?
No, I think that it's absolutely connected to intelligence. And you can see it. There's a place where Tom Lehrer decides that he's going to lampoon Gilbert of Gilbert and Sullivan, and he's going to outdo Gilbert with clever, meaningless wordplay. And forget the he's doing Clementine as if Gilbert and Sullivan wrote it. He says, "That I missed her, depressed her, young sister named Esther, this Mr. Depester she tried. Pestering sisters, a festering blister, you best to resist her, say I. The sister persisted, the Mr. resisted, I kissed her, all loyalty slipped with his chin. When she said I could have her, her sister's cadaver must surely have turned in its grip." That's so dense, it's so insane, and that's clearly intelligence, because it's hard to construct something like that. If I look at my favorite Tom Lehrer lyric, there's a perfectly absurd one, which is, "Once all the Germans were warlike and mean, but that couldn't happen again. We taught them a lesson in 1918, and they've hardly bothered us since then." Right? That is a different kind of intelligence. You're taking something that was so horrific, and you're sort of making it palatable and funny, and demonstrating also just your humanity. I mean, I think the thing that came through as Tom Lehrer wrote all of these terrible, horrible lines was just what a sensitive and beautiful soul he was channeling pain through humor and through grace.
I've seen throughout Europe, throughout Russia, that same kind of humor emerge from the generation of World War II. It seemed like that humor is required to somehow deal with the pain and the suffering of that war created.
You do need the environment to create the broad Slavic soul. I don't think that many Americans really appreciate Russian humor, how you had to joke during the time of, let's say, Article 58 under Stalin. You have to be very, very careful. The concept of a Russian satirical magazine like Crocodile doesn't make sense. So you have this cross-cultural problem that there are certain areas of human experience that it would be better to know nothing about. And quite unfortunately, Eastern Europe knows a great deal about it, which makes the songs of Vladimir Vysotsky so potent, the prose of Pushkin, whatever it is. You have to appreciate the depth of the Eastern European experience. And I would think that perhaps Americans knew something like this around the time of the Civil War, or maybe under slavery and Jim Crow, or even the harsh tyranny of the coal and steel employers during the labor wars. But in general, I would say it's hard for us to understand and imagine the collective culture unless we have the system of selective pressures that, for example, Russians were subjected to.
Yeah, so if there is one good thing that comes out of war, it's literature, art, and humor, music.
No, I don't think so. I think almost everything is good about war except for death and destruction.
Right. And without the death, it would bring the romance of it. The whole thing is nice.
Well, this is why we're always caught up in war. I mean, there's a very ambiguous relationship to it. Is that it makes life real and pressing and meaningful, and at an unacceptable price. And the price has never been higher.
So jump in into AI a little bit. You in one of the conversations you had, or one of the videos, you described that one of the things AI systems can't do, and biological systems can, is self-replicate in the physical world. In the physical world.
Well, yes, physical robots can't self-replicate, but there's a very tricky point, which is that the only thing that we've been able to create that's really complex, that has the analog of our reproductive system, the software.
But nevertheless, software replicates itself. If we're speaking strictly for replication in this kind of digital space. So just to begin, let me ask a question. Do you see a protective barrier or a gap between the physical world and the digital world?
Let's not call it digital. Let's call it the logical world versus the physical world.
Why logical?
Well, because even though we had, let's say, Einstein's brain preserved, it was meaningless to us as a physical object because we couldn't do anything with what was stored in it at a logical level. And so the idea that something may be stored logically and that it may be stored physically are not necessarily, we don't always benefit from synonymizing. I'm not suggesting that there isn't a material basis to the logical world, but that it does warrant identification with a separate layer that need not invoke logic gates, zeros and ones.
And so connecting those two worlds, the logical world and the physical world, or maybe just connecting to the logical world inside our brain, Einstein's brain. You mentioned the idea of out-intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Yes, this is the only essay that John Brockman ever invited me to write that he refused to publish in Edge.
Why?
Well, maybe it wasn't well written, but I don't know.
The idea is quite compelling. It's quite unique and new, at least from my standpoint. Maybe you can explain it.
Sure. What I was thinking about is why it is that we're waiting to be terrified by artificial general intelligence, when in fact artificial life is terrifying in and of itself, and it's already here. So in order to have a system of selective pressures, you need three distinct elements. You need variation within a population, you need heritability, and you need differential success. So what's really unique, and I've made this point I think elsewhere, about software is that if you think about what humans know how to build, it's impressive. So I always take a car, and I say, does it have an analog of each of the physiological systems? Does it have a skeletal structure? That's its frame. Does it have a neurological structure? It has an onboard computer. It has a digestive system. The one thing it doesn't have is a reproductive system. But if you can call spawn on a process, effectively you do have a reproductive system. And that means that you can create something with variation, heritability, and differential success. Now, the next step in the chain of thinking was, where do we see inanimate, non-intelligent life outwitting intelligent life? And I have two favorite systems, and I try to stay on them so that we don't get distracted. One of which is the Ophrys orchid subspecies, or subclade, I don't know what you call it.
It's a type of flower?
Yeah, it's a type of flower that mimics the female of a pollinator species in order to dupe the males into engaging in what's called pseudocopulation with the fake female, which is usually represented by the lowest petal. And there's also a pheromone component to fool the males into thinking they have a mating opportunity. But the flower doesn't have to give up energy in the form of nectar as a lure, because it's tricking the male. The other system is a particular species of mussel, Lampacillus, in the clear streams of Missouri. And it fools bass into biting a fleshy lip that contain its young. And when the bass see this fleshy lip, which looks exactly like a species of fish that the bass like to eat, the young explode and clamp onto the gills and parasitize the bass, and also use the bass to redistribute them as they eventually release. Both of these systems, you have a highly intelligent dupe being fooled by a lower life form. And what is sculpting these convincing lures? It's the intelligence of previously duped targets for these strategies. So when the target is smart enough to avoid the strategy, those weaker mimics fall off. They have terminal lines, and only the better ones survive. So it's an arms race between target species is being parasitized, getting smarter, and this other less intelligent or non-intelligent object getting as if smarter. And so what you see is that artificial general intelligence is not needed to parasitize us. It's simply sufficient for us to outwit ourselves. So you could have a program, let's say, with these Nigerian scams, that writes letters and uses whoever sends in Bitcoin to figure out which aspects of the program should be kept, which should be buried and thrown away. And you don't need it to be in any way intelligent in order to have a really nightmarish scenario of being parasitized by something that has no idea what it's doing.
So you phrased a few concepts really eloquently. So let me try to. There's a few directions this goes. So one, first of all, the way we write software today, it's not common that we allow it to self-modify.
But we do have that ability.
We have the ability. It's
just not common.
It's not just common. So your thought is that is a serious worry because there becomes
but self-modifying code is available now.
So there's different types of self-modification, right? There's personalization. Your email app, your Gmail is self-modifying to you after you log in or whatever. You can think of it that way, but ultimately all the information is centralized. But you're thinking of ideas where you're completely this is a unique entity operating under selective pressures, and it changes.
But if you think about the fact that our immune systems don't know what's coming at them next, but they have a small set of spanning components, and if it's a sufficiently expressive system in that any shape or binding region can be approximated with the Lego that is present, then you can have confidence that you don't need to know what's coming at you because the combinatorics are sufficient to reach any configuration needed.
So that's a beautiful, well, terrifying thing to worry about because it's so within our reach.
Whenever I suggest these things, I do always have a concern as to whether or not I will bring them into being by talking to them.
So there's this thing from OpenAI. So next week to talk to the founder of OpenAI. This idea that their text generation, the new stuff they have for generating text is they didn't want to release it because they're worried about.
I'm delighted to hear that, but they're going to end up releasing.
Yes, so that's the thing. I think talking about it, well, at least from my end, I'm more a proponent of technology preventing so further innovation preventing the detrimental effects of innovation.
Well, we're sort of tumbling down a hill at accelerating speed. So whether or not we're proponents or it may not matter. But I do feel that there are people who have held things back and died poorer than they might have otherwise been. We don't even know their names. I don't think that we should discount the idea that having the smartest people showing off how smart they are by what they've developed may be a terminal process. I'm very mindful, in particular, of a beautiful letter that Edward Teller, of all people, wrote to Leo Szilard, where Szilard was trying to figure out how to control the use of atomic weaponry at the end of World War II. And Teller, rather strangely, because many of us view him as a monster, showed some very advanced moral thinking, talking about the slim chance we have for survival, and that the only hope is to make war unthinkable. I do think that not enough of us feel in our gut what it is we are playing with when we are working on technical problems. And I would recommend to anyone who hasn't seen it a movie called The Bridge on the River Kwai, about, I believe, captured British POWs who, just in a desire to do a bridge well, end up over-collaborating with their Japanese captains.
Well, you're making me question the unrestricted open discussion of ideas in AI.
I'm not saying I know the answer. I'm just saying that I can
emerge elsewhere. In the case of Newton, of course, but in the case of AI, how small is the set of individuals out of which such ideas would arise?
Well, the ideas of the researchers we know and those that we don't know, that may live in countries that don't wish us to know what level they're currently at, and are very disciplined in keeping these things to themselves. Now, of course, I will point out that there's a religious school in Kerala that developed something very close to the calculus, certainly in terms of infinite series, in I guess, religious prayer and rhyme and prose. So, it's not that Newton had any ability to hold that back, and I don't really believe that we have an ability to hold it back. I do think that we could change the proportion of the time we spend worrying about the effects. What if we are successful, rather than simply trying to succeed?
Beautifully put. So, on the idea of intelligence, what form, treading cautiously, because we've agreed as we tumble down the hill, what
we can't
form,
stop ourselves, can
we cannot. What form do you see it taking? So, one example, Facebook, Google, do want to, I don't know a better word, you want to influence users to behave a certain way. And so that's one kind of example of our intelligence, is systems perhaps modifying the behavior of these intelligent human beings in order to sell more product of different kind. But do you see other examples of this actually emerging in?
Just take any parasitic system. Make sure that there's some way in which that there's differential success, heritability, and variation. And those are the magic ingredients. If you really wanted to build a nightmare machine, make sure that the system that expresses the variability has a spanning set so that it can learn to arbitrary levels by making it sufficiently expressive. That's your nightmare.
So it's your nightmare, but it could also be, it's a really powerful mechanism by which to create, powerful systems. So are you more worried about the negative direction that might go versus the positive? So you say parasitic, but that doesn't necessarily need to be what the system converges towards. It could be,
parasitism, the dividing line between parasitism and symbiosis is not so clear.
That's what they tell me about marriage. I'm still single, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, we could go into that too, but I think we have to appreciate, are you infected by your own mitochondria?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So, in marriage, you fear the loss of independence, but even though the American therapeutic community may be very concerned about codependence, what's to say that codependence isn't what's necessary to have a stable relationship in which to raise children who are maximally K-selected and require incredible amounts of care, because you have to wait 13 years before there's any reproductive payout. Most of us don't want our 13-year-olds having kids. That's a very tricky situation to analyze. I would say that predators and parasites drive much of our evolution, and I don't know whether to be angry at them or thank them.
Well, ultimately, nobody knows the meaning of life or what even happiness is, but there is some metrics.
They didn't tell you.
They didn't. That's why all the poetry and books are about. There is some metrics under which you can kind of measure how good it is that these AI systems are roaming about. So you're more nervous about software than you are optimistic about ideas of self-replicating large systems.
I don't think we've really felt where we are. Occasionally we get a wake-up. 9/11 was so anomalous compared to everything else we've experienced on American soil that it came to us as a complete shock that was even a possibility. What it really was a highly creative and determined R&D team deep in the bowels of Afghanistan, showing us that we had certain exploits that we were open to that nobody had chosen to express. I can think of several of these things that I don't talk about publicly that just seem to have to do with imaginative, those who wish to cause havoc and destruction, been up until now. The great mystery of our time, of this particular little era, is how remarkably stable we've been since 1945, when we demonstrated the ability to use nuclear weapons in anger. And we don't know why things like that haven't happened since then. We've had several close calls, we've had mistakes, we've had brinksmanship, and what's now happened is that we've settled into a sense that, it'll always be nothing. It's been so long since something was at that level of danger that we've got a wrong idea in our head. And that's why when I went on the Ben Shapiro show, I talked about the need to resume above-ground testing of nuclear devices, because we have people whose developmental experience suggests that when, let's say, Donald Trump and North Korea engage on Twitter, it's nothing, it's just posturing. Everybody's just in it for money. There's a sense that people are in a video game mode, which has been the right call since 1945. We've been mostly in video game mode. It's amazing.
So you're worried about a generation which has not seen any existential...
We lived under it. See, you're younger. I don't know if and again, you came from Moscow. There was a TV show called The Day After. It had a huge effect on a generation growing up in the U.S. And it talked about what life would be like after a nuclear exchange. We have not gone through an embodied experience collectively where we thought about this, and I think it's one of the most irresponsible things that the elders among us have done, which is to provide this beautiful garden in which thorns are cut off of the rose bushes, and all of the edges are rounded and sanded. And so people have developed this totally unreal idea, which is everything's going to be just fine. And do I think that my leading concern is AGI, or my leading concern is thermonuclear exchange or gene drives or any one of these things? I don't know. But I know that our time here in this very long experiment here is finite, because the toys that we've built are so impressive, and the wisdom to accompany them has not materialized. And I think we actually got a wisdom uptick since 1945. We had a lot of dangerous, skilled players on the world stage who, nevertheless, no matter how bad they were, managed to not embroil us in something that we couldn't come back from.
Cold War.
Yeah, and the distance from the Cold War. I'm very mindful of, there's a Russian tradition, actually, of, on your wedding day, going to visit a memorial to those who gave their lives. Can you imagine this? Where you, on the happiest day of your life, you go and you pay homage to the people who fought and died in the Battle of Stalingrad. I'm not a huge fan of communism, I have to say, but there were a couple of things that the Russians did that were really positive in the Soviet era. And I think trying to let people know how serious life actually is the Russian model of seriousness is better than the American model.
And maybe, like you mentioned, there was a small echo of that after 9/11.
But we wouldn't let it form. We talk about 9/11, but it's 9/12 that really moved the needle. And we were all just there, and nobody wanted to speak. We witnessed something super serious, and we didn't want to run to our computers and blast out our deep thoughts and our feelings. And it was profound, because we woke up briefly there. I talk about the gated institutional narrative that sort of programs our lives. I've seen it break 3 times in my life. One of which was the election of Donald Trump. Another time was the fall of Lehman Brothers, when everybody who knew that Bear Stearns wasn't that important knew that Lehman Brothers met AIG was next. And the other one was 9/11. And right? So if I'm 53 years old and I only remember 3 times that the global narrative was really interrupted, that tells you how much we've been on top of developing events. You know, we had the Ruhr Federal Building explosion, but it didn't cause the narrative to break. It wasn't profound enough. Around 9/12, we started to wake up out of our slumber. And the powers that be did not want a coming together. You know, the admonition was go shopping.
The powers that be, what is that force? Is it supposed to blame the individual?
We don't know.
So whatever that
force is, there's a component of it that's emergent, and there's a component of it that's deliberate. So give yourself a portfolio of 2 components. Some amount of it is emergent. Some amount of it is also an understanding that people come together, they become an incredible force. And what you're seeing right now, I think, is there are forces that are trying to come together, and there are forces that are trying to push things apart. And, you know, one of them is the globalist narrative versus the national narrative. Where to the globalist perspective, the nations are bad things, in essence. They're temporary, they're nationalistic, they're jingoistic, it's all negative. To people in the national, more in the national idiom, they're saying, look, this is where I pay my taxes, this is where I do my army service, this is where I have a vote, this is where I have a passport. Who the hell are you to tell me that because you've moved into some place that you can make money globally, that you've chosen to abandon other people to whom you have a special and elevated duty? I think that these competing narratives have been pushing towards the global perspective from the elite, and a larger and larger number of disenfranchised people are saying, hey, I actually live in a place, I have laws, and I speak a language, I have a culture, and who are you to tell me that because you can profit in some faraway land, that my obligations to my fellow countrymen are so much diminished?
So these tensions between nations and so on, ultimately you see being proud of your country and so on, which creates potentially the kind of things that led to wars and so on. They ultimately, it is human nature, and it is good for us for wake-up calls of different kinds.
Well, I think that these are tensions, and my point isn't, I mean, nationalism run amok is a nightmare, and internationalism run amok is a nightmare. And the problem is we're trying to push these pendulums to some place where they're somewhat balanced, where we have a higher duty of care to those who share our laws and our citizenship, but we don't forget our duties of care to the global system. I would think this is elementary, but the problem that we're facing concerns the ability for some to profit by abandoning their obligations to others within their system, and that's what we've had for decades.
You mentioned nuclear weapons. I was hoping to get answers from you, since one of the many things you've done is economics, and maybe you can understand human behavior and why the heck we haven't blown each other up yet. But okay, so we'll get
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, it's a fascinating. It's really important to say that we really don't know.
A mild uptick in wisdom.
Mild uptick in wisdom. That's well, Stephen Pinker was a co-op talk with his
unused nuclear weapons. And now I'm looking at that system and I'm saying, okay, well, if you don't have a potential energy trend, then everything's just getting better and better.
Yeah. Wow, that's beautifully put. Only physicists get it. Okay.
I'm not a physicist.
Is that a dirty word?
No, I wish I were a physicist.
Me too. My dad's a physicist. I'm trying to live off of that probably for the rest of my life. He's probably going to worries a lot about the existential threat of AI. Not in the way that you described, but in the more...
Well, he hangs out with Elon. I don't know Elon.
So are you worried about that kind of, about the, about either robotic systems or when seen as a collective, you mean?
Well, I mean, I can mean all sorts of things, but certainly many of the things that we thought were peculiar to general intelligence do not require general intelligence. So that's been one of the big awakenings, that you can write a pretty convincing sports story from stats alone without needing to have watched the game. sort of all over the map. One of the things about chess that I feel, there's a question I once asked on Quora that didn't get a lot of response, which was, what is the greatest brilliancy ever produced by a computer in a chess game? Which was different than the question of what is the greatest game ever played. So if you think about brilliancy as what really animates many of us to think of chess as an art form, those are those moves and combinations that just show such flair, panache, and soul. Computers weren't really great at that. They were great positional monsters. And, recently we've started seeing brilliancies.
Yeah.
And so
the grandmasters have identified with AlphaZero that things were quite brilliant.
Yeah. So that's an example of something we don't think that that's AGI, but in a very restricted set of rules like chess, you're starting to see poetry of a high order, and so I don't like the idea that we're waiting for AGI. AGI is sort of slowly infiltrating our lives in the same way that I don't think a worm should be, C. elegans shouldn't be treated as non-conscious because it only has 300 neurons. Maybe it just has a very low level of consciousness because we don't understand what these things mean as they scale up. So am I worried about this general phenomena? Sure, but I think that one of the things that's happening is that a lot of us are fretting about this in part because of human needs. We've always been worried about the golem, right?
Well, the golem is the artificially created
life.
It's like Frankenstein type.
Yeah, sure.
Character.
It's a Jewish version. And Frankenberg, Frankenstein.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So but we've always been worried about creating something like this, and it's getting closer and closer. And there are ways in which we have to realize that the whole thing that we've experienced, or the context of our lives, is almost certainly coming to an end. And I don't mean to suggest that we won't survive. I don't know. And I don't mean to suggest that it's coming tomorrow. It could be 300, 500 years. But there's no plan that I'm aware of if we have 3 rocks that we could possibly inhabit that are sensible within current technological dreams, the Earth, the Moon, and Mars. And we have a very competitive civilization that is still forced into violence to sort out disputes that cannot be arbitrated. It is not clear to me that we have a long-term future until we get to the next stage, which is to figure out whether or not the Einsteinian speed limit can be broken. And that requires our source code.
Our source code, the stuff in our brains to figure out what do you mean by our source code?
The source code of the context, whatever it is that produces the quarks, the electrons, the neutrinos.
Our source code, I got it. So this is...
You're talking about stuff that's written in a higher level language.
Yeah, that's right. You're talking about the low level bits. Or
right, that's what is currently keeping us here. We can't even imagine. We have harebrained schemes for staying within the Einsteinian speed limit. We could just drug ourselves and go into a suspended state, or we could have multiple generations of that. I think all that stuff is pretty silly. But I think it's also pretty silly to imagine that our wisdom is going to increase to the point that we can have the toys we have, and we're not going to use them for 500 years.
Speaking of Einstein, I had a profound breakthrough when I realized you're just one letter away from the guy.
Yeah, but I'm also one letter away from Einstein.
Well, you get to pick. Okay, so unified theory. You've worked. You enjoy the beauty of geometry. I don't actually know if you enjoy it. You certainly are quite good at it.
I tremble before it.
If you're religious, that is one of the...
I don't have to be religious. It's just so beautiful. You will tremble anyway.
I just read Einstein's biography. One of the things you've done is try to explore a unified theory, talking about a 14-dimensional observerse that has the 4D space-time continuum embedded in it. I'm just curious how you think, how philosophically at a high level, about something more than 4 dimensions. How do you try to... What does it make you feel to talking in the mathematical world about dimensions that are greater than the ones we can perceive. Is there something that you take away that's more than just the math?
Well, first of all, stick out your tongue. Okay. Now, on the front of that tongue,
Yeah.
there was a sweet receptor. Next to that were salt receptors of two different sides. A little bit farther back, there were sour receptors. And you wouldn't show me the back of your tongue where your bitter receptor.
Show the good side always.
Okay. That was 4 dimensions of taste receptors. But you also had pain receptors on that tongue, and probably heat receptors on that tongue. So let's assume if you have 1 of each, that would be 6 dimensions. So when you eat something, you eat a slice of pizza, and it's got some hot pepper on it, maybe some jalapeno. You're having a 6-dimensional experience, dude.
Do you think we overemphasize the value of time as one of the dimensions, or space? Well, we certainly overemphasize the value of time because we like things to start and end, but we really don't like things to end, but they seem to.
Well, what if you flipped one of the spatial dimensions into being a temporal dimension? And you and I were to meet in New York City and say, well, where and when should we meet? So how about I'll meet you on 36th and Lexington at 2 in the afternoon and 11 o'clock in the morning. That would be very confusing.
Well, so it's convenient for us to think about time.
Right. We happen to be in a delicious situation in which we have 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time, and they're woven together in this sort of strange fabric where we can trade off a little space for a little time, but we still only have 1 dimension that is picked out relative to the other 3. It's very much Gladys-Knight toast.
So which one developed for who? Did we develop for these dimensions, or did the dimensions, or were they always there and it doesn't?
Would you imagine that there isn't a place where there are 4 temporal dimensions, so 2 and 2 of space and time, or 3 of time and 1 of space, and then time not be playing the role of space? Why do you imagine that the sector that you're in is all that there is?
I certainly do not, but I can't imagine otherwise. I mean, I haven't done ayahuasca or any of those drugs. I hope to one day. But
instead of doing ayahuasca, you could just head over to building 2.
That's where the mathematicians are?
Yeah, that's where they hang.
Just to look at some geometry.
Well, just ask about pseudo-Riemannian geometry. That's what you're interested in.
Okay.
Or you can talk to a shaman and end up in Peru.
And then some extra money.
Yeah, you won't be able to do any calculations if that's how you choose to go about it.
Well, a different kind of calculation.
So to speak.
Yeah. One of my favorite people, Edward Frankel, Berkeley professor, author of Love and Math, great title for a book, said that you were quite a remarkable intellect to come up with such beautiful original ideas in terms of the unified theory and so on, but you were working outside academia. So one question in developing ideas that are truly original, truly interesting, what's the difference between inside academia and outside academia when it comes to developing such ideas?
Oh, it's a terrible choice. Terrible choice. So, if you do it inside of academics, you are forced to constantly show great loyalty to the consensus, and you distinguish yourself with small, almost microscopic heresies to make your reputation in general. And you have very competent people and brilliant people who are working together, who are forming very deep social networks and have a very high level of behavior, at least within mathematics and at least technically within physics, quantum physics. When you go outside, you meet lunatics and crazy people, madmen. And these are people who do not usually subscribe to the consensus position and almost always lose their way. And the key question is, will progress likely come from someone who has miraculously managed to stay within the system and is able to take on a larger amount of heresy that is sort of unthinkable, in which case that will be fascinating? Or is it more likely that somebody will maintain a level of discipline from outside of academics and be able to make use of the freedom that comes from not
sense is declining. You posted a plot. The older population of the faculty is getting larger, the younger is getting smaller, and so on. So which direction of the two are you more hopeful about?
Well, the baby boomers can't hang on forever.
That's, first of all, in general, true, and second of all, in academia.
But that's really what this time is about.
The baby boomers.
We're used to like financial bubbles that last a few years in length and then pop.
Yes.
The baby boomer bubble is this really long-lived thing, and all of the ideology, all of the behavior patterns, the norms. For example, string theory is an almost entirely baby boomer phenomenon. It was something that baby boomers were able to do because it required a very high level of mathematical ability.
You don't think of string theory as an original idea?
Oh, I mean, it was original to Veneziano, who probably is older than the baby boomers. And there are people who are younger than the baby boomers who are still doing string theory. And I'm not saying that nothing discovered within the large string theoretic complex is wrong. Quite the contrary. A lot of brilliant mathematics and a lot of the structure of physics was elucidated by string theorists. What do I think of the deliverable nature of this product that will not ship called string theory? I think that it is largely an affirmative action program for highly mathematically and geometrically talented baby boomer physicists so that they can say that they're working on something within the constraints of what they will say is quantum gravity. Now, there are other schemes. There's like asymptotic safety. There are other things that you could imagine doing. I don't think much of any of the major programs. But to have inflicted this level of loyalty through a shibboleth, well, surely you don't question that. Well, I question almost everything in the string program. That's why I got out of physics. When you called me a physicist, it was a great honor. But the reason I didn't become a physicist wasn't that I fell in love with mathematics. As I said, wow, in 1984, 1983, I saw the field going mad. And I saw that mathematics, which has all sorts of problems, was not going insane. And so instead of studying things within physics, I thought it was much safer to study the same objects within mathematics. There's a huge price to pay for it. You lose physical intuition. But the point is that it wasn't a North Korean re-education camp either.
Are you hopeful about cracking open the Einstein unified theory in a way that has really understanding whether it's uniting everything together with quantum theory and so on?
I mean, I'm trying to play this role myself. To do it, to the extent of handing it over to the more responsible, more professional, more competent community. So I think that they're wrong about a great number of their belief structures. But I do believe, I mean, I have a really profound love-hate relationship with this group of people.
I think the physics side.
Oh, yeah.
Because the mathematicians actually seem to be much more open-minded.
Well, they are, and they're open-minded about anything that looks like great math. Right? They'll study something that isn't very important physics, but if it's beautiful mathematics, then they have great intuition about these things. As good as the mathematicians are, and I might even intellectually at some horsepower level give them the edge, the theoretical physics community is bar none the most profound intellectual community that we have ever created. It is the number one. There's nobody in second place as far as I'm concerned. In their spare time, they invented molecular biology.
What was the origin of molecular biology? You're saying
well, somebody like Francis Crick. I mean, a lot of the early molecular biologists, physicists. Yeah, I mean, Schrödinger wrote "What is Life?" And that was highly inspirational. I mean, you have to appreciate that there is no community like the basic research community in theoretical physics, and it's not something. I'm highly critical of these guys. I think that they were just wasted decades of time with and your religious devotion to their misconceptualization of where the problems were in physics. But this has been the greatest intellectual collapse ever witnessed within academics.
You see it as a collapse or just a lull?
Oh, I'm terrified that we're about to lose the of vitality. We can't afford to pay these people. We can't afford to give them an accelerator just to play with in case they find something at the next energy level. These people created our economy. They gave us the Rad Lab and radar. They gave us 2 atomic devices to end World War II. They created the semiconductor and the transistor to power our economy through Moore's Law. As a positive externality of particle accelerators, they created the World Wide Web. And we have the insolence to say, why should we fund you with our taxpayer dollars? No. The question is, are you enjoying your physics dollars? Right? These guys signed the world's worst licensing agreement. And if they simply charged for every time you used a transistor or a URL, or enjoyed the peace that they have provided during this period of time through the terrible weapons that they developed, or your communications devices, all of the things that power our economy, I really think came out of physics, even to the extent that chemistry came out of physics and molecular biology came out of physics. So, first of all, you have to know that I'm very critical of this community. Second of all, it is our most important community. We've neglected it, we've abused it, we don't take it seriously, we don't even care to get them to rehab after a couple of generations of failure. Right? No one, I think the youngest person to really contributed to the standard model at the theoretical level was born in 1951, right? Frank Wilczek. And almost nothing has happened that in theoretical physics after 1973-74 that sent somebody to Stockholm for theoretical development of predictive experiment. So we have to understand that we are doing this to ourselves. Now, with that said, these guys have behaved abysmally, in my opinion, because they haven't owned up to where they actually are, what problems they're really facing, how definite they can actually be. They haven't shared some of their most brilliant discoveries, which are desperately needed in other fields, like gauge theory, which at least the mathematicians can share, which is an upgrade of the differential calculus of Newton and Leibniz. And they haven't shared the importance of renormalization theory, even though this should be standard operating procedure for people across the sciences dealing with different layers and different levels of phenomena.
And so shared, you mean communicated in such a way that it disseminates throughout the different sciences?
These guys are sitting, both theoretical physicists and mathematicians are sitting on top of a giant stockpile of intellectual gold. Right? They have so many things that have not been manifested anywhere. I was just on Twitter, I think I mentioned the Haberman switch pitch that shows the self-duality of the tetrahedron realized as a linkage mechanism. And this is like a triviality, and it makes an amazing toy that's built a market, hopefully a fortune for Chuck Haberman. Well, you have no idea how much great stuff that these priests have in their monastery.
So it's truly a love and hate relationship here.
Yeah, well,
it sounds like it's more on the love side.
This building that we're in right here is the building in which I really put together the conspiracy between the National Academy of Sciences and the National Science Foundation through the Government University Industry Research Roundtable to destroy the bargaining power of American academics using foreign labor. Microfiche in the basement. Oh yeah, that was done here in this building. Isn't that weird?
And I'm truly speaking with a revolutionary, radical.
No. At an intellectual level, I am absolutely garden variety. I'm just straight down the middle. The system that we are in, this university, is functionally insane. Harvard is functionally insane. And we don't understand that when we get these things wrong, the financial crisis made this very clear. There was a long period where every grown-up, everybody with a tie, who spoke in baritone tones with the right degree at the end of their name, were talking about how we banished volatility during the Great Moderation. Okay, they were all crazy. And who was right? It was like Nassim Taleb, right, Nouriel Roubini. Now, what happens is that they claimed the market went crazy. The market didn't go crazy. The market had been crazy. And what happened is that it suddenly went insane. Well, that's where we are with academics. Academics right now is mad as a hatter. And it's absolutely evident. I can show you graph after graph. I can show you the internal discussions. I can show you the conspiracies. Harvard's dealing with one right now over its admissions policies for people of color who happen to come from Asia. All of this madness is necessary to keep the game going. What we're talking about, just while we're on the topic of revolutionaries, is we're talking about the danger of an outbreak of sanity.
Yeah, you're the guy pointing out the elephant in the room here.
And the elephant has no clothes.
Is that how that goes? I was going to talk a little bit to Joe Rogan about this. Ran out of time, but I think you have some. Just listening to you, you could probably speak really eloquently to academia on the difference between the different fields. So, do you think there's a difference between science, engineering, and then the humanities in academia in terms of tolerance, what they're willing to tolerate? So, from my perspective, I thought computer science and maybe engineering is more tolerant to radical ideas, but that's perhaps innocent of me. Because I always, all the battles going on now are a little bit more on the humanities side and gender studies and so on.
Have you seen the American Mathematical Society's publication of an essay called Get Out of the Way?
And
what's the idea is that white men who hold positions within universities in mathematics should vacate their positions so that young black women can take over, something like that.
That's in terms of diversity, which I also want to ask you about, but in terms of diversity of strictly ideas,
Sure.
do you think, because you're basically saying physics as a community has become a little bit intolerant to some degree to new radical ideas, or at least you said
that's changed a little bit recently, which is that even string theory is now admitting, okay, we don't, this doesn't look very promising in the short term, right? So the question is, what compiles, if you want to take the computer science metaphor, what will get you into a journal? Will you spend your life trying to push some paper into a journal, or will it be accepted easily? What do we know about the characteristics of the submitter, and what gets taken up and what does not? All of these fields are experiencing pressure because no field is performing so brilliantly well that it's revolutionizing our way of speaking and thinking in the ways in which we've become accustomed.
But don't you think, even in theoretical physics, a lot of times, even with theories like string theory, you can speak to this, it does eventually lead to what are the ways that this theory would be testable?
So ultimately, although, look, there's this thing about Popper and the scientific method. It's a cancer and a disease in the minds of very smart people. That's not really how most of the stuff gets worked out. It's how it gets checked. Right, so there is a dialogue between theory and experiment. But everybody should read Paul Dirac's 1963 Scientific American article, where he it's very interesting. He talks about it as if it was about the Schrodinger equation and Schrodinger's failure to advance his own work because of his failure to account for some phenomenon. The key point is that if your theory is a slight bit off, it won't agree with experiment, but it doesn't mean that the theory is actually wrong. But Dirac could as easily have been talking about his own equation, in which he predicted that the electrons should have an antiparticle. And since the only positively charged particle that was known at the time was the proton, Heisenberg pointed out, well, shouldn't your antiparticle, the proton, have the same mass as the electron, and doesn't that invalidate your theory? So I think that Dirac is actually being potentially quite sneaky in talking about the fact that he had been pushed off of his own theory to some extent by Heisenberg. But look, we fetishize the scientific method and Popper and falsification because it protects us from crazy ideas entering the field. So, it's a question of balancing type 1 and type 2 error. We work pretty. So you don't want to get rid of everybody who's pre-correct and currently crazy. The problem is that we don't have standards in general for trying to determine who has to be as some sort of giant time-suck pain in the ass who may change everything.
Do you think that's possible, creating a mechanism of those select? Well, you're not going to like the end.
With very human elements. We're trying to do this at the level of rules and fairness. It's not going to work. Because the only thing that really understands this. You ever read the Double Helix? That book? Oh, you have to read this book. No, he's tried to destroy his own reputation.
I knew about the ass. I didn't know about the good writer.
So Jim Watson is one of the most important people now living, and as I've said before, Jim Watson is too important a legacy to be left to Jim Watson. And that book tells you more about what actually moves the dial. Right? There's another story about him which I don't agree with, which is that he stole everything from Rosalind Franklin. I mean, the problems that he had with Rosalind Franklin are real, but we should actually honor that tension in our history by delving into it rather than having a simple solution. Jim Watson talks about Francis Crick being a pain in the ass that everybody secretly knew was super brilliant. And there's an encounter between Chargaff, who came up with the equimolar relations between the nucleotides, who should have gotten the structure of DNA, and Watson and Crick. And he talks about missing a shiver in the heartbeat of biology. This stuff is so gorgeous, it just makes you tremble even thinking about it. Look, we know very often who is to be feared, and we need to fund the people that we fear. The people who are wasting our time need to be excluded from the conversation. See, and maybe we'll make some errors in both directions, but we have known our own people. We know the pains in the asses that might work out. We know the people who are really just blowhards who really have very little to contribute most of the time. It's not 100%, but you're not going to get there with rules.
Right? It's using some kind of instinct. I mean, to be honest, I'm going to make you roll your eyes for a second, but the first time I heard that there is a large community of people who believe the Earth is flat, actually made me pause and ask myself the question:
why would there be such a community?
Yeah, is it possible the Earth is flat? So I had to wait a minute. I mean, then you go through a thinking process that I think is really healthy. It ultimately ends up being a geometry thing. I think it's an interesting thought experiment at the very least.
Well, I do a different version. I say, why is this community stable?
Yeah, that's a good way to analyze it.
Well, it's interesting that whatever we've done has not erased the community. So, they're taking a long shot bet that won't pan out. Maybe we just haven't thought enough about the rationality of the square root of 2, and something brilliant will figure it out. Maybe we will eventually land one day on the surface of Jupiter and explore it. Right? These are crazy things that will never happen.
So much of social media operates by AI algorithms. We talked about this a little bit, recommending the content you see. So on this idea of radical thought, how much should AI show you things you disagree with on Twitter and so on? In Twitterverse,
I hate this question.
Yeah. Because you don't know the answer.
No. Look, they've pushed out this cognitive Lego to us that will just lead to madness. It's good to be challenged with things that you disagree with. The answer is no. It's good to be challenged with interesting things with which you currently disagree, but that might be true. So I don't really care about whether or not I disagree with something or don't disagree. I need to know why that particular disagreeable thing is being pushed out. Is it because it's likely to be true? Is there some reason? Because I can write a computer generator to come up with an infinite number of disagreeable statements that nobody needs to look at. So please, before you push things at me that are disagreeable, tell me why.
There is an aspect in which that question is quite dumb, especially because it's being used to almost very generically by these different networks to say, well, we're trying to work this out. But, basically, how much do you see the value of seeing things you don't like, not you disagree with? Because it's very difficult to know exactly what you articulated, which is the stuff that's important for you to consider that you disagree with. That's really hard to figure out. The bottom line is the stuff you don't like. If you're a Hillary Clinton supporter, you may not want to. It might not make you feel good to see anything about Donald Trump. That's the only thing algorithms can really optimize for currently. They really
Yeah,
can't.
they can do better. This is we're
So
no, we're engaged in some moronic back and forth where I have no idea why people who are capable of building Google, Facebook, Twitter are having us in these incredibly low-level discussions. Do they not know any smart people? Do they not have the phone numbers of people who can elevate these discussions?
they do, but they're optimizing for a different thing, and they're pushing those people out of those rooms.
They're optimizing for things we can't see. And yes, profit is there. Nobody's questioning that. But they're also optimizing for things like political control, or the fact that they're doing business in Pakistan, and so they don't want to talk about all the things that they're going to be bending to in Pakistan. So that we're involved in a fake discussion.
I think so. You think these conversations at that depth are happening inside Google? You don't think they have some basic metrics on their user engagements?
You're having a fake conversation with us, guys. We know that you're having a fake conversation. I do not wish to be part of your fake conversation. You know how to cool, these units. You know high availability like nobody's business. My Gmail never goes down. Almost.
So you think just because they can do incredible work on the software side with infrastructure, they can also deal with some of these difficult questions about human behavior, human understanding. You're not.
I mean, I've seen the developers' screens that people take shots of inside of Google. I mean, I've heard stories inside of Facebook and Apple. We're engaged. They're engaging us in the wrong conversation. We're not at this low level. Here's one of my favorite questions. Why is every piece of hardware that I purchase in tech space equipped as a listening device? Where's my physical shutter to cover my lens? We had this in the 1970s. We had cameras that had lens cameras, How much would it cost to have a security model? Pay $5 extra. Why is my indicator light software controlled? Why, when my camera is on, do I not see that the light is on by putting it as something that cannot be bypassed? Why do you set up all my devices at some difficulty to yourselves as listening devices that we don't even talk about? This thing is total fucking bullshit.
Well, wait. These discussions are happening about privacy.
Well, this is
more difficult than you give them.
It's not just privacy. It's about social control. We're talking about social control. Why do I not have controls over my own levers? Just have a really cute UI where I can switch, I can dial things, or I can at least see what the algorithms are.
You think that there's some deliberate choices being made here?
There's emergence and there is intention. There are two dimensions. The vector does not collapse onto either axis. But the idea that anybody who suggests that intention is completely absent is a child.
It's really beautifully put, and like many things you said, it's going to make me.
Can I turn this around slightly?
Yeah.
I sit down with you and you say that you're obsessed with my feed. I don't even know what my feed is. What are you seeing that
I was obsessively looking through your feed on Twitter because it was really enjoyable, because there's the Tom Lehrer element, there's the humor in it.
By the way, that feed is Eric R. Weinstein on Twitter.
Yeah, great.
Eric R. Weinstein. Okay, no, seriously. Why?
Why did I find it enjoyable? Or what was I seeing?
What are you looking for? Why are we doing it? What is this podcast about? I know you've got all these interesting people. I'm just some guy who's sort of a podcast guy.
Podcast. You're not even wearing a tie. I mean,
not even
a serious interview. Searching for meaning, for happiness, for a dopamine rush, so short term, long term.
And how are you finding your way to me? What is? I don't honestly know what I'm doing to reach you.
The representing ideas which feel common sense to me, and not many people are speaking. So it's kind of like the intellectual dark web folks, right? These folks, from Sam Harris to Jordan Peterson to yourself, are saying things where it's like you're like saying, look, there's an elephant who's not wearing any clothes, and I say, oh, yeah, let's have more of that conversation. That's how we find it.
I'm desperate to try to change the conversation we're having. I'm very worried we've got an election in 2020. I don't think we can afford 4 more years of a misinterpreted message, which is what Donald Trump was. And I don't want the destruction of our institutions. They all seem hell-bent on destroying themselves. So I'm trying to save theoretical physics, trying to save the New York Times, trying to save our various processes. And I think it feels delusional to me that this is falling to a tiny group of people who are willing to speak out without getting so freaked out that everything they say will be misinterpreted and that their lives will be ruined through the process. I mean, I think we're in an absolutely bananas period of time, and I don't believe it should fall to such a tiny number of shoulders to shoulder this way.
So I have to ask you, on the capitalism side, you mentioned that technology is killing capitalism, or it has effects that are unintended, well, not unintended, but not what economists would predict or speak of capitalism creating. I just want to talk to you about, in general, the effect of even that artificial intelligence or technology, automation, taking away jobs and these kinds of things, and what you think is the way to alleviate that. The Andrew Yang presidential candidate with universal basic income, UBI, what are your thoughts there? How do we fight off the negative effects of technology?
All right, you're a software guy, right?
Yep.
A human being is a worker is an old idea. A human being has a worker is a different object, right? So if you think about object-oriented programming as a paradigm, a human being has a worker and a human being has a soul. We're talking about the fact that for a period of time, the worker that a human being has was in a position to feed the soul that a human being has. However, we have two separate claims on the value in society. One is as a worker, and the other is as a soul. And the soul needs sustenance, it needs dignity, it needs meaning, it needs purpose. As long as your means of support is not highly repetitive, I think you have a while to go before you need to start worrying. But if what you do is highly repetitive, and it's not terribly generative, you are in the crosshairs of for loops and while loops. And that's what computers excel at, repetitive behavior. And when I say repetitive, I'm naming things that have never happened through combinatorial possibilities, but as long as it has a looped characteristic to it, you're in trouble. We are seeing a massive push towards socialism because capitalists are slow to address the fact that a worker may not be able to make claims. A relatively undistinguished median member of our society still has needs to reproduce, needs to have to dignity, and when capitalism abandons the median individual, or the bottom 10, or whatever it's going to do, it's flirting with revolution. And what concerns me is that the capitalists aren't sufficiently capitalistic to understand this. You really want to court authoritarian control in our society because you can't see that people may not be able to defend themselves in the marketplace because the marginal product of their labor is too low to feed their dignity as a soul. So my great concern is that our free society has to do with the fact that we're self-organized. I remember looking down from my office in Manhattan when the Lehman Brothers collapsed and thinking, who's going to tell all these people that they need to show up at work when they don't have a financial system to incentivize them to show up at work? So my complaint is, first of all, not with the socialists, but with the capitalists, which is you guys are being idiots. You're courting revolution by continuing to harp on the same old ideas that, well, try harder, bootstrap yourself. Yeah, to an extent that way, to an extent. But we are clearly headed to the place that there's nothing that ties together our need to contribute and our need to consume. And that may not be provided by capitalism because it may have been a temporary phenomenon. So check out my article on anthropic capitalism and the new gimmick economy. I think people are late getting the wake-up call, and we will be doing a better job saving capitalism from itself because I don't want this done under authoritarian control. insist that everybody who's not thriving in our society during their reproductive years in order to have a family is failing at a personal level. I mean, what a disgusting thing that we're saying. What a horrible message. Who the hell have we become that we've so bought into the Chicago model that we can't see the humanity that we're destroying in that process? And I hate the thought of communism. I really do. My family has flirted with it for decades past. It's a wrong, bad idea. But we are going to need to figure out how to make sure that those souls are nourished and respected. And capitalism better have an answer. I'm betting on capitalism, but I got to tell you, I'm pretty disappointed in my team.
So you're still on the capitalism team, just there's a theme here.
Well, radical capitalism.
Hyper-capitalism.
Look, I think hyper-capitalism is going to have to be coupled to hyper-socialism. You need to allow the most productive people to create wonders. You got to stop bogging them down with all of these extra nice requirements. You know, nice is dead. Good has a future. Nice doesn't have a future. Because nice ends up with gulags.
Damn, that's a good line. Okay, last question. You tweeted today a simple, quite insightful equation saying, imagine that every unit F of fame you picked up, S stalkers and H haters. So I imagine S and H are dependent on your path to fame, perhaps a little bit.
Well, it's not as simple. People always take these things literally when you have like 280 characters to explain yourself.
So you mean that's not a mathematical?
No, there's no law.
Oh, okay. All right.
I just said I put the word imagine because I still have a mathematician's desire for precision. Imagine that this were true.
But it was a beautiful way to imagine that there is a law that has those variables in it, and you've become quite famous these days. So how do you yourself optimize that equation with the peculiar kind of fame that you have gathered along the way?
I want to be kinder. I want to be kinder to myself. I want to be kinder to others. I want to be able to have heart, compassion, and these things are really important. And I have a pretty spectrumy kind of approach to analysis. I'm quite literal. I can go full Rain Man on you at any given moment. No, I can't. It's facultative autism, if you like. People can get angry at me. Autism can be respected. But when you see me coding or you see me doing mathematics, I speak with speech apnea. You're right, David. We have to try to integrate ourselves, and those tensions between, it's sort of back to us as a worker and us as a soul. Many of us are optimizing one to be at the expense of the other. And I struggle with social media, and I struggle with people making threats against our families, and I struggle with just how much pain people are in. There's one message I would like to push out there. You're responsible, everybody, all of us, myself included, struggle mightily, because it's nobody else's job to do your struggle for you. Now, with that said, if you're struggling and you're trying to figure out how to better yourself and where you failed, where you've let down your family, your friends, your workers, all this kind of stuff, give yourself a break. If it's not working out, I have a lifelong relationship with failure and success. There's been no period of my life where both haven't been present in one form or another. And I do wish to say that a lot of times people think this is glamorous. I'm about to go to a show with Sam Harris. People are going to listen in on two guys having a conversation on stage. It's completely crazy. I'm always trying to figure out how to make sure that those people get maximum value, and that's why I'm doing this podcast. Just give yourself a break. You owe us your struggle. You don't owe your family or your coworkers or your lovers or your family members success. As long as you're in there and you're picking yourself up, recognize that this new situation with the economy that doesn't have the juice to sustain our institutions has caused the people who've risen to the top of those institutions to get quite brutal and cruel. Everybody is lying at the moment. Nobody's really a truth teller. Try to keep your humanity about you. Try to recognize that if you're failing, if things aren't where you want them to be, and you're struggling and you're trying to figure out what you're doing wrong, what you can do, it's not necessarily all your fault. We are in a global situation. I have not met the people who are honest message that doesn't get pushed out enough. Either people want to hold society responsible for their failures, which is not reasonable. You have to struggle, you have to try, or they want to say you're 100% responsible for your failures, which is total nonsense.
Beautifully put. Eric, thank you so much for talking today. Thanks for having me, buddy. The following is a conversation with Greg Brockman. He's the co-founder and CTO of OpenAI, a world-class research organization developing ideas in AI with the goal of eventually creating a safe and friendly artificial general intelligence, one that benefits and empowers humanity. OpenAI is not only a source of publications, algorithms, tools, and data sets. Their mission is a catalyst for an important public discourse about our future with both narrow and general intelligence systems. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast at MIT and beyond. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Greg Brockman. So in high school, and right after you wrote a draft of the chemistry textbook, I saw that. It covers everything from basic structure of the atom to quantum mechanics. So it's clear you have an intuition and a passion for both. For both the physical world with chemistry and now robotics to the digital world with AI, deep learning, reinforcement learning, and so on. Do you see the physical world and the digital world as different? And what do you think is the gap?
A lot of it actually boils down to iteration speed, right? That I think that a lot of what really motivates me is building things, right? Is the think about mathematics, for example, where you think really hard about a problem, you understand it, you write it down in this very obscure form that we call a proof. But then this is in humanities library, right? It's there forever. This is some truth we've discovered. Maybe only 5 people in your field will ever read it, but somehow you kind of moved humanity forward. So I actually used to really think that I was going to be a mathematician. And then I actually started writing this chemistry textbook. One of my friends told me, you'll never publish it because you don't have a PhD. So instead, I decided to build a website and try to promote my ideas that way. And then I discovered programming. And the programming, you think hard about a problem, you understand it, you write it down in a very obscure form that we call a program. But then once again, it's in humanities library, right? And anyone gets benefit from it. And the scalability is massive. And so I think that the thing that really appeals to me about the digital world is that you can have this insane leverage, right? A single individual with an idea is able to affect the entire planet. And that's something I think is really hard to do if you're moving around physical atoms.
But you said mathematics, so if you look at the wet thing over here, our mind, you ultimately see it as just math, as just information processing.
there's some other magic, as you've seen through biology and chemistry and so on.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to think about humans as just information processing systems, and it seems like it's actually a pretty good way of describing a lot of kind of how the world works, or a lot of what we're capable of. To think that again, if you just look at technological innovations over time, that in some ways the most transformative innovation that we've had is the computer, right? In some ways, the internet. What has the internet done, right? The internet is not about these physical cables. It's about the fact that I am suddenly able to instantly communicate with any other human on the planet. I'm able to retrieve any piece of knowledge that, in some ways, the human race has ever had, and those are these insane transformations.
Do you see our society as a whole, the collective, as another extension of the intelligence of the human being? So if you look at the human being as an information processing system, you mentioned the internet, the networking, you see us all together as a civilization, as a kind of intelligence system?
Yeah, I think this is actually a really interesting perspective to take and to think about that you sort of have this collective intelligence of all of society. The economy itself is this superhuman machine that is optimizing something, right? And it's in some ways, the company has a will of its own, right? That you have all these individuals who are all pursuing their own individual goals and thinking really hard and thinking about the right things to do, but somehow the company does something that is this emergent thing, and that is it's a really useful abstraction. And so I think that in some ways, we think of ourselves as the most intelligent things on the planet, and the most powerful things on the planet, but there are things that are bigger than us, that are these systems we all contribute to. And so I think actually, it's interesting to think about if you've read Isaac Asimov's Foundation, right? That there's this concept of psychohistory in there, which is effectively this: that if you have trillions or quadrillions of beings, then maybe you could actually predict what that being, that huge macro being, will do, and almost independent of what the individuals want. I actually have a second angle on this that I think is interesting, which is thinking about technological determinism. One thing that I actually think a lot about with OpenAI, right, is that we're kind of coming onto this insanely transformational technology of general intelligence, right, that will happen at some point. And there's a question of how can you take actions that will actually steer it to go better rather than worse. And that I think one question you need to ask is, as a scientist, as an inventor, as a creator, what impact can you have in general, right? You look at things like the telephone invented by two people on the same day. What does that mean? Like, what does that mean about the shape of innovation? And I think that what's going on is everyone's building on the shoulders of the same giants. And so you can't really hope to create something no one else ever would. If Einstein wasn't born, someone else would have come up with relativity. He changed the timeline a bit, right? That maybe it would have taken another 20 years, but it wouldn't be that fundamentally humanity would never discover these fundamental truths.
So there's some kind of invisible momentum that some people like Einstein or OpenAI is plugging into, that anybody else can also plug into, and ultimately that wave takes us into some direction.
That's right. And this kind of seems to play out in a bunch of different ways. That there's some exponential that's being driven, and that the exponential itself, which one it is, changes. Think about Moore's law, an entire industry set that's clocked to it for 50 years. Like, how can that be? Right? How is that possible? And yet somehow it happened. And so I think you can't hope to ever invent something that no one else will. Maybe you can change the timeline a little bit, but if you really want to make a difference, I think that the thing that you really have to do, the only real degree of freedom you have, is to set the initial conditions under which a technology is born. And so you think about the internet, right? That there are lots of other competitors trying to build similar things, and the internet won, and the initial conditions were that it was created by this group that really valued people being able to be, anyone being able to plug in, this very academic mindset of being open and connected. And I think that the internet in the next 40 years really played out that way. Maybe today things are starting to shift in a different direction, but I think that those initial conditions were really important to determine the next 40 years worth of progress.
That's really beautifully put. So another example that I think about, I recently looked at Wikipedia, the formation of Wikipedia, and I wonder what the internet would be like if Wikipedia had ads. There's an interesting argument that why they chose not to put advertisement on Wikipedia. I think Wikipedia is one of the greatest resources we have on the internet. It's extremely surprising how well it works, how well it was able to aggregate all this kind of information. And essentially the creator of Wikipedia, I don't know, there's probably some debates there, but set the initial conditions, and now it carried itself forward. That's really interesting. So the way you're thinking about AGI or artificial intelligence is you're focused on setting the initial conditions for the progress.
That's right.
So, look into the future. If you create an AGI system, like one that can ace the Turing test in natural language, what do you think would be the interactions you would have with it? What do you think are the questions you would ask? Like, what would be the first question you would ask it, her, him?
That's right. I think that at that point, if you really built a powerful system that is capable of predicting the future of humanity, the first question that you really should ask is how do we make sure that this plays out well? And so that's actually the first question that I would ask a powerful AGI system is.
So you wouldn't ask your colleague, you wouldn't ask like Ilya, you would ask the AGI system.
Oh, we've already had the conversation with Ilya, right, and everyone here. And so you want as many perspectives and pieces of wisdom as you can for answering this question. So I don't think you necessarily defer to whatever your powerful system tells you, but you use as one input to try to figure out what to do. But I guess fundamentally, what it really comes down to is if you build something really powerful, and you think about, for example, the creation of shortly after the creation of nuclear weapons, right? The most important question in the world was what's the world order going to be like? How do we set ourselves up in a place where we're going to be able to survive as a species? With AGI, I think the question is slightly different, right? That there is a question of how do we make sure that we don't get the negative effects, but there's also the positive side, right? You imagine that, like what will an AGI be like? What will it be capable of? And I think that one of the core reasons that an AGI can be powerful and transformative is actually due to technological development, right? If you have something that's capable as a human, means that it's much more scalable. That you absolutely want that thing to go read the whole scientific literature and think about how to create cures for all the diseases, right? You want it to think about how to go and build technologies to help us create material abundance and to figure out societal problems that we have trouble with, like how we're supposed to clean up the environment. And maybe we want this to go and invent a bunch of little robots that will go out and be biodegradable and turn ocean debris into harmless molecules. And I think that positive side is something that I think people miss sometimes when thinking about what an AGI will be like. And so I think that if you have a system that's capable of all of that, you absolutely want its advice about how do I make sure that we're using your capabilities in a positive way for humanity.
So what do you think about that psychology that looks at all the different possible trajectories in an AGI system, many of which, perhaps the majority of which are positive, and nevertheless focuses on the negative trajectories? When you get to interact with folks, you get to think about this, maybe within yourself as well. You look at Sam Harris and so on. It seems to be, sorry to put it this way, but almost more fun to think about the negative possibilities. Whatever that's deep in our psychology. What do you think about that? And how do we deal with it? Because we want AI to help us.
So I think there's kind of two problems entailed in that question. The first is more of the question of how can you even picture what a world with a new technology will be like? Now imagine we're in 1950 and I'm trying to describe Google to someone.
Apps and the internet. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be extremely complicated, but it's imaginable.
It's imaginable, right? And now imagine being in 1950 and predicting Google, right? And you need to describe the internet.
There she is.
Yes, you need to describe the fact that everyone's going to have this phone in their pocket. And so I think that just the first truth is that it is hard to picture how a transformative technology will play out in the world. We've seen that before with technologies that are far less transformative than AGI will be. And so I think that one piece is that it's just even hard to imagine and to really put yourself in a world where you can predict what that positive vision would be like. And I think the second thing is that I think it is always easier to support the negative side than the positive side. It's always easier to destroy than create. And less in a physical sense, and more just in an intellectual sense, right? Because I think that with creating something, you need to just get a bunch of things right, and to destroy, you just get one thing wrong. And so I think that what that means is that I think a lot of people's thinking dead end as soon as they see the negative story. But that being said, I actually have some hope, right? I think that the positive vision is something that I think can be is something that we can talk about. And I think that just simply saying this fact of like there's positives, there's negatives, everyone likes to dwell on the negative, people actually respond well to that message and say, you're right, there's a part of this that we're not talking about, not thinking about. And that's actually something that's I think really been a key part of how we think about AGI at OpenAI, right? You can kind of look at it as like, okay, like OpenAI talks about the fact that there are risks, and yet they're trying to build this system. Like, how do you square those two facts?
So do you share the intuition that some people have, from Sam Harris to even Elon Musk himself, that it's tricky as you develop AGI to keep it from slipping into the existential threats, into the negative? What's your intuition about how hard is it to keep AI development on the positive track? What's your intuition there?
To answer the question, you can really look at how we structure OpenAI. So we really have three main arms. We have capabilities, which is actually doing the technical work and pushing forward what these systems can do. There's safety, which is working on technical mechanisms to ensure that the systems we build are aligned with human values. And then there's policy, which is making sure that we have governance mechanisms, answering that question of, well, whose values? And so I think that the technical safety one is the one that people kind of talk about the most, right? You talk about, like, think about all of the dystopic AI movies. A lot of that is about not having good technical safety in place. And what we've been finding is that, I think that actually a lot of people look at the technical safety problem and think it's just intractable, right? This question of what do humans want? How am I supposed to write that down? Can I even write down what I want? No way. And then they stop there. But the thing is, we've already built systems that are able to learn things that humans can't specify. Even the rules for how to recognize if there's a cat or a dog in an image. Turns out it's intractable to write that down, and yet we're able to learn it. And then what we're seeing with systems we build at OpenAI, if they're still in early proof of concept stage, is that you are able to learn human preferences. You're able to learn what humans want from data. And so that's kind of the core focus for our technical safety team. And I think that they're actually, we've had some pretty encouraging updates in terms of what we've been able to make work.
So you have an intuition and a hope that from data, looking at the value alignment problem, from data we can build systems that align with the collective better angels of our nature, so align with the ethics and the morals of human beings.
To even say this in a different way, think about how do we align humans, right? Think about, like, a human baby can grow up to be an evil person or a great person. And a lot of that is from learning from data, right? That you have some feedback as a child is growing up, they get to see positive examples. And so I think that just like the only example we have of a general intelligence that is able to learn from data to align with human values and to learn values.
What did you say?
I think we shouldn't be surprised that we can do the same sorts of techniques, or whether the same sort of techniques end up being how we solve value alignment for AGIs.
So let's go even higher. I don't know if you read the book *Sapiens*, but there's an idea that that as a collective, as us human beings, we kind of develop together ideas that we hold. There's no, in that context, objective truth. We just kind of all agree to certain ideas and hold them as a collective. Did you have a sense that there is, in the world of good and evil, do you have a sense that to the first approximation there are some things that are good, and that you could teach systems to behave to be good?
So I think that this actually lends into our third team, right, which is the policy team. And this is the one, the aspect that people really talk about way less than they should, right? Because imagine that we build super powerful systems, that we've managed to figure out all the mechanisms for these things to do whatever the operator wants. The most important question becomes, who's the operator, what do they want, and how is that going to affect everyone else, right? And I think that this question of what is good, what are those values, I think you don't even have to go to those very grand existential places to start to realize how hard this problem is. You just look at different countries and cultures across the world, and that there's a very different conception of how the world works, and what kinds of ways that society wants to operate. And so I think that the really core question is actually very concrete, and I think it's not a question that we have ready answers to, right? Is how do you have a world where all the different countries that we have, the United States, China, Russia, and the hundreds of other countries out there, are able to continue to not just operate in the way that they see fit, but in the world that emerges in these, where you have these very powerful systems operating alongside humans, ends up being something that empowers humans more, that makes human existence be a more meaningful thing, and people are happier and wealthier and able to live more fulfilling lives. It's not an obvious thing for how to design that world once you have that very powerful system.
So if we take a little step back, and we're having like a fascinating conversation, and OpenAI is in many ways a tech leader in the world, and yet we're thinking about these big existential questions, which is fascinating, really important. I think you're a leader in that space, and it's a really important space. I'm just thinking how AI affects society in the big picture here. So Oscar Wilde said, "We're all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars," and I think OpenAI has a charter that looks to the stars, I would say, to create intelligence, to create general intelligence, make it beneficial, safe, and collaborative. Can you tell me uh, how that came about, how a mission like that and the path to creating a mission like that at OpenAI was founded?
Yeah, so I think that in some ways it really boils down to taking a look at the landscape. Right? So if you think about the history of AI, that basically for the past 60 or 70 years, people have thought about this goal of what could happen if you could automate human intellectual labor. Imagine you could build a computer system that could do that. What becomes possible? We have a lot of sci-fi that tells stories of various dystopias, and increasingly you have movies like Her that tell you a little bit about maybe more of a little bit utopic vision. You think about the impacts that we've seen from being able to have bicycles for our minds in computers, and I think that the impact of computers and the
Welcome,
internet
how are you?
has just far outstripped
What up,
what
City
anyone
XYZ?
really could have predicted. And so I think that it's very clear that if you can build an AGI.
Alright, how's your day going?
My day is going great so far.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I'm coming to you because I'm doing like a survey of my own of like what people's opinions are about war. Do you care to talk about it?
To some extent, I'm working on something right now, but I'll do my best to answer your questions.
Alright, perfect. What do you think about the war on Gaza? What's going on all down there, you know?
Sure, I want world peace.
You want world peace, so no wars at all.
Correct.
So you don't side with anything, you just want it all to end, like no matter how.
I side with peace.
It's understandable. Understandable. Understand that. So, like hypothetically, if you were, kind of controlling it, I guess, um, how would you end it?
Great question. I would take, and this isn't just there, this is in anywhere in the world where there's war. I would take both sides, explain to them that they have to release their hostages immediately, both sides, sit at a table, we'd pull out a big map, we'd live stream it, and we'd give them each side a crayon and say, you draw the borders.
That's phenomenal. I do like that. That's a respectable outlook on war, I will admit.
Excellent.
Well, I appreciate you answering my questions. I'll talk to you again someday, alright?
Most certainly. Take care, City.
Yeah, see you later, man.
Take care.
It will be the most transformative technology that humans will ever create. And so what it boils down to then is a question of, well, is there a path? Is there hope? Is there a way to build such a system? And I think that for 60 or 70 years, that people got excited and that ended up not being able to deliver on the hopes that people had pinned on them. And I think that then, that after two winters of AI development, that people, I think kind of almost stopped daring to dream, right? That really talking about AGI or thinking about AGI became almost this taboo in the community. But I actually think that people took the wrong lesson from AI history. And if you look back, starting in 1959 is when the perceptron was released. And this is basically, one of the earliest neural networks. It was released to what was perceived as this massive overnight. So in the New York Times in 1959, you have this article saying that, the perceptron will one day recognize people, call out their names, instantly translate speech between languages, and people at the time looked at this and said, your system can't do any of that. Basically spent 10 years trying to discredit the whole perceptron direction, and succeeded, and all the funding dried up. inventions, and in the 80s there was this resurgence, and I'd always heard that the resurgence in the 80s was due to the invention of backpropagation and these algorithms that got people excited, but actually the causality was due to people building larger computers. That you can find these articles in the 80s saying that the democratization of computing power suddenly meant that you could run these larger neural networks, and then people started to do all these amazing things. Backpropagation algorithm was invented, and the neural nets people were running were these tiny little 20 neuron neural nets, right? Like, what are you supposed to learn with 20 neurons? And so, of course, they weren't able to get great results. And it really wasn't until 2012 that this approach, that's almost the most simple, natural approach that people had come up with in the 50s, right? In some ways, even in the 40s, before there were computers, with bits of coal in there, the neuron. Suddenly, this became the best way of solving problems, right? And I think there are three core properties that deep learning has that I think are very worth paying attention to. The first is generality. With a very small number of deep learning tools, SGD, deep neural net, maybe some RL, and it solves this huge variety of problems. Speech recognition, machine translation, game playing, all of these problems, same small set of tools. So there's the generality. There's a second piece, which is the competence. You want to solve any of those problems? Throw out 40 years worth of normal computer vision research, replace it with a deep neural net. It's going to work better. And there's a third piece, which is the scalability, right? That one thing that has been shown time and time again is that if you have a larger neural network, throw more compute, more data at it, it will work better. Those three properties together feel like essential parts of building general intelligence. Now, it doesn't just mean that if we scale up what we have, that we will have an AGI, right? There are clearly missing pieces, there are missing ideas. We need to have answers for reasoning. But I think that the core here is that for the first time, it feels that we have a paradigm that gives us hope that general intelligence can be achievable. And so as soon as you believe that, everything else comes into focus, right? If you imagine that you may be able to, and that the timeline I think remains uncertain, but I think that certainly within our lifetimes and possibly within a much shorter period of time than people would expect, if you can really build the most transformative technology that will ever exist, you stop thinking about yourself so much, right? You start thinking about just how do you have a world where this goes well? And that you need to think about the practicalities of how do you build an organization and get together a bunch of people and resources, and to make sure that people feel motivated and ready to do it. But I think that then you start thinking about, well, what if we succeed? And how do we make sure that when we succeed, that the world is actually the place that we want ourselves to exist in, almost in the Rawlsian Bale sense of the word. And so that's kind of the broader landscape. And OpenAI was really formed in 2015 with that high-level picture of AGI might be possible sooner than people think, and that we need to try to do our best to make sure it's going to go well. And then we spent the next couple of years really trying to figure out what does that mean, how do we do it? And I think that typically with a company, you start out very small. So you and a co-founder, you build product, you get some users, you get product market fit. At some point you raise some money, you hire people, you scale, and then down the road, then the big companies realize you exist and try to kill you. And for OpenAI, it was basically everything in exactly the opposite order.
Let me just pause for a second. You said a lot of things. Let me just admire the jarring aspect of what OpenAI stands for, which is daring to dream. I mean, you said it's pretty powerful. It caught me off guard because I think that's very true. The step of just daring to dream about the possibilities of creating intelligence in a positive, in a safe way, just even creating intelligence is a much needed, refreshing catalyst for the AI community. So that's the starting point. Okay, so then formation of OpenAI.
I would just say that when we were starting OpenAI, that kind of the first question that we had is it too late to start a lab with a bunch of the best people? Right?
Wow,
Is that even possible?
That was an actual question.
That was the core question of we had this dinner in July of 2015, and that was really what we spent the whole time talking about. And because you think about kind of where AI was, is that it transitioned from being an academic pursuit to an industrial pursuit. And so a lot of the best people were in these big research labs, and that we wanted to start our own one that no matter how much resources we could accumulate, would be pale in comparison to the big tech companies, be that. And it was a question of, are we going to be actually able to get this thing off the ground? You need critical mass. You can't just do, you and a co-founder build a product, right? You really need to have a group of 5 to 10 people. And we kind of concluded it wasn't obviously impossible, so it seemed worth trying.
Well, you're also dreamers, so who knows, right?
That's right.
Okay, so speaking of that, competing with the big players, let's talk about some of the tricky things as you think through this process of growing, of seeing how you can develop these systems at a scale that competes. So you recently formed OpenAI LP, a new cap profit company that now carries the name OpenAI. So OpenAI is now this official company. The original nonprofit company still exists and carries the OpenAI nonprofit name. So can you explain what this company is, what the purpose of its creation is, and how did you arrive at the decision
Yep.
to create it?
OpenAI, the whole entity, and OpenAI LP as a vehicle, is trying to accomplish the mission of ensuring that artificial general intelligence benefits everyone. And the main way that we're trying to do that is by actually trying to build general intelligence ourselves and make sure the benefits are distributed to the world. That's the primary way. We're also fine with that. And so those ideas are baked into our charter, which is kind of the foundational document that describes kind of our values and how we operate. And it's also really baked into the structure of OpenAI LP. And so the way that we set up OpenAI LP is that in the case where we succeed, right, if we actually build what we're trying to build, then investors are able to get a return, but that return is something that is capped. And so if you think of AGI in terms of the value that you can really create, you're talking about the most transformative tech event in any existing company, and that all of that value will be owned by the world, like legally titled to the nonprofit to fulfill that mission. And so that's the structure.
So the mission is a powerful one, and it's one that I think most people would agree with. It's how we would hope AI progresses. Incentives that are profit driven don't interfere with the mission.
So this was actually a really core question for us for the past couple of years, because I'd say that like the way that our history went was that for the first year we were getting off the ground, right? We had this high level picture, but we didn't know exactly how we wanted to accomplish it. And really 2 years ago is when we first started realizing in order to build AGI, we're just going to need to raise way more money than we can as a nonprofit. And we're talking many millions of dollars. And so the first question is, how are you supposed to do that and stay true to this mission? And we looked at every legal structure out there and concluded none of them were quite right for what we wanted to do. And I guess it shouldn't be too surprising if you're going to do some like crazy unprecedented technology that you're going to have to come with some crazy unprecedented structure to do it in. And a lot of our conversation was with people at OpenAI, right? The people who really joined because they believe so much in this mission, and thinking about how do we actually raise the resources to do it, and also stay true to what we stand for. And the place you got to start is to really align on what is it that we stand for, right? What are those values? What's really important to us? And so I'd say that we spent about a year really compiling the OpenAI charter, and that determines, and if you even look at the first line item in there, it says that, look, we expect we're going to have to marshal huge amounts of resources, but we're going to make sure that we minimize conflicts of interest with the mission. And that kind of aligning on all of those pieces was the most important step towards figuring out how do we structure a company that can actually raise the resources to do what we need to do.
I imagine OpenAI, the decision to create OpenAI LP was a really difficult one, and there was a lot of discussions, as you mentioned, for a year, and there was different ideas, perhaps detractors within OpenAI, different paths that you could have taken. What were those concerns? What were the different paths considered? What was that process of making that decision like?
Sure. But so if you look actually at the OpenAI charter, there's almost 2 paths embedded within it. There is, we are primarily trying to build AGI ourselves, but we're also okay if someone else does it. And this is a weird thing for a company.
It's really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
There is an element of competition. You do want to be the one that does it, but at the same time, you're okay if somebody else does it. And we'll talk about that a little bit, that trade-off, the dance, that's really interesting.
And I think this was the core tension as we were designing OpenAI LP and really the OpenAI strategy, is how do you make sure that both you have a shot at being a primary actor, which really requires building an organization, raising massive resources, and really having the will to go and execute on some really, really hard vision, right? You need to really sign up for a long period to go and take on a lot of pain and a lot of risk. And to do that, normally you just import the startup mindset, right? And you think about, okay, like how do we out-execute everyone? You have this very competitive angle. But you also have this second angle of saying that, well, the true mission isn't for OpenAI to build AGI. The true mission is for AGI to go well for humanity. And so how do you take all of those first actions and make sure you don't close the door on outcomes that would actually be positive and fulfill the mission? And so I think it's a very delicate balance, right? And I think that going 100% one direction or the other is clearly not the correct answer. And so I think that even in terms of just how we talk about OpenAI and think about it, there's just like one thing that's always in the back of my mind is to make sure that we're not just saying OpenAI's goal is to build AGI, right? That it's actually much broader than that, right? That first of all, it's not just AGI, it's safe AGI. It's very important. But secondly, our goal isn't to be the ones to build it. Our goal is to make sure it goes well for the world. And so I think that figuring out how do you balance all of those and to get people to really come to the table and compile like a single document that encompasses all of that wasn't trivial.
So part of the challenge here is your mission is, I would say, beautiful, empowering, and a beacon of hope for people in the research community and just people thinking about AI. So your decisions are scrutinized more than, I think, a regular profit-driven company. Do you feel the burden of this in the creation of the charter and just in the way you operate?
Yes.
So why do you lean into the burden by creating such a charter?
Yeah.
Why not keep it quiet?
I mean, it just boils down to the mission, right? Like I'm here and everyone else is here because we think this is the most important mission, right?
Dare to dream. All right. So, do you think you can be good for the world or create an AGI system that's good when you're a for-profit company? From my perspective, I don't understand why profit interferes with positive impact on society. I don't understand why Google, that makes most of its money from ads, can't also do good for the world, or other companies, Facebook, anything. I don't understand why those have to interfere. You can profit isn't the thing, in my view, that affects the impact of a company. What affects the impact of the company is the charter, is the culture, is the people inside. And profit is the thing that just fuels those people. So what are your views there?
Yeah, so I think it's a really good question. There's some real like long-standing debates in human society that are wrapped up in it. The way that I think about it is just think about what are the most impactful nonprofits in the world? What are the most impactful for-profits in the world?
Right, it's much easier to list for-profits.
That's right. And I think that there's some real truth here that the system that we set up, the system for kind of how today's world is organized, is one that really allows for huge impact. And that kind of part of that is that for-profits are self-sustaining and able to kind of build on their own momentum. I think that's a really powerful thing. It's something that when it turns out that we haven't set the guardrails correctly, causes problems, right? Think about logging companies that go and deforest the rainforest. That's really bad. We don't want that. And it's actually really interesting to me that kind of this question of how do you get positive benefits out of a for-profit company is actually very similar to how do you get positive benefits out of an AGI, right? That you have this like very powerful system, it's more powerful than any human, and is kind of autonomous in some ways, and superhuman in a lot of axes, and somehow you have to set the guardrails to get good things to happen. But when you do, the benefits are massive. And so I think that when I think about nonprofit versus for-profit, I think just not enough happens in nonprofit. They're very pure, but it's just kind of, it's just hard to do things there. In for-profits in some ways, like too much happens. But if kind of shaped in the right way, it can actually be very positive. And so with OpenAI LP, we're picking a road in between. Now, the thing that I think is really important to recognize is that the way that we think about OpenAI LP is that in the world where AGI actually happens, right, in a world where we are successful, we build the most transformative technology ever, the amount of value we're going to create will be astronomical. And so then in that case, the cap that we have will be a small fraction of the value we create. And the amount of value that goes back to investors and employees looks pretty similar to what would happen in a pretty successful startup. And that's really the case that we're optimizing for, right? That we're thinking about in this success case, making sure that the value we create doesn't get knocked up. And I expect that in other for-profit companies that it's possible to do something like that. I think it's not obvious how to do it, right? I think that as a for-profit company, you have a lot of fiduciary duty to your shareholders, and that there are certain decisions that you just cannot make. In our structure, we've set it up so that we have a fiduciary duty to the charter, that we always get to make the decision that is right for the charter, rather than even if it comes at the expense of our own stakeholders. And so I think that when I think about what's really important, it's not really about nonprofit versus for-profit. It's really a question of, if you build AGI and kind of humanity's now in this new age, who benefits? Whose lives are better? And I think that what's really important is to have an answer that is everyone.
Yeah, which is one of the core aspects of the charter. So one concern people have, not just with OpenAI, but with Google, Facebook, Amazon, anybody really that's creating impact at scale, is how do we avoid, as your charter says, avoid enabling the use of AI or AGI to unduly concentrate power? Why would not a company like OpenAI keep all the power in the AGI system to itself?
Charter.
The charter. So, how does the charter actualize itself in day-to-day?
So I think that the first to zoom out, right, that the way that we structure the company is so that the power for sort of dictating the actions that OpenAI takes ultimately rests with the board, right, the board of the nonprofit. And the board is set up in certain ways, certain restrictions that you can read about in the OpenAI LP blog post. But effectively, the board is the governing body for OpenAI LP. And the board has a duty to fulfill the mission of the nonprofit. And so that's kind of how we thread all these things together. Now, there's a question of, so day to day, how do people, individuals, who in some ways are the most empowered ones, and the board sort of call the shots at the high level, but the people who are actually executing are the employees, or the people who are on a day-to-day basis who have the keys to the technical kingdom. And there, I think that the answer looks a lot like, well, how does any company's values get actualized, right? And I think that a lot of that comes down to, do you need people who are here because they really believe in that mission, and they believe in the charter, and that they are willing to take actions that maybe are worse for them, but are better for the charter, and that's something that's really baked into the culture. And honestly, I think it's, I think that that's one of the things that we really have to work to preserve as time goes on, and that's a really important part of how we think about hiring people and bringing people into OpenAI.
So there's people here who can speak up and say, like, hold on a second, this is totally against what we stand for, culture-wise.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that we actually have, I think that's like a pretty important part of how we operate, and how we have, even, again, with designing the charter and designing OpenAI LP in the first place, that there has been a lot of conversation with employees here, and a lot of times where employees say, wait a second, this seems like it's going in the wrong direction, let's talk about it. And so I think one thing that's I think really, and here's actually one thing that I think is very unique about us as a small company, is that if you're at a massive tech giant, it's a little bit hard for someone who's a line employee to go and talk to the CEO and say, I think that we're doing this wrong. And you look at companies like Google that have had some collective action from employees to make ethical changes around things like Maven. So maybe there are mechanisms at other companies that work. But here, it's super easy for anyone to pull me aside, to pull Sam aside, to pull Lily aside. And people do it all the time.
One of the interesting things in the charter is this idea that it'd be great if you could try to describe or untangle switching from competition to collaboration in late-stage AGI development. It's really interesting, this dance between competition and collaboration. How do you think about that?
Yeah, assuming you can actually do the technical side of AGI development, I think there's going to be two key problems with figuring out how do you actually deploy it and make it go well. The first one of these is the run-up to building the first AGI. You look at how self-driving cars are being developed, and it's a competitive race. And the thing that always happens in a competitive race is that you have huge amounts of pressure to get rid of safety. And so that's one thing we're very concerned about, right, is that people, multiple teams figuring out, we can actually get there, but, if we took the slower path that is more guaranteed to be safe, we will lose. And so we're going to take the fast path. And so the more that we can, both ourselves, be in a position where we don't generate that competitive race, where we say, if the race is being run and that someone else is further ahead than we are, we're not going to try to leapfrog. We're going to actually work with them, right? We will help them succeed as long as what they're trying to do is to fulfill our mission. Then we're good. We don't have to build AGI ourselves. And I think that's a really important commitment from us, but it can't just be unilateral, right? I think it's really important that other players who are serious about building AGI make similar commitments, right? I think that again, to the extent that everyone believes that AGI should be something to benefit everyone, then it actually really shouldn't matter which company builds it. And we should all be concerned about the case where we just race so hard to get there that something goes wrong.
So what role do you think government, our favorite entity, has in setting policy and rules about this domain, from research to the development to early stage to late stage AI and AGI development?
So I think that first of all, it's really important that government's in there, right? In some way, shape, or form. At the end of the day, we're talking about building technology that will shape how the world operates, and that there needs to be government as part of that answer. And so that's why we've done a number of different congressional testimonies. We interact with a number of different lawmakers, and right now, a lot of our message to them is that it's not the time for regulation; it is the time for measurement. Right? That our main policy recommendation is that people, and the government does this all the time with bodies like NIST, spend time trying to figure out just where the technology is, how fast it's moving, and can really become literate and up to speed with respect to what to expect. So I think that today the answer really is about measurement, and I think that there will be a time and place where that will change. And I think it's a little bit hard to predict exactly what exactly that trajectory should look like.
So that there will be a point in which regulation, federal in the United States, the government steps in and helps be I don't want to say the adult in the room, to make sure that there is strict rules, maybe conservative rules that nobody can cross.
Well, I think there's kind of maybe two angles to it. So today with narrow AI applications, that I think there are already existing bodies that are responsible and should be responsible for regulation. We think about, for example, with self-driving cars, that you want the National Highway,
NHTSA,
yeah, exactly, to be regulating that. That makes sense, right? That basically what we're saying is that we're going to have these technological systems that are going to be performing applications that humans already do. Great, you already have ways of thinking about standards and safety for those. So I think actually empowering those regulators today is also pretty important. And then I think for AGI, that there's going to be a point where we'll have better answers. And I think there may be a similar approach of first measurement and start thinking about what the rules should be. I think it's really important that we don't prematurely squash progress. I think it's very easy to kind of smother a budding field, and I think that's something to really avoid. But I don't think the right way of doing it is to say, let's just try to blaze ahead and not involve all these other stakeholders.
So you recently released a paper on GPT-2 language modeling, but did not release the full model because you had concerns about the possible negative effects of the availability of such model. It's outside of just that decision, it's super interesting because of the discussion at a societal level, the discourse it creates. So it's fascinating in that aspect. But if you think that's the specifics here at first, what are some negative effects that you envisioned? And of course, what are some of the positive effects?
Yeah, so again, I think to zoom out, the way that we thought about GPT-2 is that with language modeling, we are clearly on a trajectory right now where we scale up our models and we get qualitatively better performance. Right? GPT-2 itself was actually just a scale up of a model that we released in the previous June. Right? We just ran it at much larger scale, and we got these results where we're suddenly starting to write coherent prose, which was not something we'd seen previously. And what are we doing now? Well, we're going to scale up GPT-2 by 10x, by 100x, so it's very clear that the model that we released last June, I think it's kind of like it's a good academic toy. It's not something that we think is something that can really have negative applications, or to the extent that it can, the positive of being able to play with it is far outweighs the possible harms. You fast forward to not GPT-2 but GPT-20, and you think about what that's going to be like, and I think that the capabilities are going to be substantive. And so there needs to be a point in between the two where you say, this is something where we are drawing the line, and that we need to start thinking about the safety aspects. And I think for GPT-2 we could have gone either way. And in fact, when we had conversations internally, that we had a bunch of pros and cons, and it wasn't clear which one outweighed the other. And I think that when we announced that, hey, we decided not to release this model, then there was a bunch of conversation where various people said it's so obvious that you should have just released it. There are other people said it's so obvious you should not have released it. And I think that almost definitionally means that holding it back was the correct decision. Right? If it's not obvious whether something is beneficial or not, you should probably default to caution. And so I think that the overall landscape for how we think about it is that this decision could have gone either way. There are great arguments in both directions. But for future models down the road, and possibly sooner than you expect, because scaling these things up doesn't have to take that long, those ones you're definitely not going to want to release into the wild. And so I think that we almost view this as a test case, and to see, can we even design, how do you have a society, or how do you have a system that goes from having no concept of responsible disclosure, or the mere idea of not releasing something for safety reasons is unfamiliar, to a world where you say, okay, we have a powerful model, let's at least think about it, let's go through some process. And you think about the security community, it took them a long time to design responsible disclosure, right? You think about this question of, well, I have a security exploit, I send it to the company is like, trying to prosecute me, or just ignores it, what do I do, right? And so, the alternatives of, I just always publish your exploits, that doesn't seem good either, right? So it really took a long time, and it took it was bigger than any individual, right? It's really about building a whole community that believe that, okay, we'll have this process where you send it to the company, if they don't act at a certain time, then you go public, and you're not a bad person, you've done the right thing. And I think that in AI, part of the response to GPT-2 just proves you don't have any concept of this. So that's the high level picture. And so I think this was a really important move to make, and we could have maybe delayed it for GPT-3, but I'm really glad we did it for GPT-2. And so now you look at GPT-2 itself, and you think about the substance of, okay, what are potential negative applications? So you have this model that's been trained on the internet, which is also going to be a bunch of very biased data, a bunch of very offensive content in there, and you can ask it to generate content for you on basically any topic, right? You just give it a prompt, and it'll just start writing, and it writes content like you see on the internet, even down to like saying advertisement in the middle of some of its generations. And you think about the possibilities for generating fake news or abusive content. And it's interesting seeing what people have done with we released a smaller version of GPT-2, and the people have done things like try to generate to take my own Facebook message history and generate more Facebook messages like me, and people generating fake politician content, or there's a bunch of things there where you at least have to think, is this going to be good for the world? There's the flip side, which is I think that there's a lot of awesome applications we really want to see, like creative applications in terms of if you have sci-fi authors that can work with this tool and come up with cool ideas, like that seems awesome. We can write better sci-fi through use of these tools, and we've actually had a bunch of people writing to us asking, hey, can we use it for for a variety of different creative applications.
So the positive are actually pretty easy to imagine. The usual NLP applications are really interesting, but let's go there. It's kind of interesting to think about a world where, look at Twitter, where not just fake news, but smarter and smarter bots being able to spread in an interesting, complex, networking way information that just floods out us regular human beings with our original thoughts. So, what are your views of this world with GPT-20, right? How do we think about it? Again, it's like one of those things about in the 50s trying to describe the internet, the smartphone. What do you think about that world, the nature of information? Do you, one possibility is that we'll always try to design systems that identify robot versus human, and we'll do so successfully, and so we'll authenticate that we're still human. And the other world is that we just accept the fact that we're swimming in a sea of fake news and just learn to swim there.
Well, have you ever seen there's a popular meme of robot with a physical arm and pen clicking the "I'm not a robot" button?
Yeah.
I think that the truth is that really trying to distinguish between the robot and human is a losing battle.
Ultimately, you think it's a losing battle?
I think it's a losing battle ultimately, right? I think that is that in terms of the content, in terms of the action that you can take. I think about how captures have gone, right? The captures used to be very nice, simple. You set this image. All of our OCR is terrible. You put a couple of artifacts in it. Humans are going to be able to tell what it is. An AI system wouldn't be able to. Today, like, I can barely do captures. And I think that this is just kind of where we're going. I think captures were a moment in time thing, and as AI systems become more powerful, that there being human capabilities that can be measured in a very easy, automated way that AIs will not be capable of. I think that's just it's just an increasingly hard technical battle. But it's not that all hope is lost, right? You think about how do we already authenticate ourselves, right? We have systems, we have social security numbers in the U.S., or you have ways of identifying individual people, and having real world identity tied to digital identity seems like a step towards authenticating the source of content rather than the content itself. Now, there are problems with that. How can you have privacy and anonymity in a world where the only content you can really trust is, or the only way you can trust content is by looking at where it comes from? And so I think that building out good reputation networks may be one possible solution. But yeah, I think that this question is not an obvious one. And I think that we, maybe sooner than we think, we'll be in a world where today I often will read a tweet and be like, do I feel like a real human wrote this, or do I feel like this is genuine? I feel like I can kind of judge the content a little bit. And I think in the future it just won't be the case. You look at, for example, the FCC comments on net neutrality. It came out later that millions of those were auto-generated, that the researchers were able to do various statistical techniques to do that. What do you do in a world where those statistical techniques don't exist? It's just impossible to tell the difference between humans and AIs. And in fact, the most persuasive arguments are written by AI. All that stuff, it's not sci-fi anymore. Look at GPT-2 making a great argument for why recycling is bad for the world. You got to read that and be like, huh, you're right. We are doing
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I mean, ultimately, it boils down to the physical world being the last frontier of proving. You said basically networks of people, humans vouching for humans in the physical world. Somehow, the authentication ends there. I mean, if I had to ask you, I mean, you're way too eloquent for a human. So, if I had to ask you to authenticate, prove, how do I know you're not a robot? How do you know I'm not a robot?
Yeah.
I think that's so far we're in this space, this conversation we just had, the physical movements we did, is the biggest gap between us and AI systems, is the physical, the manipulation. So maybe that's the last frontier.
Well, here's another question: is why is solving this problem important, right? Like, what aspects are really important to us? And I think that probably where we'll end up is we'll hone in on what do we really want out of knowing if we're talking to a human, and I think that again this comes down to identity. And so I think that the internet of the future, I expect to be one that will have lots of agents out there that will interact with you. But I think that the question of, is this real flesh and blood human, or is this an automated system, may actually just be less important.
Let's actually go there. It's GPT-2 is impressive, and let's look at GPT-20. Why is it so bad that all my friends are GPT-20? Why is it so important on the internet? Do you think to interact with only human beings? Why can't we live in a world where ideas can come from models trained on human data?
Yeah, I think this is actually a really interesting question. This comes back to how do you picture a world with some new technology? And I think that one thing that I think is important is let's say honesty. And I think that if you have style sense of technology. You have AIs that are pretending to be human and deceiving you. I think that is, that feels like a bad thing, right? I think that it's really important that we feel like we're in control of our environment, right? That we understand who we're interacting with, and if it's an AI or a human, that's not something that we're being deceived about. But I think that the flip side of, can I have as meaningful of an interaction with an AI as I can with a human? Well, I actually think here you can turn to sci-fi. And Her, I think, is a great example of asking this very question, right? One thing I really love about Her is it really starts out almost by asking, how meaningful are human virtual learning? And so I think that this is one way of thinking about it, is that I think that we can have meaningful interactions, and that if there's a funny joke, in some sense it doesn't really matter if it was written by a human or an AI, but what you don't want, and where I think we should really draw hard lines, is deception. And I think that as long as we're in a world that is to enhance human lives, to make humans be able to do more things, to have humans feel more fulfilled, and if we can build AI systems that do that, sign me up. Build AI systems that do that, sign me up.
So the process of language modeling, Her, do you think a dialogue, natural language conversation that's formulated by the Turing test, for example, do you think that process could be achieved through this kind of unsupervised language modeling?
So I think the Turing test, in its real form, isn't just about language, right? It's really about reasoning too, right? That to really pass the Turing language models, we need some way of plugging in reasoning. Now, how different will that be from what we already do? That's an open question, right? It might be that we need some sequence of totally radical new ideas, or it might be that we just need to kind of shape our existing systems in a slightly different way. But I think that in terms of how far language modeling will go, it's already gone way further than many people would have expected, right? I think that things like, I think there's a lot of really interesting angles to poke in terms of how much does GPT-2 understand the physical world. Like, you read a little bit about fire underwater in GPT-2, so it's like, okay, maybe it doesn't quite understand what these things are. But at the same time, I think that you also see various things like smoke coming from flame, and a bunch of these things that GPT-2, it has no body, it has no physical experience, it's just statically read data. And I think that the answer is, like, we don't know yet. These questions, though, we're starting to be able to actually ask them to physical systems, to real systems that exist, and that's very exciting.
Do you think, what's your intuition? Do you think if you just scale language modeling, significantly scale, that reasoning can emerge from the same exact mechanisms?
I think it's unlikely that if we just scale GPT-2 that we'll have reasoning in the full-fledged way. And I think that there's, like, the type signature is a little bit wrong, right? That, like, there's something we do with what we call thinking, right? Where we spend a lot of compute, like a variable amount of compute, to get to better answers, right? If I think a little bit harder, I get a better answer. And that kind of type signature isn't quite encoded in a GPT, right? GPT will kind of, like, it's spent a long time in its, like, evolutionary history baking in all this information, getting very, very good at this predictive process. And then at runtime, I just kind of do one forward pass and am able to generate stuff. And so, there might be small tweaks to what we do in order to get the type signature right. For example, well, it's not really one forward pass, right? You generate symbol out of a symbol, and so maybe you generate, like, a whole sequence of thoughts, and you only keep, like, the last bit or something. But I think that at the very least, I would expect you have to make changes like that.
Yeah, just exactly how you said think is the process of generating thought by thought in the same kind of way, like you said, keep the last bit, the thing that we converge towards.
Yep. And I think there's another piece which is interesting, which is this out of distribution generalization, right? That, like, thinking somehow lets us do that, right? That we haven't experienced a thing, and yet somehow we just kind of keep refining our mental model of it. This is, again, something that feels tied to whatever reasoning is. And maybe it's a small tweak to what we do, maybe it's many ideas, and it'll take us many decades.
Yeah, so the assumption there, generalization out of distribution, is that it's possible to create new ideas. It's possible that nobody's ever created any new ideas, and then with scaling GPT-2 to GPT-20, you would essentially generalize to all possible thoughts. That's what's going to happen. Just to play devil's advocate.
Right. I mean, how many new story ideas have we Shakespeare, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just all different forms of love and drama and so on. Okay. Not sure if you read The Lesson, a recent blog post by Ray Sutton.
Yep, I have.
He basically says something that echoes some of the ideas that you've been talking about, which is he says the biggest lesson that can be read from 70 years of AI research is that general methods that leverage computation are ultimately going to ultimately win out. Do you agree with this? So basically, at OpenAI in general, about the ideas you're exploring, about coming up with methods, whether it's GPT-2 modeling or whether it's OpenAI 5 playing Dota, where a general method is better than a more fine-tuned, expert-tuned method.
Yeah, so I think that, well, one thing that I think was really interesting about the reaction to that blog post was that a lot of people have read this as saying that compute is all that matters. And that's a very threatening idea, right? And I don't think it's a true idea either, right? It's very clear that we have algorithmic ideas that are very important for making progress, and to really build AGI, you want to push as far as you can on the computational scale, and you want to push as far as you can on human ingenuity. And so I think you need both. But I think the way that you phrase the question is actually very, very good, right? That it's really about what kind of ideas should we be striving for. And absolutely, if you can find a scalable idea, pour more compute into it, pour more data into it, it gets better. Like that's the real holy grail. And so I think that the answer to the question is yes. That's really how we think about it. That part of why we're excited about the power of deep learning, the potential for building AGI, is because we look at the systems that exist and the most successful AI systems, and we realize that you scale those up, they're going to work better. And I think that scalability is something that really gives us hope for being able to build transformative systems.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a partially an emotional, a thing that a response that people often have is compute is so important for state-of-the-art performance. Individual developers, maybe a 13-year-old sitting somewhere in Kansas or something like that, they're sitting, they might not even have a GPU, or maybe have a single GPU, a 1080 or something like that. And there's this feeling like, well, how can I possibly compete or contribute to this world of AI if scale is so important? So if you could comment on that, and in general, do you think we need to also in the future focus on democratizing compute resources more or as much as we democratize the algorithms?
Well, so the way that I think about it is that there's this space of possible progress, right? There's a space of ideas and sort of systems that will work, will move us forward. And there's a portion of that space, and to some extent, an increasingly significant portion of that space, that does just require massive compute resources. And for that, I think that the answer is kind of clear, that part of why we have the structure that we do is because we think it's really important to be pushing the scale and to be building these large clusters as systems. But there's another portion of the space that isn't about the large-scale compute, that are these ideas that, again, I think that for the ideas to really be impactful and really shine, that they should be ideas that, if you scale them up, would work way better than they do at small scale. But you can discover them without massive computational resources. And if you look at the history of recent developments, you think about things like the GAN or the BAE, that these are ones that I think you could come up with them without having, and in fact, people did come up with them without having massive computational resources.
Right, I just talked to Ian Goodfellow, but the thing is, the initial GAN produced pretty terrible results. Right, so only because it was in a very specific, only because they're smart enough to know that this is quite surprising, can generate anything that they know. Hey, do you see a world, or is that too optimistic and dream-alike to imagine that the compute resources are something that's owned by governments and provided as utility?
Actually, to some extent, this question reminds me of blog posts from one of my former professors at Harvard, this guy Matt Welch, who was a systems professor. I remember sitting in his tenure talk, right, and he had literally just gotten tenure. He went to Google for the summer, and then decided he wasn't going back to academia, right? And that kind of in his blog post, he makes this point that, look, as a systems researcher, that I come with these cool system ideas, right? I kind of build a little proof of concept, and the best thing I can hope for is that people at Google or Yahoo, which was around at the time, will implement it and actually make it work at scale, right? That's like the dream for me, right? I build a little thing and they bring person who's actually doing building and deploying. And I think that there's a similar dichotomy here, right? I think that there are people who really actually find value, and I think it is a valuable thing to do, to be the person who produces those ideas, right? To build the proof of concept. And yeah, you don't get to generate the coolest possible GAN images, but you invented the GAN, right? And so there's a real trade-off there. And I think that that's a very personal choice, but I think there's value in both sides.
Do you think creating AGI, something or some new models, we would see echoes of the brilliance even at the prototype level? So you would be able to develop those ideas without scale, the initial seeds.
So take a look at, I always like to look at examples that exist, right? Look at real precedent. And so take a look at the June 2018 model that we released. We scaled up to turn into GPT-2. And you can see that at small scale, it set some records, right? This was the original GPT. We actually had some cool generations that weren't nearly as amazingly stunning as the GPT-2 ones, but it was promising. It was interesting. And so I think it is the case that with a lot of these ideas, you see promise at small scale. But there is an asterisk here, a very big asterisk, which is sometimes we see behaviors that emerge that are qualitatively different from anything we saw at small scale. And that the original inventor of whatever algorithm looks at it and says, I didn't think it could do that. This is what we saw in Dota, right? So PPO was created by John Schulman, who's a researcher here, and with Dota, we basically just ran PPO at massive scale. And there's some tweaks in order to make it work, but fundamentally it's PPO at the core. And we were able to get this long-term planning, these behaviors to really play out on a time scale that we just thought was not possible. And John looked at that and was like, I didn't think you could do that. That's what happened when you're at 3 orders of magnitude more scale. They tested that.
Yeah, but it still has the same flavors of, at least echoes of the expected brilliance. Although I suspect with GPT scaled more and more, you might get surprising things. So yeah, you're right. It's interesting. It's difficult to see how far an idea will go when it's scaled. It's an open question.
Well, so to that point with Dota and PPO, here's a very concrete one, right? It's like, it's actually one thing that's very surprising about Dota that I think people don't really pay that much attention to is the degree of generalization out of distribution that happens, right? That you have this AI that's trained against other bots for its entirety of its existence.
Sorry to take a step back. Can you talk through a story of Dota, a story of leading up to OpenAI 5, and that passed, and what was the process of self-play and so on, training?
Yep. Yeah. So Dota.
What is Dota?
Yeah. Dota is a complex video game, and we started trying to solve Dota because we felt like this was a step towards the real world relative to other games like chess or Go, right? Those very cerebral games where you just kind of have these forward, very discrete moves. Dota starts to be much more continuous time. You have this huge variety of different actions. That you have a 45-minute game with all these different units, and it's got a lot of messiness to it that really hasn't been captured by previous games. And famously, all of the hard-coded bots in Dota were terrible. Right? It's just impossible to write anything good for it because it's so complex. And so this seemed like a really good place to push what's the state of the art in reinforcement learning. And so we started by focusing on 1-versus-1 version of the game, and we're able to solve that. We're able to beat world champions, and the learning, the skill curve was this crazy exponential, right? It was like constantly we were just scaling up, that we were fixing bugs, and that you look at the skill curve, and it was really a very, very smooth one. So it's actually really interesting to see how that human iteration loop yielded very steady exponential progress.
And one side note, first of all, it's an exceptionally popular video game. The side effect is that there's a lot of incredible human experts at that video game. So the benchmark that you're trying to reach is very high. And the other, can you talk about the approach that was used initially and throughout training these agents of this game?
Yep. And so the approach that we used is self-play. And so you have 2 agents that don't know anything. They battle each other. They discover something a little bit good, and now they both know it. And they just get better and better and better without bound. And that's a really powerful idea, right? That we then went from 1-versus-1 version of the game and scaled up to 5-versus-5, right? So you think about kind of like with basketball where you have this team sport, you do all this coordination, and we were able to push the same idea, the same self-play, to to really get to the professional level at the full 5 versus 5 version of the game. And the things I think are really interesting here is that these agents, in some ways, they're almost like an insect-like intelligence, right? Where they have a lot in common with how an insect is trained, right? An insect kind of lives in this environment for a very long time, or the ancestors of this insect have been around for a long time and had a lot of experience. It gets baked into this agent, and it's not really smart in the sense of a human, right? It's not able to go and learn calculus, but it's able to navigate its environment extremely well. It's able to handle unexpected things in the environment that it's never seen before pretty well. And we see the same sort of thing with our Dota bots, right? They're able to, within this game, they're able to play against humans, which is something that never existed in its evolutionary environment. Totally different play styles from humans versus the bots, and yet it's able to handle it extremely well. And that's something that I think was very surprising to us, was something that doesn't really emerge from what we've seen with PPO at smaller scale, right? The kind of scale we're running this stuff at was, like let's say 100,000 CPU cores running with like hundreds of GPUs. It's probably about, something like hundreds of years of experience going into this bot every single real day. And so that scale is massive, and we start to see very different kinds of behaviors out of the algorithms that we all know and love.
Dota, you mentioned Meet the World Expert 1v1, and then you weren't able to win 5v5 this year.
Yeah,
at the best players in the world. So what's the comeback story? First of all, talk through that. That's an exceptionally exciting event, and what's the following months and this year look like?
Yeah. So, one thing that's interesting is that we lose all the time because we play. So the Dota team at OpenAI, we play the bot against better players than our system all the time, or at least we used to, right? Like the first time we lost publicly was we went up on stage at the International and we played against some of the best teams in the world, and we ended up losing both games. But we gave them a run for their money, right? Both games were 30 minutes, 25 minutes, and they went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so I think that really shows that we're at the professional level, and that kind of looking at those games, we think that the coin could have gone in a different direction, and it could have had some wins and stuff. That was actually very encouraging for us. And it's interesting because the International was at a fixed time, right? So we knew exactly what day we were going to be playing, and we pushed as far as we could, as fast as we could. 2 weeks later, we had a bot that had an 80% win rate versus the one we played at TI. So the margin of progress, you should think of it as a snapshot rather than as an end state. And so, in fact, we'll be announcing our finals pretty soon. I actually think that we'll announce our final match prior to this podcast being released. So there should be we'll be playing against the world champions. And for us, it's really less about like the way we think about what's upcoming is the final milestone, the final competitive milestone for the project, right? That our goal in all of this isn't really about beating humans at Dota. Our goal is to push the state of the art in reinforcement learning, and we've done that, right? We've actually learned a lot from our system, and that we have, I think, a lot of exciting next steps that we want to take. And so, kind of as the final showcase of what we built, we're going to do this match. But for us, it's not really the success or failure to see, do we have the quote unquote go in our direction or against.
Where do you see the field of deep learning heading in the next few years? Where do you see the work and reinforcement learning perhaps heading? And more specifically with OpenAI, all the exciting projects that you're working on, what does 2019 hold for you?
Massive scale. I will put an asterisk on that and just say, I think that it's about ideas plus scale. You need both.
So that's a really good point. So the question, in terms of ideas, you have a lot of projects that are exploring different areas of intelligence. And the question is, when you think of scale, do you think about growing the scale of those individual projects, or do you think about adding new projects? And and if you're thinking about adding new projects, or if you look at the past, what's the process of coming up with new projects and new ideas?
So we really have a life cycle of project here. So we start with a few people just working on a small scale idea, and language is actually a very good example of this. It was really one person here who was pushing on language for a long time. And then you get signs of life, right? So this is like, let's say, with the original GPT, we had something that was interesting. And we said, okay, it's time to scale this, right? It's time to put more people on it, put more computational resources behind it, and then we just kind of keep pushing and keep pushing. And the end state is something that looks like Dota or robotics, where you have a large team of 10 or 15 people that are running things at very large scale, and that you're able to really have material engineering and sort of machine learning science coming together to make systems that work and get material results that just would have been impossible otherwise. So we do that whole life cycle. We've done it a number of times, typically end to end. It's probably 2 years or so to do it. The organization's been around for 3 years, so maybe we'll find that we also have longer life cycle projects. But we'll work up to those. We have so one team that we're actually just starting. Ilya and I are kicking off a new team called the Reasoning Team, and this is to really try to tackle how do you get neural networks to reason. And we think that this will be a long-term project. It's one we're very excited about.
In terms of reasoning, super exciting topic. What kind of benchmarks, what kind of tests of reasoning do you envision? What would, if you sat back with whatever drink and you would be impressed that this system is able to do something, what would that look like?
Theorem proving.
Theorem proving. So some kind of logic, and especially mathematical logic.
I think so, right? I think that there's kind of other problems that are dual to theorem proving in particular. You think about programming. You think about even like security analysis of code. That these all kind of capture the same sorts of core reasoning and being able to do some out of distribution generalization.
It would be quite exciting if OpenAI reasoning team was able to prove that P equals NP. That would be very nice.
It would be very, very, very exciting, especially if it turns out that P equals NP. That'll be interesting too.
It would be ironic and humorous.
Yep.
So what problem stands out to you as the most exciting and challenging, impactful to the work for us as a community in general and for OpenAI this year? You mentioned reasoning. I think that's a heck of a problem.
Yeah, so I think reasoning is an important one. I think it's going to be hard to get good results in 2019. Again, just like we think about the life cycle, it takes time. I think for 2019, language model seems to be kind of on that ramp, right? It's at the point that we have a technique that works. We want to scale 100x, 1000x, see what happens.
Awesome. Do you think we're living in a simulation?
I think it's hard to have a real opinion about it. It's actually interesting. I separate out things that I think can have yield materially different predictions about the world from ones that are just kind of fun to speculate about. I kind of view simulation as more like, is there a flying teapot between Mars and Jupiter? Maybe, but it's a little bit hard to know what that would mean for my life.
So there is something actually so some of the best work OpenAI has done is in the field of reinforcement learning, and some of the success of reinforcement learning come from being able to simulate the problem you're trying to solve. So do you have a hope for the future of reinforcement learning, for the future of simulation? Like whether we're talking about autonomous vehicles or any kind of system, do you see that scaling? Where we'll be able to simulate systems and hence be able to create a simulator that echoes our real world and proving once and for all, even though you're denying it, that we're living in a simulation?
I feel like there's two separate questions, right? So, kind of the core there of can we use simulation for self-driving cars? Take a look at our robotic system, Dactyl, right? That was trained in simulation using the Dota system, in fact, and it transfers to a physical robot. And I think everyone looks at our Dota system and they're like, okay, it's just a game. How are you ever going to escape to the real world? And the answer is, well, we did it with a physical robot that nobody programmed. And so I think the answer is simulation goes a lot further than you think if you apply the right techniques to it. Now, there's a question of, are the beings in that simulation going to wake up and have consciousness? I think that one seems a lot harder to again reason about. I think that you really should think about where exactly does human consciousness come from and our own self-awareness, and is it just that once you have a complicated enough neural net, you have to worry about the agents feeling pain? I think there's interesting speculation to do there, but again, I think it's a little bit hard to know for sure.
Well, let me just keep with the speculation. Do you think to create intelligence, general intelligence, you need one, consciousness, and two, a body? Do you think any of those elements are needed, or is intelligence something that's orthogonal to those?
I'll stick to the kind of the non-grand answer first, right? So the non-grand answer is just to look at have said that to get these kinds of results, you need real world experience. You need a body. You need grounding. How are you supposed to reason about any of these things? How are you supposed to like even kind of know about smoke and fire and those things if you've never experienced them? And GPT-2 shows that you can actually go way further than that kind of reasoning would predict. So I think that in terms of do we need consciousness, do we need a body, it seems the answer is probably not, right? That we can probably just continue to push kind of the systems we have. They already feel general. They're not as competent or as general or able to learn as quickly as an AGI would, but they're at least like kind of proto AGI in some way, and they don't need any of those things. Now let's move to the grand answer, which is, are neural nets conscious already? Would we ever know? How can we tell? Right? Here's where the speculation starts to become, at least interesting or fun, and maybe a little bit disturbing, depending on where you take it. But it certainly seems that when we think about animals, that there's some continuum of consciousness. My cat, I think, is conscious in some way, right? Not as conscious as a human, and you could imagine that you could build a little consciousness meter, right? You point at a cat, it gives you a little reading. You point at a human, it gives you a much bigger reading. What would happen if you pointed one of those at a dodo neural net? And if you're training this massive simulation, do the neural nets feel pain? It becomes pretty hard to know that the answer is no. It becomes pretty hard to really think about what that would mean if the answer were yes. And it's very possible, for example, you could imagine that maybe the reason that humans have consciousness is because it's a convenient computational shortcut, right? If you think about it, if you have a being that wants to avoid pain, which seems pretty important to survive in this environment, and wants to eat food, then maybe the best way of doing it is to have a being that's conscious, right? That in order to succeed in the environment, you need to have those properties, and how are you supposed to implement them? And maybe this consciousness is a way of doing that. If that's true, then actually maybe we should expect that really competent reinforcement learning agents will also have consciousness. But it's a big if, and I think there are a lot of other arguments we can make in other directions.
And I think that's a really interesting idea that even GPT-2 has some degree of consciousness. That's something is actually not as crazy to think about. It's useful to think about as we think about what it means to create intelligence of a dog, intelligence of a cat, and the intelligence of a human. So, last question: do you think we will ever fall in love, like in the movie Her, with an artificial intelligence system, or an artificial intelligence system falling in love with a human?
I hope so.
If there's any better way to end it, it's on love. So, Greg, thanks so much for talking to me.
Thank you for having me.
The following is a conversation with Elon Musk. He's the CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, and a co-founder of several other companies. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. The series includes leading researchers in academia and industry, including CEOs and CTOs of automotive, robotics, AI, and technology companies. This conversation happened after the release of the paper from our group at MIT on driver functional vigilance during use of Tesla's autopilot. The Tesla team reached out to me offering a podcast conversation with Mr. Musk. I accepted, with full control of questions I could ask and the choice of what is released publicly. I ended up editing out nothing of substance. I've never spoken with Elon before this conversation. Publicly, robotics, AI, and technology companies. This conversation happened after the release of the paper from our group at MIT on driver functional vigilance during use of Tesla's autopilot. The Tesla team reached out to me offering a podcast conversation with Mr. Musk. I accepted, with full control of questions I could ask and the choice of what is released publicly. I ended up editing out nothing of substance. I've never spoken with Elon before this conversation, publicly or privately. Neither he nor his companies have any influence on my opinion, nor on the rigor and integrity
are the scientific methods that I practice in my position at MIT. Tesla has never financially supported my research, and I've never owned a Tesla vehicle. I've never owned Tesla stock. This podcast is not a scientific paper. It is a conversation. I respect Elon as I do all other leaders and engineers I've spoken with. We agree on some things and disagree on others. My goal as always with these conversations is to understand the way the guest sees the world. One particular point of disagreement in this conversation was the extent to which camera-based driver monitoring will improve outcomes and for how long it will remain relevant for AI-assisted driving. As someone who works on and is fascinated by human-centered artificial intelligence, I believe that if implemented and integrated effectively, camera-based driver monitoring is likely to be of benefit in both the short term and the long term. In contrast, Elon and Tesla's focus is on the improvement of autopilot such that its statistical safety benefits override any concern of human behavior and psychology. Elon and I may not agree on everything, but I deeply respect the engineering and innovation behind the efforts that he leads. My goal here is to catalyze a rigorous, nuanced, and objective discussion in industry and academia on AI-assisted driving, one that ultimately makes for a safer and better world. And now, here's my conversation with Elon Musk. What was the vision, the dream of autopilot when, in the beginning, the big picture system level, when it was first conceived and started being installed in 2014 in the hardware in the cars? What was the vision, the dream?
I would characterize the vision or dream simply that there are obviously two massive revolutions in the automobile industry. One is the transition to electrification, and then the other is autonomy. And it became obvious to me that in the future, any car that does not have autonomy would be about as useful as a horse. Which is not to say that there's no use, it's just rare and somewhat idiosyncratic if somebody has a horse at this point. It's just obvious that cars will drive themselves completely. It's just a question of time. And if we did not participate in the autonomy revolution, then our cars would not be useful to people relative to cars that are autonomous. I mean, an autonomous car is arguably worth 5 to 10 times more than a car which is not autonomous.
In the long term.
Depends what you mean by long term, but let's say at least for the next 5 years, perhaps 10 years.
So there are a lot of very interesting design choices with autopilot early on. First is showing on the instrument cluster or in the Model 3 on the center stack display what the combined sensor suite sees. What was the thinking behind that choice? Was there debate? What was the process?
The whole point of the display is to provide a health check on the vehicle's perception of reality. So the vehicle's taking in information from a bunch of sensors, primarily cameras, but also radar, ultrasonics, GPS, and so on. And then that information is then rendered into vector space, and then with a bunch of objects with properties like lane lines and traffic lights and other cars, and then in vector space that is re-rendered onto a display, so you can confirm whether the car knows what's going on or not by looking out the window.
Right. I think that's an extremely powerful thing for people to get an understanding, to become one with the system and understanding what the system is capable of. Now, have you considered showing more? So if we look at the computer vision, like road segmentation, lane detection, vehicle detection, object detection underlying the system, there is at the edges some uncertainty. Have you considered revealing the parts that the uncertainty in the system,
So the probabilities associated with say, image recognition or something like that?
Yeah, so right now it shows like the vehicles in the vicinity, a very clean, crisp image, and people do confirm that there's a car in front of me, and the system sees there's a car in front of me, but to help people build an intuition of what computer vision is by showing some of the uncertainty.
Well, I think it's, my car, I always look at this sort of the debug view, labels around objects that are recognized. And then there's what we call visualizer, which is basically a vector space representation summing up the input from all sensors. That does not show any pictures, but it shows all of the, which basically shows the car's view of the world in vector space. But I think this is very difficult for people to, normal people to understand. They would not know what they're looking at.
So it's almost an HMI challenge to the current things that are being displayed is optimized for the general public understanding what the system's capable of.
Like if you have no idea how computer vision works or anything, you can still look at the screen and see if the car knows what's going on. And then if you're a development engineer, or if you have the development build like I do, then you can see all the debug information. But those would just be like total gibberish to most people.
What's your view on how to best distribute effort? So there's three, I would say, technical aspects of autopilot that are really important. Just the underlying algorithms, like the neural network architecture. There's the data that it's trained on, and then there's the hardware development, and maybe others. But so look, algorithm, data, hardware. You only have so much money, only have so much time. What do you think is the most important thing to allocate resources to? Or do you see it as pretty evenly distributed between those three?
We automatically get vast amounts of data because all of our cars have 8 external facing cameras and radar and actually 12 ultrasonic sensors, GPS obviously, and IMU. And so we basically have a fleet that has, we've got about 400,000 cars on the road that have that level of data. Actually, I think you keep quite close track of it, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're approaching 500,000 cars on the road that have the full sensor suite. So this is, I'm not sure how many other cars on the road have this sensor suite, but I'd be surprised if it's more than 5,000, which means that we have 99% of all the data.
So there's this huge inflow of data.
Absolutely, massive inflow of data. And then it's taken us about 3 years, but now we've finally developed our full self-driving computer, which can process an order of magnitude as much as the NVIDIA system that we currently have in the cars. And it's really just to use it, you unplug the NVIDIA computer and plug the Tesla computer in. That's it. And it's in fact, we're still exploring the boundaries of its capabilities. We're able to run the cameras at full frame rate, full resolution, not even crop the images, and it's still got headroom even on one of the systems. The full self-driving computer is really 2 computers, 2 systems on a chip that are fully redundant. So you could put a build through basically any part of that system and it still work.
The redundancy, are they perfect copies of each other, or?
Yeah.
Also, it's purely for redundancy as opposed to an arguing machine kind of architecture where they're both making decisions. This is purely for redundancy.
I think of more like if you have a twin-engine aircraft, commercial aircraft, the system will operate best if both systems are operating, but it's capable of operating safely on one. So, but as is right now, we can just run. We haven't even hit the edge of performance, so there's no need to actually distribute functionality across both SoCs. We can actually just run a full duplicate on each one.
You haven't really explored or hit the limit of this.
So not yet.
So the magic of deep learning is that it gets better with data. You said there's a huge inflow of data, but
yeah,
the thing about driving, the really valuable data to learn from is the edge cases.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you, I've heard you talk somewhere about autopilot disengagements being an important moment of time to use. Is there other edge cases, or perhaps can you speak to those edge cases, what aspects of them might be valuable, or if you have other ideas how to discover more and more and more edge cases in driving?
Well, there's a lot of things that are learned. There's certainly edge cases where, say, somebody's on autopilot and they take over. crossing an intersection, then the ones where there are no interventions are the right ones. So you then say, okay, when it looks like this, do the following, and then you get the optimal spline for a complex navigating a complex intersection.
So that's for this is kind of the common case. You're trying to capture a huge amount of samples of a particular intersection, how when things went right, and then there's the edge case where, not, as you said, not for convenience, but something didn't go exactly right.
Somebody set a manual control for autopilot, and really, like the way to look at this is all input is error. If the user had to do input, all input is error.
It's a powerful line to think of it that way, because it may very well be error, but if you want to exit the highway, or if you want to, it's a navigation decision that all autopilot is not currently designed to do, then the driver takes over. How do you know?
Yeah, that's going to change with Navigate and Autopilot, which we just released, and with that still confirmed. So the navigation, like lane change based, you're like asserting control in order to do a lane change or exit a freeway or do a highway interchange. The vast majority of that will go away with the release that just went out.
Yeah, so that I don't think people quite understand how big of a step that is.
Yeah, they don't.
So
if you drive the car, then you do.
So you still have to keep your hands on the steering wheel currently when it does the automatic lane change. So there's these big leaps for the development of autopilot through its history, and what stands out to you as the big leaps? I would say this one, navigate an autopilot without having to confirm, is a huge leap.
It is a huge leap, and it also automatically overtakes slow cars. So it's both navigation and seeking the fastest lane. So it'll overtake the slow cars and exit the freeway and take highway interchanges, and then we have traffic light recognition, which is introduced but initially as a warning. I mean, on the development version that I'm driving, the car fully stops and goes at traffic lights.
So those are the steps, right? You just mentioned something, sort of inkling of a step towards full autonomy. What would you say are the biggest technological roadblocks to full self-driving?
Actually, I think we just the full self-driving computer that we just that does what we call the FSD computer that's now in production. So if you order any Model S or X or any Model 3 that has the full self-driving package, you'll get the FSD computer. That's important to have enough base computation. Then refining the neural net and the control software, which all of that can just be provided as an over-the-air update. The thing that's really profound, and what I'll be emphasizing at the investor day that we're having focused on autonomy, is that the cars currently being produced, so the hardware currently being produced, is capable of full self-driving.
But capable is an interesting word, because
the hardware is, and as we refine the software, the capabilities will increase dramatically, and then the reliability will increase dramatically, and then it will receive regulatory approval. So essentially,
statement there, because the hardware is capable enough. That's the hard thing to upgrade.
Yes,
usually.
Exactly.
So then the rest is a software problem.
Yes. Software has no marginal cost, really.
But what's your intuition on the software side, where the experience, not just the safety, but the whole experience is something that people
very much so on the highways. It's a total game changer for quality of life. We're using Tesla autopilot on the highways. So it's really just extending that functionality to city streets, adding in the traffic light recognition, navigating complex interchanges, and then you can just drop you off and find a parking spot by itself.
Yeah, in terms of enjoyability and something that people would actually find a lot of use from, the parking lot is a really, it's rich of annoyance when you have to do it manually, so there's a lot of benefit
So let me start injecting the human into this discussion a little bit. So let's talk about full autonomy. If you look at the current level 4 vehicles being tested on road, like Waymo and so on, they're only technically autonomous. They're really level 2 systems with just a different design philosophy, because there's always a safety driver in almost all cases, and they're monitoring the system.
Right.
Do you see Tesla's full self-driving as still for a time to come, requiring supervision of the human being? So the capabilities are powerful enough to drive, but nevertheless require the human to still be supervising, just like a safety driver is in other fully autonomous vehicles.
I think it'll require detecting hands on wheel for at least 6 months or something like that from here. Really, it's a question of, like, from a regulatory standpoint, how much safer than a person does a quarter pilot need to be for it to be okay to not monitor the car? And this is a debate that one can have, and then if you need a large sample, large amount of data, so you can prove with high confidence, statistically speaking, that the car is dramatically safer than a person, and that adding in person monitoring does not materially affect the safety. So it might need to be like 200 or 300% safer than a person.
And how do you prove that?
In cents per mile.
In cents per mile. So crashes and fatalities.
So, yeah, I mean, fatalities would be a factor, but there are just not enough fatalities to be statistically significant at scale. But there are enough crashes. There are far more crashes than there are fatalities. So you can assess what is the probability of crash. Then there's another step, which is probability of injury, the probability of permanent injury, and the probability of death. And all of those need to be much better than a person by at least perhaps 200%.
And you think there's the ability to have a healthy discourse with the regulatory bodies on this topic?
I mean, there's no question that regulators pay a disproportionate amount of attention to that which generates press. This is just an objective fact. And Tesla generates a lot of press. So, in the United States, there's, I think, almost 40,000 automotive deaths per year. But if there are 4 in Tesla, they'll probably receive 1,000 times more press than anyone else.
So the psychology of that is actually fascinating. I don't think we'll have enough time to talk about that, but I have to talk to you about the human side of things. So myself and our team at MIT recently released a paper on functional vigilance of drivers while using autopilot. This is work we've been doing since autopilot was first released publicly over 3 years ago, collecting video of driver faces and driver bodies. So I saw that you tweeted a quote from the abstract, so I can at least guess that you glanced at it.
Yeah, right.
Can I talk you through what we found?
Sure.
Okay. So it appears that in the data that we've collected, that drivers are maintaining functional vigilance such that we're looking at 18,000 disengagements from autopilot, 18,900, and annotating were they able to take over control in a timely manner. So they were there, present, looking at the road to take over control. Okay. So this goes against what many would predict from the body of literature on vigilance with automation. Now the question is, do you think these results hold across the broader population? So ours is just a small subset. Do you think one of the criticism is that there's a small minority of drivers that may be highly responsible, where the vigilance decrement would increase with autopilot use?
I think this is all really going to be swept. I mean, the system's improving so much, so fast, that this is going to be a moot point very soon. Where vigilance is, like, if something's many times safer than a person, then adding a person just the effect on safety is limited, and in fact, it could be negative.
That's really interesting. So the fact that a human may, some percent of the population may exhibit a vigilance decrement will not affect the overall statistics numbers of safety.
No, in fact, I think it will become very, very quickly, maybe even towards the end of this year, but I'd say I'd be shocked if it's not next year at the latest, that having a human intervene will decrease in safety. Decrease. It's like, imagine if you're in an elevator. Now, it used to be that there were elevator operators, and you couldn't go in an elevator by yourself and work the lever to move between floors. And now nobody wants an elevator operator because the automated elevator that stops at the floors is much safer than the elevator operator. And in fact, it would be quite dangerous to have someone with a lever that can move the elevator between floors.
So that's a really powerful statement and a really interesting one. But I also have to ask, from a user experience and from a safety perspective, one of the passions for me algorithmically is camera-based detection of just sensing the human, like detecting what the driver's looking at, cognitive load, body pose. On the computer vision side, that's a fascinating problem. But and there's many in the industry who believe you have to have camera-based driver monitoring. Do you think there could be benefit gained from driver monitoring?
If you have a system that's out or below human level reliability, then driver monitoring makes sense. But if your system is dramatically better, more reliable than a human, then driver monitoring does not help much. And like I said, you just like you wouldn't want someone you wouldn't want someone in the elevator. If you're in an elevator, do you really want someone with a big lever, some random person operating an elevator between floors? I wouldn't trust that. I would rather have the buttons.
Okay, you're optimistic about the pace of improvement of the system. That's from what you've seen with the full self-driving car, computer.
Rate of improvement is exponential.
So one of the other very interesting design choices early on that connects to this is the operational design domain of autopilot. So where autopilot is able to be turned on. So contrast another vehicle system that we're studying is the Cadillac Super Cruise system. That's, in terms of ODD, very constrained to particular kinds of highways, well mapped, tested. It's much narrower than the ODD of Tesla vehicles. There's
like ADD.
Yeah. That's good. That's a good line. What was a design decision in that different philosophy of thinking where there's pros and cons? What we see with a wide ODD is Tesla's drivers are able to explore more the limitations of the system, at least early on, and they understand, together with the instrument cluster display, they start to understand what are the capabilities. So that's a benefit. The con is you're letting drivers use it basically anywhere.
So anywhere that should detect lanes with confidence.
Was there a philosophy of design decisions that were challenging that were being made there? Or from the very beginning, was that done on purpose with intent?
Well, I mean, I think frankly it's pretty crazy letting people drive a 2-ton death machine manually. That's crazy. Like in the future, if people were like, I can't believe anyone was just allowed to drive one of these 2-ton death machines, and they just drive wherever they wanted. It's just like elevators. You just like move the elevator with the lever wherever you want it. Stop it halfway between floors if you want. It's pretty crazy. So it's going to seem like a mad thing in the future that people were driving cars.
I have a bunch of questions about the human psychology, about behavior and so on. That would become that.
Yeah, but
because you have faith in the AI system. Not faith, but both on the hardware side and the deep learning approach from learning from data will make it just far safer than humans.
Yeah, exactly.
Recently, there are a few hackers who tricked autopilot to act in unexpected ways with adversarial examples. So we all know that neural network systems are very sensitive to minor disturbances, to these adversarial examples on input. Do you think it's possible to defend against something like this for the broader, for the industry?
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on the confidence behind that answer?
Well, neural net is just like based a bunch of matrix math, but you have to be like a very sophisticated, somebody who really understands neural nets and like basically reverse engineer how the matrix is being built, and then create a little thing that's just exactly causes the matrix math to be slightly off. But it's very easy to then block that by having basically negative recognition. It's like if the system sees something that looks like a matrix hack, exclude it. It's such an easy thing to do.
So learn both on the valid data and the invalid data. So basically learn on the adversarial examples to be able to exclude them.
Yeah, you basically want to both know what is a car and what is definitely not a car. And you train for this is a car and this is definitely not a car. Those are two different things. People have no idea neural nets really. They probably think neural nets involves like pushing net only.
So, as you know, taking a step beyond just Tesla and autopilot, current deep learning approaches still seem in some ways to be far from general intelligence systems. Do you think the current approaches will take us to general intelligence, or do totally new ideas need to be invented?
I think we're missing a few key ideas for general intelligence, artificial general intelligence. But it's going to be upon us very quickly, and then we'll need to figure out what shall we do, if we even have that choice. But it's amazing how people can't differentiate between, say, the narrow AI that allows a car to figure out what a lane line is and navigate streets versus general intelligence. Like these are just very different things. Like your toaster and your computer are both machines. The one's much more sophisticated than the other.
You're confident with Tesla you can create the world's best toaster?
World's best toaster, yes. The world's best self-driving